Do you want to change the world? That was my opening line. I had rehearsed it. I had said it out loud to a mirror at 2 in the morning like an absolute lunatic, and I had decided it was the line that would make a stranger walk into my life and stay there. The girl across the table looked at me the way you look at a wet dog that has wandered into a restaurant. 10,000 yen a day, I said, paid daily, in cash, at the end of every day. When do I start? So that's how I hired Akari Tanaka, the first employee of my company, and that's also everything you need to know about the world I woke up in. Nobody in Tokyo in 1993 wanted to change the world. Everybody in Tokyo in 1993 wanted 10,000 yen. And before you ask how I got there, I died at my desk. That's it. That's the backstory. I was a programmer. I worked 9 to 9, 6 days a week, and at some point my heart looked at my schedule and said, absolutely not. The last thing I remember is a spreadsheet. The next thing I remember is a ceiling. The body I woke up in belonged to a rich kid who had swallowed a bottle of sleeping pills over a breakup, which tells you a lot about the kind of second chance the universe was handing me. Great house. Dead career. No system, no cheat panel, no glowing blue text telling me I was the chosen one. I checked. I sat on that bed for a solid hour waiting for a menu to appear. The universe said, lol, no. Figure it out, buddy. What I did have was a brain full of 30 years of video games and a world that had never seen one. I need you to understand how insane that second part is. This wasn't a backwards world. This world was ahead of mine. They had flip phones that put my old phone to shame. They had the internet everywhere, in every house, humming along like it had always been there. They had special effects in movies that would have won awards where I came from. And their idea of home entertainment was television. That's it. That's the whole industry. 4 channels, a nation of exhausted people, and a bubble that had exploded 3 years earlier and left the entire country face down in the dirt. There was exactly one thing in this world that resembled a video game. It was a breakout machine. A single breakout machine in an arcade, gathering dust next to the pachinko. They didn't even have Tetris. I want to say I had a grand plan. I didn't. I had a soldering iron, 4 weeks, and a lamp that never went off. The attic smelled like burnt flux for a month. I did not sleep, and I mean that literally, because the one thing this body did come with was some kind of monstrous stamina glitch where I could go a week without lying down and just feel mildly annoyed about it. So I soldered. I hand-cut boards. I burned my fingertips so many times they stopped reporting it as news. And at some point around week 4, at 3 in the morning, it worked. Finally finished, I said, to nobody. The world's first home game console has been born. Nobody answered, because my entire workforce was asleep in the corner with her mouth open and dark circles under her eyes deep enough to store loose change in. Akari, she did not move. Akari, I'll pay you overtime. She sat straight up. I plugged it into the television. I want you to picture this seriously for a second. A cheap television in a peeling attic. A wooden box full of hand-soldered garbage. And a man who had lost an entire life and gotten a worse one, kneeling in front of a screen like it was an altar. Dun dun dun, dun dun, dun. Super Mario Brothers. That sound came out of the speakers in a world that had never heard it, and I felt my eyes go hot. I'm not going to pretend otherwise. I sat there on the floor of that attic and cried over a plumber. Akari leaned over my shoulder, squinted at the screen, watched a small man jump over a mushroom, and delivered the first review in the history of this planet's video game industry. That's it? Cool. Very cool. Love that for me. Hold on, I said. Play it. I don't want to. 10,000 yen. Give me the thing. She played for 4 minutes. She died 3 times. On the 4th try, she cleared the first stage, and I watched her whole face change, and she immediately put the controller down and said, "This is stupid," which in Japanese means, "I would like to play more, but I refuse to admit it in front of my employer." I had a console. I had a game. I had a first employee who thought I was insane, and a bank account that was rapidly discovering the difference between rich and liquid. What I didn't have was a single human being on the planet who knew what a video game was. So the next morning I asked her the second most important question of her life. Akari, are you interested in wearing a doll costume? The great thing about a person who works for daily wages is that you can watch the calculation happen behind their eyes in real time. Another 5,000 yen today, she said. Sold. Which is how, 1 week later, in a public park in Tokyo, I was standing in the summer heat inside a full-body Luigi suit. Akari Akari was Mario. I want to make it clear that this was not a negotiation. Mario is short and round, and I am neither. And when I explained the casting decision to her, she hit me with a folded newspaper. She hit like a truck, incidentally. File that away, it comes up based later. We had a van. Inside the van, we had a television, a car battery, and my console. Outside the van, we had a folding table and a cardboard box full of Koshien Superman dolls, which were the most popular toy in the country and which had cost me an amount of money I refused to say out loud. The pitch was simple. Clear one stage, take a doll. And then we waited, sweating inside plastic heads, for a world that had never played a video game to notice that one existed. The first kid who came over pointed at me and asked his mother, "Who's that? What cartoon is he from?" Nobody. I'm from nowhere, kid. I'm a man in a costume in a park. Please put 100 yen into my life. The prize is what got them. Kids will walk past a miracle and sprint at a free toy. Within 20 minutes, we had a crowd, and within 30, we had a problem, because the crowd had discovered that there was one television and 40 children, and the concept of a line had not survived contact with a Koshien Superman doll. Akari solved this by tearing a notebook into numbered squares and shoving them into small hands while shouting through a Mario head, which is a sentence I never expected to live through. One kid called her Obasan. The temperature in that park dropped 10 degrees. "I," she said, very slowly, in the voice of someone who has decided to accept a formal duel, "am a big sister." The kid took his number and ran, then the first one sat down. Here's the thing that nobody tells you about being the only person in a world who knows what fun looks like. You know the feeling on paper. You do not know what it looks like on a face. That boy played for 20 minutes. He burned every life. He hit the same pit 6 times. The timer went down, and I watched him lean closer and closer to the screen until his nose was almost touching it. And when the last life went, my hand moved on its own toward the console to reset it and hand him the toy and end his suffering. I stopped my own hand. "No," I said. "Give it one last chance. If it dies, it's over." And I have to tell you why I said that, because I was not being a good businessman in that moment. I was being a son. In my old life, my father came home one evening with a bootleg console under his arm, which was the single most exciting thing that had ever happened in our apartment. He set it up. He rolled his sleeves. He looked at me with the confidence of a man who has never failed at anything he considers beneath him, and he said, "Watch closely, son. Watch your dad show you what he's capable of." He died on the 3rd mushroom. He blamed the controller. He blamed the television. He handed it to me and left the room. That kid in the park, sweating in the summer heat with a plastic controller in both hands, got to the flag. He jumped, both feet off the ground. He turned around and he screamed into a park full of strangers, "Wow, I won!" And I stood there in a Luigi suit and understood that I had just watched something that had never happened before on this entire planet. A child had beaten a game an adult couldn't beat. There was no age in that box. There was no bubble, no company, no seniority, no bowing. There was a pit and a jump, and either you made it or you didn't. "Photograph," I said. Akari got the camera. "This photo must be kept well." She thought I was being sentimental. I was being sentimental. I was also aware that I was holding the first frame of an industry. The second kid cleared it in 13 minutes. The third kid cleared it in 7. By early afternoon, we were out of toys, and that should have been the end of the day. Then the first boy came back. He pushed to the front, and he did not ask for another doll. He asked, "Where's the second stage?" I told him the second stage was harder. He played for 10 minutes and did not clear it. And when he stood up, he did not look at the prize table. He looked at the screen. He looked at the box under the television. And he asked me the question that made me a very rich man. "Big brother, what exactly is this?" Akari tugged my sleeve and whispered that the prizes were gone, and we had made 0 yen and were, in fact, several 100,000 yen poorer. "We shouldn't expect to make money so soon," I said. I did not tell her that I had just heard a child stop caring about a free toy. In the entertainment business, that sound is worth more than money. Money you can print. We did that for a week. Every park in Tokyo, Ueno, Shinjuku, the little concrete ones with 2 swings and a sandbox full of cigarette butts. By the end of it, there was a rumor moving through the elementary schools of Tokyo about a van and a man dressed as a green plumber and a box that let you be the person on the television instead of watching them. Then the police shut us down for unlicensed street vending, which, fair. But by then it didn't matter, because the rumor had already gotten into the water supply, and one of the kids carrying it home was named Kaito Sato, and his father sold circuit boards for a living. Kaito Takeshi came home that night the way every man in that country came home, late, quiet, and carrying a can of beer he did not particularly want. He sat in front of the television without turning it on. His numbers were bad. His numbers had been bad for 3 years. He worked for a factory that made circuit boards, and before the bubble popped, that had been like working for a factory that made oxygen, and after the bubble popped, it was like working for a factory that made lace doilies. That week, he had spent 4 hours on his knees on a client's floor with his forehead on the carpet, apologizing for a delivery delay that was not his fault, while the client took a phone call over his head. 4 hours. He timed it, because timing it was the only way to survive it. And then his son came running out of his room and said, "Dad, have you heard of Super Mario Brothers?" He hadn't, obviously. Nobody had. But his kid was lit up like a shrine at New Year, talking too fast, drawing shapes in the air, explaining that there was a machine and you were inside it, and Kaito Takeshi sat there in the dark and thought the only thought a man in that country was still allowed to have. At least the kid is happy. He would remember that conversation about 4 weeks later, in a garbage bin, at a full sprint. We'll get there. Meanwhile, I had 15 consoles and a problem. I had spent 7 days without leaving the house building them. Akari got so alarmed that she started force-feeding me, which is how I ended the week visibly heavier and morally worse. Her exact words were, "Money can never be fully earned. I can't just keep giving you more money to make you work yourself to death." Which is a beautiful sentiment from a woman who had personally invoiced me for every one of those days. 15 consoles. 2,000 yen each to build. 0 customers because the police had taken my parks away. So I did the obvious thing, which was to send my 19-year-old electrical engineer alone into a room full of gambling machines to negotiate with a man who paid protection money to organized crime. In my defense, I was asleep in the car. The place was an entertainment hall. Picture pachinko, and then picture whatever is worse than pachinko. Karaoke booths with the doors hanging open, capsule machines, a dance cabinet with 2 working errors, rows of hunched backs, all facing away, all feeding coins into a wall. Akari dragged a television and a console in through the door by herself and started setting up on an empty table, and the manager came up behind her to ask what she thought she was doing and put a hand near her shoulder. You need to know 2 things about Akari Tanaka. The first is that her father runs a kendo dojo. The second is that her body does not consult her before making decisions. She chopped him across the top of the head with the edge of her hand. He was completely bald. The mark stayed for 2 days. The negotiation, understandably, opened at a disadvantage. "So this box," said the manager, rubbing his skull, "specifically, which point of it attracts children?" "It's," said my chief engineer, staring at the machine that she personally soldered half of, "very interesting." "Which point?" "It's just very interesting." That was the entire pitch. That was it. My company's first sales presentation was a 19-year-old saying, "It's interesting," 3 times to a man with a red hand-shaped bruise on his head. I woke up in the car to find her standing on the pavement outside, holding a television. So I went in. "We'd like to rent a small space," I said, 10,000 yen a day. The manager started to say no. I put a stack of 300,000 yen on the counter, which was a month in advance, and he stopped saying no in the middle of the word. Here's the thing about a man who is being squeezed. You don't have to convince him. You have to hand him 30 days of not being squeezed. Then I opened the front of the console and showed him what I'd added while Akari was busy assaulting him. A coin slot, 100 yen, 3 lives. And under the screen, a strip of scrolling text, because I am not a subtle man. The high scores, name, time, stage, permanent until somebody beats it. He looked at the coin box, and he looked at the scoreboard, and he did the math of a man who has spent 15 years watching human beings feed money into machines, and something moved behind his face. We visited every entertainment hall in Tokyo that day. Every single one said yes. 10,000 a day, my machine, my coins. I got home at 2 in the morning and slept for 4 hours, which for me was practically a coma, and by 9 the next morning, the first hall in Adachi had 8 children inside it. The manager of that hall had never seen a child in his building in his life. His clientele was men in their 40s losing rent money in silence. He stood there watching 8 elementary schoolers count out 100 yen coins on a machine in the corner and, according to him, felt genuinely afraid. By evening, the kids had gone home and been replaced. That's the part I hadn't planned for. A guy came in around 8, suit, design department, judging by the ink on his fingers. the kind of tired that has stopped being tired and become a personality. He'd been reamed out by his section chief that afternoon in front of the whole floor, and he had come here to sit in a dark room and lose money quietly, like a normal person. Instead, he watched a 10-year-old jump on a mushroom. He put in 100 yen. He died on the first Goomba. He put in another 100 yen. He died on the first Goomba 9, and this time he laughed, out loud, in a room where nobody laughs, and the sound was so foreign that 2 men at the pachinko turned around. He was there until closing. He spent 6,000 yen. At one point, he turned around and said, "Store manager, do you have any coins?" And the store manager, who had by then pulled up a chair, ran to get change for him. The manager also kept giving him advice, loudly, over his shoulder, until the salaryman told him to shut up, which I consider the birth of a second industry, but that's not today's story. That machine made 20,000 yen that day. The manager had rented me the floor space for 10. I came by at closing to collect the coin boxes and found him standing there doing arithmetic on his face. 10,000 in, 20,000 out. And the number I'd left off my side of the ledger, which is that the machine cost me 2,000 yen to make, and I had another 14 of them in a van. "How much?" he said. "For what?" "Don't do that. How much for the machine?" I want to be honest with you about what I did next, because it's not flattering, and I'd do it again. 200,000 yen per unit, I said. "How many do you need?" 200,000 yen. For a 2,000 yen box. A personal computer in that country cost 150,000. He didn't blink. He asked one question, which was whether I was going to sell it to anyone else, and I told him the truth, which was more brutal than a lie. "Wait a week and it'll be 100,000. Wait 2 weeks and it'll be 50. Do you want to earn the money that comes from being the only one who has it? Or do you want to wait for mass production and earn what everyone else earns?" "I'll buy it," he said. 10 units. 2 million yen. From a man I'd met the previous morning by hitting him in the head. Business is business. That night, I emptied every coin box in Tokyo onto the floor of a rented room and counted 230,000 yen in 100 yen pieces, and Akari sat across from me stacking them into towers, and she asked, with real suspicion, whether this was legal. It was. That was the funny part. It was completely, boringly legal, and it was going to eat the entire country. I rented a building the next week. 3 floors, peeling paint, 200,000 yen a month, which is less than what one arcade charged me for a table. There was already a sign on it. Some company that had died in the crash and left its name bolted to the front like a headstone. I stood in the street and looked at it for a while before I took it down, and I gave it a minute of silence, which sounds ridiculous and wasn't. Every empty building in that city had a name on it. Then I put mine up. Tokyo Game Star Entertainment Company Limited. Akari read it and asked where the name came from. GameStar, I said. A new star in the future of games. I did not mention that the last 2 characters of it were the last 2 characters of my name, because I wanted her to think I was humble, and because saying it out loud would have made me sound exactly as insufferable as I was. Then I put out a hiring notice, and I learned that a 3-story empty building with a 20-something running it is a very effective filter. People came to the door. People looked in the door. People saw the emptiest building in Minato and a boss younger than their kids, and they said they'd think about it, and they walked back down the street. Except one. Yoko Saito was around 30, housewife. Her husband had stepped in front of a train after the bubble and left her the debts and 2 children, which was a set of arrangements the country had gotten uncomfortably efficient at. She stood in my lobby, which was so empty it echoed, and she asked the only question that mattered to her. "I don't need to pay any money, right?" She thought it was a scam. Everybody thought it was a scam. Every time somebody in that city got offered something good in 1993, they immediately started checking their pockets. I told her no. She went away to think. She came back the next morning. She told me later what the alternative had been, and it was a hostess club, and I'm not going to make a joke here. Her contract was 200,000 yen a month, plus 500 yen for every console she assembled. On a good day, she could assemble 20. That's 10,000 yen on top. That's $500,000 a month, in a country where a white-collar salaryman was making 200,000 to 300,000. She read it twice. Then she signed it without asking a single question, which I have always suspected was because she was afraid I'd noticed the mistake. By the end of that day, I had signed a dozen more. And then the phone rang, except it didn't, because I did not own a mobile phone, and my office answering machine was picking up messages from a world that had decided it wanted to talk to me. The first one was a circuit board salesman. Kaito Takeshi had gone to an entertainment hall to look at the machine his son wouldn't shut up about, and he had done what nobody else in that building did, which was look at the back of it. No logo, no manufacturer stamp, hand-cut board. Somebody was building these by hand. Somebody was going to need a factory. He came to my office in a suit that had been pressed too many times, and he said, "Our company is a factory specializing in manufacturing PCBs," and he waited to be thrown out. I asked him for a price at 50 to 100,000 units. He said 900 yen a board, which was already him being generous, because he assumed I was going to order about 200. As for the initial order, I said, let's start with 1 million. He coughed, genuinely coughed, into his fist, and then apologized for coughing. 650 yen, I said, not 1 yen more. Because here is the thing about being a programmer who died at a desk in a country that manufactured everything. I knew what a board cost. I knew what he was making on it. I knew that at 1 million units, his line would be running full for months, and his boss would build a shrine to him. He tried once out of professional obligation, and then he stopped and looked at the number and said yes, and I paid 5% up front, and neither of us said out loud that this order was going to change both of our lives. I'll tell you where it went since we're here. That number ended up past 500 million. Meanwhile, the bald man was going through a garbage bin. Ren Kobayashi, owner of the entertainment hall in Adachi, ex-Yakuza, currently very legitimate, mostly. His building now opened at 9 in the morning to a crowd of 30 children, ran a 100-deep numbered queue through the afternoon, and stayed open all night for corporate slaves and neets who played until 8 in the morning and were, crucially, much worse at the game than the children were, which meant more coins. 30,000 yen a day, off one machine, in a building where the pachinko was dying. And Kobayashi had a problem, which was that he had thrown away a business card. He remembered a circuit board salesman leaving one weeks ago because that salesman had been sniffing around the machine. He wanted to know who made the thing. He wanted in. So he had his cleaner haul the bins back out, and he went through them personally, in a suit, on his knees, and he found it at the exact second the garbage truck's hydraulics started up. The sound he made stopped the truck. He drove to my office. He walked in, took one look at the room, and said, "Mr. Ishikawa, you really should buy a mobile phone." Then he bought 25 consoles at 200,000 yen each without negotiating. I told him again, straight to his face, "Wait a week, it's 100,000. Wait 2, it's 50. He bought them anyway because he had done the same math the other manager had done, and because he had realized something the other manager hadn't, which was that the money in the machine was not the point. He saw the code on my screen while he was there. Not Mario, the next one. What's that? Dragon Quest. That's a bigger thing than the box, isn't it? I liked him immediately, which is a dangerous thing to feel about a man with his particular resume. We sat down. He asked what I actually thought this was, and I told him. A business on the scale of tens of billions. He nodded slowly, respectfully, like a man being handed a very large fish. I want to be clear that I meant dollars. He heard yen. We had that entire conversation across a gap of about 130 times, and neither of us noticed for a year. He argued with me, which I appreciated. He said the arcade market in Japan topped out around 100 million yen, and I was dreaming. My console's positioning from the very beginning, I said, was a home game console. He stared. It costs me 2,400 yen to build. Retail is 6,999. You sold it to me, said Ren Kobayashi, very quietly, for 200,000 yen. Business is business. I thought he was going to hit me. Instead, he started laughing, the way a man laughs when he has been comprehensively robbed by someone he has decided to like anyway. And then I told him the part that actually mattered, which is the part everyone in the world got wrong for the next 30 years. The box is not the product. The box is the door. You sell the door once, you sell what's behind it forever. One game is 3,000 yen. Now imagine 20 of them. Now imagine 100. Now imagine 100 every year, forever, and every single one of them needs the door you already sold. Ren Kobayashi sat in my empty office with his hands on his knees for a long moment. I want in, he said. I told him no, not to him specifically. My father had friends, rich ones. Investors who would have written a check that afternoon and owned the thing that mattered by Christmas. And I had watched enough of that in my old life to know exactly how that movie ends. You take the money, and 18 months later, a board of people who have never played a video game explains to you why the next one has to ship in March. So I told him I didn't want money. Then what do you want? You, later. Think about it. How long do I have? It definitely won't be too long. Then I spent 20 million yen on television, 5 million for a week of 15-second slots in the children's block, 4 weeks. In a country where the entire television industry was the entire entertainment industry, and where nobody had ever advertised a thing that did not yet have a category. The ad did not explain what a console was. I made a point of that. Freedom. Controllable. You will be the hero who saves the princess. You can play as anything and become the master of this place. 6,999 yen. That's it. 30 words and a price, 4 times an hour, into the eyeballs of every child in Japan. The following week, ratings for children's programming in central Tokyo dropped by 0.1%. 0.1% is nothing. 0.1% is a rounding error. I framed it in my head anyway, because 0.1% is what it sounds like when a wall gets its first crack. And in a dark room somewhere across the city, a girl with silver twin tails typed the words FC Home Entertainment Computer into 6 monitors at once and got nothing back. Sora Hoshino did not handle that well. She had a server rack in her apartment, an actual rack, humming in the dark, in a residential building in 1993. She had built a life on the principle that if a thing existed on a network anywhere on this planet, she could find it in 4 minutes, and she had just spent an entire night not finding a consumer electronics product that was being advertised on television 4 times an hour. So she got dressed and went outside, which for her was the harder part. Gloves, long sleeves in early summer, a hood with cat ears on it, a mask, and glasses big enough to qualify as architecture. If you touched her, she reacted like you'd put a live wire on her. That wasn't a personality choice. It was wiring. She went to Kobayashi's hall because that was the one the internet kept naming. She stood at the back of a crowd she could not physically enter and watched a child play Super Mario Bros., and her verdict, delivered to nobody, was that it didn't seem that interesting. And then Ren Kobayashi climbed onto a stool with a cartridge in his hand. The cartridge had Dragon Quest written on it in marker because the artist did not exist yet, and neither did the label. 1 hour, he shouted. Free trial. New game. I want to explain what a pixel dragon looked like to people who had never seen one. They had special effects. They had monsters in movies. What they had never had was a monster that was waiting for them. Every dragon those people had ever seen was on the other side of a screen, doing its business, indifferent, already dead by the time the credits rolled. This one sat at the end of a cave and did nothing. It waited, and the only reason it was going to move at all was you. Kobayashi let the trial run to the entrance of the dragon's lair, and then he yanked the cartridge out. The room screamed at him. Defeat it, he said over the noise, and you can save the princess and become a true hero. Then he leaned into the microphone like a man who had been running gambling floors for 20 years and knew exactly what he had in his hands, and he said, "If you want to know what happens next, please listen to the next installment." That was the first cliffhanger in the history of this world's video game industry, and it was performed by a bald ex-Yakuza on a stool. He signed with me the next morning. 15% of the machines, 15% of the games. I have never regretted a number less. Now I needed an artist, because Dragon Quest, written on a cartridge in marker, is not a franchise. Which meant I had to call my mother. Haruna Ishikawa is an internationally exhibited painter, and she had not seen my face in years, and neither of my parents had lived with me since middle school, on the grounds that their child was grown and their marriage wasn't. I stood by the phone for a while like an idiot before I dialed. "Wow," she said, "Ishikawa has finally taken the initiative to call me." "Mother, you took the initiative to call me, so it's more likely because you need something." Correct. It was very hard to be the child of that woman. I told her I needed a manga artist, young, commercial, somebody whose art would still look good in 30 years and would not look like 1993 in 5. She gave me the name of an editor. Then, because she is who she is, she asked when I was going to visit, and I said soon, and then I said, "Love you, mother," and hung up before I could hear myself. She told me years later that she sat there holding the receiver and said out loud, to an empty room, "Ishikawa, he actually said he loves me?" I'm going to move on quickly. The editor's name was Kenji Watanabe, and his office was a war zone. He was in slippers. Half his artists were skipping deadlines, and I watched him order an assistant to go stand outside one of their houses until they came out. And the assistant said, "Editor-in-chief, it's winter." And Watanabe said, "Then wear a coat." I asked him for the best artist he had who was currently dying. He gave me Ryoichi Suzuki. Suzuki had debuted at the top, 5 straight years of falling. His current series was sitting exactly on the cancellation line, and his reader letters had gotten to the stage where they said things like, "Your manga is trash, please stop drawing." He hadn't left his apartment in half a year. I offered him 2 contracts, 500,000 yen a month, flat, guaranteed for a year, or 180,000 a month, plus 5% of the entire game series, forever. He said, I'll take it, and went red to the ears, and I had to ask him which one, because he had said it before I finished. He took the second one. Then he tried to refuse the salary as well, and I had to make him keep it, because a man who has been starving will always undervalue himself, and I did not want to be the guy who let him. He turned up at my office in a coat that had been slept in for a week, looking like a man who had been living behind a station, and Watanabe took one look and physically steered him back out the door to buy him clothes. Then he sat down and read the setting document for Dragon Quest, which was about 100 pages, and he did not look up once. "Mr. Ishikawa," he said eventually, "is this the manga outline you set up?" Watanabe answered for me, and I've never forgotten how he said it. His weak point has always been stories. I've spent years looking for a partner for him. Suzuki became the artist of that series for life. He is still drawing it. And on the day he signed, he went back to his editor and told him to cancel the old series. And he said, "Actually, I've known for a long time that it should have been axed, but you've been looking out for me." And he bowed from the waist to a man in slippers. Then he handed in the first chapter of the Dragon Quest manga and ended it on a cliffhanger. Watanabe called me at 11 at night, and I have never heard a professional editor sound so personally attacked. "Teacher Suzuki, are you even human? A cliffhanger in the very first chapter." I read the pages the next morning, and they were beautiful, and they were also unreadable, and I made the single biggest mistake of my early career, which was pointing that out. There was too much text. Everybody stood still and talked. 2 characters would have an entire duel while facing the camera like a stage play. Suzuki, who had been polite and humble and grateful up to that exact second, went cold. "In the field of manga," he said, "a manga artist is definitely more professional." Which is completely fair. I had no comeback for that. So I picked up a pencil. I spent half an hour drawing 2 pages of a fight scene out of memory in stick figures. Terrible stick figures. Stick figures that would embarrass a child. Panel breaks, angle changes, one silent frame, a page turn that lands on an impact. The whole grammar of 100 years of comics that this world had almost but not quite worked out yet. He stopped talking. He looked at those garbage drawings for a long time, and then he said, very quietly, "Mr. Akihiko, have you never studied manga before?" "No." "I'm glad you aren't a manga artist," he said, "and I also regret that you aren't a manga artist." Then he threw out the finished pages and started over. The last 3 days before launch, there were tents outside the store, more than 20 of them. People slept on the pavement for 3 nights in the spring cold to be first, and I stood across the street looking at that and felt something cold move through my stomach because 120,000 consoles were sitting in a warehouse with my name on the invoice. Kobayashi came and stood next to me and lit a cigarette. He had not smoked in 2 years. "Akihiko," he said, "do you think this thing will sell well?" We got drunk that night. He tried to take me to karaoke and then to, quote, "the place men like most," and I declined both, and he decided I was either a monk or a lunatic. Akari was waiting at the door of my house when the taxi dumped me out. She got me inside, put me down, and then, according to the photograph I found 4 years later, took a picture of my face. Her exact caption, written on the back in pen, "This can be used as Mr. Akihiko's dark history." Launch morning, the shutters went up and 20-odd people crawled out of tents and stood up like the dead rising. The parents were the best part. There was a father in that line, saying out loud, "I'll buy you a transformer from America. It's more expensive than this thing," which is a fascinating negotiating position. And his son said, "I don't want that. I want this." Sora was there too, on the far edge, not moving. She had come to buy one and had discovered a crowd, which for her was a wall. I walked up behind her and she jumped about a foot. "Please don't come any closer." Understood. I stood exactly where I was. And then I invented a business model on the spot to solve one specific customer's problem, which is, I maintain, how most business models get invented. "You can write down your address," I said. "We'll deliver it to your door. You don't have to touch anyone. Are you an employee?" I'm also a sales employee, just a backup one. 60 seconds later, two clerks carried out a table and a hand-lettered sign that said, Address Registration, and Sora Hoshino was the first name on that list, and then she left at speed. One of the clerks watched her go and said, Ah, is that the weird night girl? Yes, that's my future vice president of game development. Be nice. That evening, in a normal apartment in a normal district, an editor named Daiki Kato, who had burned a day of leave standing in a line, came home with a box, and his son took it out of his hands and had the entire thing connected to the television before his father got his shoes off. Dad, don't go. Take this. Second controller. Only for an hour. Contra. 3 lives. He lost all 3 on the first stage. His son, without looking away from the screen, offered to lend him one of his. For 1,000 yen. He paid it. He died. He bought another one for 1,000 yen. He died again. And somewhere around the 4th transaction, his son quietly worked out that at this rate, he'd have enough for a new cartridge by the weekend. They played until 1 in the morning. The next day at work, that man could not think about anything except the boss on stage 4. He sat in a newsroom where his colleagues were writing about which supermarket had raised prices, and he looked at those pages, and then he opened a blank document and wrote an article about a video game in 1 hour without a single revision. He didn't know it yet, but he had just become this planet's first games journalist, and he would end up going to war for me with a national newspaper behind him. First week, 32,453 consoles. 19,000 of them delivered to doors by people who did not want to stand in a crowd. Tetris, 29,813, which means almost every single person who bought the machine bought that one. Contra, 21,000. Dragon Quest, 7,435. Everyone panicked about that last number. I didn't, because role-playing games are a slow poison, and I knew exactly how long it takes to work. 400 million yen in 7 days. Akari wanted to celebrate. I told her the truth, which is a thing I try to do exactly often enough to be irritating. The people in Tokyo who should have bought it have probably already bought it. That's the whole trick, by the way. Everybody else in that industry spent the next 10 years counting the people who had said yes. I only ever counted the ones who hadn't. Which meant hiring, which meant discovering what that country did with women. I needed 2 senior assistants. I went through a headhunting agency, and I noticed something within about 10 minutes of reading resumes. The men cost 2 to 3 million yen more than women with identical experience. Same schools, same years, same titles. So I bought the discount. Hana Kimiko, 31, permanently and cheerfully unmarried, which in that country was treated as a medical condition. Mio Sakura, 33, who had left her last company after reporting her boss for harassment, which meant she had committed the unforgivable sin of saying it out loud. The agency manager slid their files across with a very careful face and said, Of course, you should know that these 2 women are not particularly easy to get along with. They were both in my office by the end of the week. On the way out that day, I nearly walked into Yoko Saito in the corridor, in a suit, holding a folder, because she had put herself through a bookkeeping course at night while assembling consoles, and was now applying to be my accountant. She got it. Obviously she got it. I'm not an idiot. And then Sora Hoshino came in for an interview, wrapped like a package, and told me she had a computer science degree from Stanford. Why aren't you at one of those companies? I don't like those places. Besides, I'm not short on money. Then why here? I'm just interested in the games your company makes. Out of every person I interviewed in that entire period, she was the only one who mentioned the games. She asked for remote work, or, failing that, a desk far from everyone. She explained the touch thing in about 9 words and then dared me with her eyes to make it weird. I did not make it weird. Then she mentioned, casually, in the tone of a person describing what she had for lunch, that she had already taken one of my cartridges apart, reverse-engineered the format, and written her own game on it. I offered her the job before she finished the sentence. Around then, my own staff made a game without me. I want to flag that because it's the entire long game. Super Baseball Tournament. I gave them nothing. They came back with a working thing, and then the marketing team wrote an advertisement that went straight for the throat of an entire generation. Perhaps you once had regrets. Perhaps you once fantasized about becoming a professional baseball player. Daiki Kato, our newborn games journalist, had been a pitcher. A knee had ended it at 19. He read that ad and got in the line himself, in daylight, as a grown man, and found his son in the line ahead of him, skipping school. I have it on good authority that the exchange went, I'll deal with you when we get back. For now, just stand there obediently, buy your stuff, and come home with me. 74,242 copies in a week, and I gave the whole team 2 months' salary as a bonus, and I gave a speech, which I'd like to enter into the record because I've had to live up to it ever since. Games are also a form of art, I said. I'd like to call it the ninth art, and for art, the first thing you have to do is move yourself. Then you can move others. Somebody asked what the other half was. The other half depends on the players, but respecting the players is the most important thing. Remember that. It comes back with a knife in about 6 years. Then I went to see Watanabe with 20 pages of Dragon Quest walkthrough. What is this? A guide. My plan is to spread it out over 10 or 20 issues. I watched a magazine editor do compound interest in his head in real time. Every issue, a chunk of a game people can't finish. Every chunk, a reason to buy the next issue. Every issue, an advertisement for a cartridge disguised as help. And in the game stores, Dragon Quest was sitting in the back of warehouses. I know exactly what that looked like because a manager told me later with great embarrassment. 500 boxes of dead stock. Put it at the very back of the warehouse. I don't want to see it. And his clerk said, "But manager, this game is actually quite fun. I bought a box and I haven't closed my eyes in 2 days." Then a customer walked in holding a manga magazine. Then another customer walked in holding a manga magazine. Then a dozen, all with the same issue, because Suzuki had ended that month's chapter on the secret of the hero's birth, and printed under the final panel in small text was a line that said the answer was already in the game. The manager's next words were, and I quote, "Hey, take down the discount notice." 40,000 copies to 100,000 in 3 days. That is the exact moment somebody with an actual empire noticed me. Surui Electronics, a genuine multinational. Televisions, tape players, semiconductors, film studios, the whole apparatus. Their president was a man in his 60s named Kazuya Nakamura, who had built the thing from nothing and had eyes like 2 black stones. They bought a Famicom, took it apart, and reported back to the board that many of the components inside were old relics from 17 or 18 years ago. They meant it as an insult. They did not understand that it was the whole design. Then they built the PN game console in about a month because they could, because they were a real company with real engineers, and it was better than mine on every specification sheet in the world. 16-bit, prettier, 3 games in the box, 10,000 yen. First week, 24,347. And their Minister of Games turned to his development team and demanded 4 more games within a month. And I have been told the room went completely silent, because that is not a request. That is a man ordering the tide to come in early. Their president eventually walked into one of those meetings himself, listened for 10 minutes, and removed the minister on the spot with 1 sentence. "It seems you are still not up to the task," and he put his youngest son in the chair. Kaito Nakamura, remember the name. He spent the next 7 years chasing me, and he is the only person in this entire story who ever forced me to respect him. My answer to their 16-bit machine was not a machine, Super Mario Bros. 3. I told my programmers to fit 384 kilobytes of game into a 256 kilobyte cartridge, and they looked at me like I had asked them to fit the ocean into a bucket, and then they did it. Because the thing about telling people the answer exists is that they stop asking whether it exists and start asking how. The kids had exactly one question, which they asked constantly, in letters, for years. Where is Super Mario 2? There isn't one. There is never going to be one. I skipped it, and I skipped the second Contra, and the second Dragon Quest, and eventually the second Final Fantasy, and I did it for no reason at all, except that it was funny, and by the time it stopped being funny, it had become a company tradition, and people wrote articles about what it meant. It meant nothing. I want that on the record. Daiki Kato slept in a tent again for that one. His son, at the front of the house, did not hesitate for a single second. Unplugged the shiny new 16-bit machine his father had also bought, shoved it aside, and plugged my cables back in. First week, 114,374 copies. Record. Second week, PN console sales fell to 6,000. That is what a good game does to a better machine. I want everyone who ever ran a hardware company to write that on the inside of their eyelids. We had a cake at the office. Somebody had it made as a castle, with all 4 of them on it. I cut off Princess Peach and put her on Akari's plate. "This belongs to you," I said. "You created the digital world's first princess." She had soldered the board that ran her. She went red and said something rude and ate the princess, Luigi went to Kobayashi, who had earned it. Mario I kept, because I am not a good person. And Hana Kimiko reached past all of us, took Bowser, and said nothing at all, which in hindsight was the single most accurate personality assessment ever performed at that company. Meanwhile, in a rented room somewhere, a man named Haruto Yoshida woke up on the floor with the television still on. There was a yellowed piece of paper taped to his door. It said, "I want to make a name for myself." He had put it there years ago, before the bubble ate his plans, and he had tried to tear it down several times and hadn't managed it. The screen was showing the final battle with the Dragon King. The music had been playing all night. He picked up the controller and said, out loud, to the pixel dragon he had already killed twice, "I'm sorry, old friend. I have to defeat you again." He'd finished the whole game without a guide. He'd gone into every cave, talked to every villager twice, walked the edges of the map to see where they stopped, the same way he used to climb hills as a kid, before anyone told him there was no money in it. Then he saw a banner on my website offering to teach people how to make games. He stood up in the middle of a crowded internet cafe and shouted, "I just seem to have found a new dream." A month later, he shipped Shinobi Project with 5 friends, sold 20,000 copies in a week, and became one of the most important developers in the world. Because I want to be clear about what I was doing with those courses, I was not being generous. I was building an ecosystem, and I was building it with a contract in my other hand. I'd teach anybody, free. Come in, learn how a video game is built, take the knowledge, keep it, but you don't leave until you've shipped one good game on my machine. One of them tried to negotiate that clause. "It's not harsh," I said. "We're teaching you how a video game should be made. Can you not concede on this point?" No concession. 6 months later, the television ratings of every channel in Japan were down 1 to 2%. Not one channel, all of them. For the first time in the recorded history of that country, men's programming and children's programming were down 3 to 4, because it turns out that when a family owns exactly one television and a child owns a console, the television stops being a television and becomes a monitor. So they blacklisted me. Every network pulled my advertising, some of them eating penalty clauses to do it, which is the corporate equivalent of throwing your own wallet into a river to spite a man on the far bank. Every network except one. Tokyo Television Station, the Salted Fish, the permanent 6th place channel that everybody stepped on, who kept running my ads for the boring reason that we had a contract and they needed the money. I want you to remember them too. At the time, I mostly just found the whole thing funny. My private summary, which I said out loud to an empty office, was, "How did a big scapegoat suddenly fall from the sky?" Then I thought about it for another second and added, "Although, carrying this scapegoat isn't unjust. Because they weren't wrong. I was taking it. I was taking all of it. I spent that New Year's Eve alone in a very large house, peeling a mandarin, watching the singing contest on the national channel like a man in a commercial for loneliness. Kobayashi called. In the background, a child's voice screamed, "Daddy, I'm going to die again!" And a former Yakuza enforcer said, "Coming, coming," in a voice I had genuinely never heard him use. Sora called. She had gotten my number off a colleague, which I doubt, and she asked, with no preamble whatsoever, if I would take her on as a student. Then the doorbell rang. Akari was standing in the snow in a knitted hat with Princess Peach on it and mittens with Mario on them, holding a basket of New Year food her mother had made, and she looked past me into my house and made a face like a health inspector. "Boss, with it being this messy, how does it look like New Year at all?" She put on an apron and cleaned my entire house, which took 2 hours, during which I was allowed to hold things. Then we sat under the kotatsu and ate her mother's cooking and played Tetris on a prototype of the Super Famicom that did not officially exist yet. At some point, I noticed she wasn't looking at the screen. I did not say anything about it. I want to be honest that I noticed and said nothing, because it took me another 6 years to do anything with that information, and I do not think that reflects well on me. Then Dragon Quest III happened, and it stopped being a company and started being a phenomenon. I ran a fan event first, 100 winners. We put every single one of them in a costume, cloak, horned helmet, sword, shield, and then let them keep all of it, which cost a fortune and bought loyalty you cannot buy any other way. The hall was built as a tavern. The chairs were thrones. There were girls playing shopkeepers and men in armor with spears standing at the doors. I ran a short stage play of the first game's story, done straight, no winking. Then we killed the lights and played the trailer, and instead of the 8-bit music they had all memorized, an orchestra came out of the speakers. The last line on the screen was, "The hero's descendants," and the legendary story of the original hero. I have never heard a room make that noise before or since. Around then, I also created a fake internet account because I have no shame. The name I chose was Nintendo is the ruler of the world, which is a joke that literally nobody on that planet could get, which made it funnier, and I used it to raise a 14-year-old. Akira Sato ran a games forum with about 1,000 users. His mother was dead. His father worked at Surui Electronics and was basically never home. He was a kid alone in a room with a modem and a very sincere opinion about everything. So I started messaging him from behind a name he thought belonged to some older guy on the internet, and I taught him how to be the first game critic in the history of the world. Then I told him to come to my building, and he got stopped at the door by a security guard who thought he was a fan, and I had to call that guard and tell him to play along and not mention me, because if my own front desk let the kid in, my alt account would be immediately and permanently blown. He got in the second day by aggressively flattering the same guard, calling him handsome big brother until the man cracked. Then he sat in front of me and I tested him. What if we make a terrible game and you tear it to shreds? He didn't even pause. The game industry needs a group of people who are neutral enough. I gave him Pac-Man 10 days before release, an ironclad confidentiality agreement, and a rule against spoilers. He asked for a photograph and an autograph. Dragon Quest III, 500 people in an overnight queue, 130,000 copies on day 1, 280,000 in a week at 7,000 yen a box, 2 billion yen in revenue, 1.3 billion of it profit. The company was not yet 1 year old, and that is when the television stations decided to kill me. There had been a fight. That part is true, and I'm not going to pretend otherwise. A scuffle in a queue, some pushing, a cardboard box with blood on it. Fuji cut into their afternoon schedule with a special. Why would a video game lead to vicious incidents of group fighting? Is the video game a star of evil? They ran the footage. They brought on a professor of sociology and a professor of psychology, both of whom confirmed, with the enormous authority of two men who had never held a controller, that games increase aggression. Then the other three did it too. Same week, same angle. Coordinated the way only people who golf together can coordinate. And then the government started using the word restrictions in public. Natsume Yasutaka, my PR chief, came into my office and bowed and said, "I should have anticipated this," which is the most Japanese sentence ever spoken about a problem that was not remotely his fault. I had a plan. I want to be clear that I had a plan, and that I had already started executing it, and that my plan was fine. My plan was not what happened. What happened is that somewhere across the city, a girl in a hoodie cracked her knuckles at 6 monitors and said out loud to nobody, "I'm going to make you old fools at the television station taste my wrath." I did not know about this. I want that on the record too, for legal reasons. She went into the dark corners of that world's internet, which had all the same corners as mine, and she traded. She has never told me what she traded, and I have never asked. And her only comment on the subject was a phrase about the principle of equivalent exchange. It took her most of 2 days. Her servers screamed. Her apartment got so hot that she finally took off the hood and the gloves and the layers and sat there in a tank top, which is the most vulnerable thing that woman had done in years. And she did it alone in a room to hurt some men she had never met. 100 gigabytes on 6 television networks. She went to sleep smiling and told me years later that she dreamed about the characters from my games standing around her. Meanwhile, my actual plan aired on Tokyo Television, the Salted Fish, the only station that would take my money. Takeshi from PR sat on a small set with a stack of charts, crime statistics by district, then photographs, Yakuza in a street fight 3 years ago, the same faces in an entertainment hall hunched over a game cabinet, the same faces again behind a counter in aprons working a shop. "We're returning them to society," he said. It was a good segment. It would have moved the needle a little. It moved absolutely nothing because while it was airing, the internet detonated. Tax evasion, secret political donations, harassment complaints buried by legal departments. Meeting logs putting network executives in private rooms with actresses whose careers had gone strangely well afterwards. And it didn't come out as an article. That's the part that made me genuinely uneasy. It came out as a pop-up. You opened any popular page in Japan that night, any page at all, and something new fell into your face. By midnight, the executives were getting calls from the government instead of making them. Within 24 hours, every anti-game program on the schedule was canceled. Takeshi came into my office the next morning, glowing like a light bulb, and said, "There is some internet expert secretly helping us." I said, "Amazing, what luck." And then I went and stood outside the office of a girl who did not like being looked at, and I did not go in because there was nothing I could have said that wouldn't have made it worse. That is roughly when I stopped thinking of my company as a company, because I had accidentally built a place that people would break the law for. And across the ocean, a man named Miller was about to lose 2 years of his life. Miller was American. He'd been posted to Tokyo on business, spoke no Japanese, and had drifted through a month of it in a state of quiet misery. He'd written his resignation letter. It was on the table next to his packed suitcase. The night before he was going to hand it in, a colleague invited him home for dinner. He does not remember the food. He remembers a Famicom. He played until past midnight. The colleague's kid whined at him in Japanese the entire time, and he understood none of it and ignored all of it and did not look away from the screen once. He apologized on the way out. He got back to his apartment, walked past the suitcase, picked up the resignation letter, and tore it in half. The next day after work, he went to a game shop with his colleague and bought one copy of every single game on the shelf. There were nearly 100 Famicom games, 4,000 yen each. He paid hundreds of thousands of yen in cash without blinking, and his colleague stood behind him thinking, so this is what an American is. Then he took them home and started learning Japanese. On his own, at night, because the role-playing games were in Japanese, and he wanted to know what the villagers were saying. 3 months. He got there. He said afterward that he hadn't known his brain could still do that. And when Dragon Quest III came out, he bought a limited edition Zelda bundle purely because it let him skip the reservation queue, took a week of vacation, and vanished. I'll tell you what he found, because it's the one time I improved on the original. The game opens as the story of 3 descendants of a hero. You fight through it. You reach the High Priest, you beat the High Priest, and then the High Priest kills himself to summon the actual thing behind everything, Zoma, the god of destruction from the ancient world. Zoma turns to erase these 3 children before they can grow into a threat, and a portal opens, and a man walks out of it with a sword and a shield and says, "Children, join me in defeating the god of destruction, and let this world be restored to peace." Who are you? Me? I am Loto, your ancestor. Screen goes black. Part 0. And you are now playing as the ancestor, hundreds of years earlier, at the beginning of the legend, and everything you just played was the prologue. Miller, 5 days deep, with red eyes, said out loud in an empty apartment. So this was the beginning? But here's the piece I added. While you're playing as the ancestor, you get flashes, little visions, fragments of things that will happen centuries later. A cave, a monster, a moment his descendants will have to survive. You can ignore them. Most people ignore them. Or you can go to that cave in the past and weaken that monster. And a line appears on the screen that says, "Your descendants have been strengthened." Miller didn't understand it. He did it anyway, over and over, for hours, because he had a feeling. At the end of the ancestor story, he kills Zoma, and Zoma laughs at him from the dark and tells him it's meaningless, that when the hero grows old and dies, he will simply return. And the hero isn't afraid, because he's seen the future. He's watched, in fragments, the children who are coming. Then he walks away from his own victory parade, alone, to the top of a cliff. And a voice comes out of nothing and says, "O legendary hero Loto, accept the summons of your descendants." He jumps off the cliff into a portal. And the screen returns to the very beginning of the first chapter, the moment you already played. The 3 kids facing the god of destruction, with a man walking out of a hole in the world behind them. Except their equipment is different. Miller sat up. Because every single thing he'd done in the past, every monster he'd weakened, every vision he'd chased, had changed the loadout of the children he'd already met. So that was the foreshadowing, he said, and then, this game is God tier. He'd been awake for 6 days on 3 hours of sleep a night. The last thing he did before he finally passed out was write himself a note. Buy more consoles. Take them home. He was going to need them, because in about a year an entire continent was going to find out what this was, and Miller would be standing in line on day 1, in a suit, at 38 years old, surrounded by college students. But first, I had to survive being popular. A month after Dragon Quest III, the numbers stopped being numbers and started being weather. 700,000 copies of the 3rd game. The first game finally crossed 1 million, which made it the first game on that console to do it, and we threw a party in the office that got out of hand in a way I will not describe. But the games were the small part. Toy swords, toy shields, Loto's shield specifically, which for reasons nobody could explain became the object every 8-year-old in Japan needed to own. Within 2 months, the hero of Dragon Quest was standing shoulder to shoulder in children's hearts with Koshien Superman, the tokusatsu hero who had owned that country's playgrounds for a decade. The people who made Koshien Superman took it extremely personally. I'm told their producer's exact complaint was that these brats have 0 loyalty. Correct, they don't. That's the business. Then the guidebook. Kasuga printed a combined guide for the 1st and 3rd games. A 300 pages, full color, 5,000 yen, which is an obscene price for a book of maps. And Watanabe, who I had by then decided was the most dangerous man in publishing, added one thing. He numbered them. 100,000 copies, 100,000 numbers, and a random chance that yours came signed. He turned a walkthrough into a lottery ticket. 100,000 sold out in 1 week. He got another 200,000 printed overnight. Those went in a month. Then we announced an anime, and that was the exact moment every other entertainment company in Japan sat up, because they had all been watching the console sales and thinking, well, that's a toy business. And they were now watching a toy business generate an anime, a manga, a book line, and a merchandising department. And they realized they had misfiled the entire industry. Surui Electronics announced a sequel to their flagship game, and a limited edition bundle, copying my sales model beat for beat. Their overseas division started pushing into America. Jingping Entertainment, who owned piles of anime and novel rights, decided to strip mine all of them into games, which is a strategy I would like everyone to remember for later. And I started a 5th development team for the one series I actually wanted to make, Final Fantasy. Dragon Quest is a national game. Final Fantasy is a world game. I couldn't have told you exactly why at the time, and I still can't, but it travels, and Dragon Quest doesn't. And I think it's because Final Fantasy has machines in it. Steam, steel, technology sitting next to magic. It looks like the future had an accident, and its heroes aren't heroes. They're broken people who talk back. I gave that team exactly 2 instructions before they were allowed to touch a line of code. Find me an artist, find me a composer. Not a game, not a design, 2 human beings. Because I had already written down, from memory, on paper, the Crystal Prelude and the Chocobo theme, and I told them flat out, without those 2 pieces of music, there is no series. 30 portfolios came back. Every one of them was wrong. Too traditional, too cartoonish, too gentle, too modern. Everything just slightly off, the way a cover version is off. And then Hana Kimiko knocked on my door and asked if I was looking for someone to write music. Her friend had a brother. He'd been somebody once, 20 years old and record labels calling him. And then he hit a wall. His word was bottleneck, which is the polite way of saying he stopped being able to hear anything new. And instead of climbing it, he drank at it for a decade until the money ran out. He was 40. His family was struggling. He had not written a note in years. She brought me a cassette, unreleased, handwritten label, Ryota Sasaki. Track 1, guitar and voice. His voice was a 5 out of 10. His guitar was a 9. Between them, they came out around 8, which is a magic trick. Track 2, a violin piece that sounded like walking through a city at 7 in the morning. Track 3 was the 1. Multiple instruments, keyboard, something confused and searching in the middle of it. It was the last thing he ever wrote, and you could hear the wall in it. He had recorded the exact sound of running out of ideas, and it was the best thing on the tape. And at the end of the cassette, his own voice, alone in a room, years ago. Thank you for listening, very much. If there are any shortcomings, please feel free to point them out. I am willing to do my best. Kimiko was watching me with an expression I had never seen on her before, which was hope. Bring him in, I said. I want to see him in person. Thank you, President, on behalf of my friend. Don't thank me. I said I'd listen. If he's good, it's because he's good, and if he isn't, your recommendation won't help him. He was good, 8 out of 10, and I could drag him to 9, and 9 was all I needed. And when he came in, he was the most agreeable man I have ever employed. Whatever I asked, he wrote. Whatever style I described, he produced. 10 years of ordinary life had sanded every sharp edge off him and left something that just wanted to work. He became the composer of that series for life. The artist came from my mother, because I called her again, and this time she delivered. A former student of hers whose style was about 80% of what was in my head, which is close enough that nobody but me would ever know the difference. That artist thought video games were beneath him, took the job for the money, drew exactly what I asked, and never once played the thing. I didn't mind. Not everybody has to love it. Some people just have to show up. And then, while the entire industry was watching me and Surui Electronics circle each other over 16-bit machines, I released an egg. 2,000 yen. A plastic egg with a black and white screen the size of 2 thumbs. Effectively zero technology. You could have built it in 1979. The advertisement was 30 seconds of girls running under morning sunlight with small creatures on their shoulders. A yellow one with rabbit ears and a lightning bolt tail. A 9-tailed fox. A slime stolen wholesale from Dragon Quest because synergy, growth, cultivation, education, until old age. Over 50 different creatures. Every one you raise is different. Tamagotchi. We all love it. The girls in the ad held the eggs out toward the camera and smiled, and the phone number on the screen was unreachable within 4 minutes of the first broadcast. I have to describe what this did to my competitors because their reaction is one of my favorite things that has ever happened to me. Surui Electronics, Wides, 30 new game companies. All of them had spies watching for the 16-bit machine. All of them knew it was coming. All of them had built their entire strategy around it, and I hit them with a 2,000 yen egg. Their internal assessment, which I heard about later, was roughly, "This has no technical content whatsoever. Who would buy this to raise a fake animal? Wouldn't you just get a cat?" They genuinely did not understand it, and I want to be fair to them, neither did I, at first, in my old life. It took me years to work out that the appeal of raising something is not the thing. It's that it needs you. Mai Takashi was 9. Her mother was allergic to fur, so she was never allowed an animal, and she had spent a couple of years secretly feeding strays behind the building, and they had all eventually left, which is what strays do, and which is a small heartbreak nobody bothers to count. She saw the commercial and understood immediately that this was a pet with no fur in it. She got to the phone and dialed. Busy. Dialed again. Busy. She was still dialing when her mother came home from shopping, and still dialing when her father came home from work. "Mai, what are you doing?" "Dad, I've decided on the gift I want." New Year and Christmas have both passed. By our agreement, the next gift is at cherry blossom season. "Dad, it only costs 2,000 yen. 2,000 yen is not a small amount. "Please, Dad, I promise I'll be good for the whole year." And then she did the thing where the eyes go shiny. I have been in a lot of negotiations. I have sat across from men who ran electronics conglomerates and men who ran organized crime. I have never seen anyone close a deal as fast as a 9-year-old with wet eyes and a 2,000 yen ask. The unit cost me 500 yen to make, all in, including the box. I sold it for 2,000. 50,000 on day 1, 50,000 on day 2, 300,000 in the first week, faster than the Famicom had ever moved. 700,000 in a month. And the thing it actually did was rewire an entire demographic. Because within a month, in Tokyo, the girls in every classroom in the city were passing eggs back and forth, comparing creatures, and marrying them to each other by infrared, which the software supported because I put it there on purpose. "Hey, your little mouse is so cute. Your big-eared rabbit is cute too. Shall we get married?" "Okay, sure." They held ceremonies. Actual ceremonies. They sewed tiny wedding dresses for plastic eggs. Mai Takashi, who had been nobody in her class, became the most popular child in it because she'd bought hers first and therefore knew things. And a 9-year-old who knows things is a 9-year-old with power. The boys, meanwhile, declared the egg to be a girl's toy and beneath them, which was fine because I had already started building the bridge. 2 months. 2 games aimed straight at that new audience. A dress-up game, which took one team less than a month and needed no input from me at all, and a side-scrolling platformer starving 50 of the same creatures from the eggs, made by 3 of the programmers who had built Super Mario Bros. 3 in their sleep. Famicom sales, which had been drifting down, went back up to 100,000 units a week. I had doubled the size of the largest market on the planet by selling a plastic egg to little girls. My competitors' summary of this period, which I treasure, was that I hadn't just beaten them, I had lapped them and driven over their faces on the way past. Only one person in my own building was unimpressed. Sora Hoshino looked at the Tamagotchi, established that it contained no technical challenge of any kind, and refused to acknowledge its existence for the rest of her career. Then 4 of my 5 composers tried to quit on the same afternoon. I found out because there was shouting outside my office, which never happened, and I came out to find half a dozen developers arguing in a corridor. The composer we hired, he left. Left. Yes, literally left. The problem was assembly language. I had forgotten about it completely. On that hardware, you don't write music. There is no such thing as writing music. The machine does not know what a note is. You write code, and the code is the score, and you have to think in numbers about a thing that is not made of numbers. Nobody had told them that at the interview. Because nobody had thought to, because to my programmers it was as obvious as gravity. So a man who had spent 30 years learning to hear had been handed a page of hexadecimal, and had reasonably concluded that we were insulting him. Kimiko delivered the death toll, 5 composers hired, 4 leaving. The only one staying was her friend's brother, Ryota Sasaki, and I suspect he was staying because he had nowhere else to go, which is a hell of a foundation for loyalty and worked out beautifully for both of us. I called them all into a room. "Is it because learning new things is difficult?" A man in his 40s answered for the group, and he was polite about it, and he had a point. "We are composers. Our task here is to compose. We did not expect to also learn a computer language. Why does a composer need to learn a computer language?" I told him it was part of the job, that we should have said so, that I would raise their pay by 10%, and that I would genuinely like them to stay. 3 of them started reconsidering on the spot, because I was overpaying them already, and the office had no overtime culture, and that combination is rarer in that country than a comet. And then Shota Yamamoto said the thing. Can we just not learn that troublesome stuff? I really don't understand why computer programming even exists in this world. It's simply awful. I want to be precise about what happened next, because people who worked for me for 10 years still bring it up. I stopped smiling. Mr. Shota Yamamoto, correct? He nodded. You can question computer programming. You can complain about how complex it is, but verbal abuse is intolerable and very impolite. And then I just looked at him. He opened his mouth. I know what he wanted to say, because he said a version of it to a newspaper 8 months later. He wanted to say something about who I thought I was, some 20-something with a company, talking to a man of his standing. Nothing came out. He sat there with his mouth open and swallowed it. Mr. Shota Yamamoto, you may leave now. It seems your philosophy does not align with our company's. He had already been leaving. That's the funny part. He'd come into the room having already quit, and I had just taken it away from him and made it a firing. Please do not make me say it a second time. As per your request, you are free to leave, and you are no longer welcome here. He threw his chair aside on his way out and delivered a parting line about how composers had never looked up to businessmen like me. The other 3 stayed. Ryota Sasaki put his hand up first and said, in the voice of a man who has decided something, President Kenji Ishikawa, I am willing to continue with the company. I also believe that video game music is a very interesting thing. I want to tell you the end of Shota Yamamoto now, instead of later, because it's short. 2 years on, game composers had become famous. Their names went on box art. I started pressing soundtrack albums under their names and selling them to fans by the 100,000. Men who had been a 3 out of 10 in the music industry became a 6, without getting any better at music, purely by being early. He tried to come back. He went around to the other game companies. Nobody else was paying what I paid. Nobody else even cared about sound yet. He faded out completely. And yes, I'm sure he regretted it. And yes, he did it to himself. And no, I have never once felt bad about it, because he called my profession awful to my face in my own building. Then we shipped Metroid. I want to talk about this one properly, because it's the first game where I lied to an entire planet and got away with it. Space Bounty Hunter. Alien parasites called Metroids, powerful enough to end a civilization, stolen by space pirates. The Galactic Federation sends people. The people die. The Federation finally goes to the only name left, the strongest hunter alive, in a suit of armor. The demo we put in arcades was 30 minutes long, and it stopped exactly 1 minute before the game becomes what it actually is, which is a map that opens like a fist. Akira Sato got his advance copy 10 days early, as always, and ran home from the station. There was no parcel at the door. There was, however, an extra pair of shoes in the entryway and 8-bit music coming from the living room, and his father, an employee of Surui Electronics in the games division, who had not had a proper conversation with his son in about a year, sitting in front of the television playing an unreleased competitor product. He had found the parcel. He had opened it. He had read the label saying, "Strictly prohibited from leaking," and had checked the return address and found that it said Yuxing Electronic Entertainment, head office, and had experienced the specific vertigo of a man discovering that his teenage son has a corporate relationship he does not know about. Then he'd plugged it in, because he is a human being. Akira Sato crossed the room and yanked the power cord out of the wall. "What are you doing?" "Dad, you can't play this game yet." "Why not?" "It's still under confidentiality. I signed a contract." "What contract?" "Don't worry about it. In short, if I let you play this right now, I'll be facing a lawsuit." Then he took the cartridge and locked himself in his bedroom. Somewhere behind him, a middle manager at Surui Electronics stood in his own living room holding an unplugged cable and thought, with real bewilderment, what has my child been doing? The kid finished the game in 2 nights and posted a review giving it 4 stars. 4 stars is a good review. 4 stars is a recommendation. It was also, from him, a small disaster, and I knew exactly why. So my alt account messaged him. "Have you played it? What did you think?" He complained, politely. "It's excellent. It's a whole new genre, but something's missing. Maybe the hardware is at its limit. Maybe the story should have been stronger." And I typed, "But did you see the ending animation? Yes, I even watched the credits. Weren't you surprised by the ending? Huh? And I said, it seems the ending you saw is different from mine. Do you want me to spoil which one I got? No, he wrote back in capital letters. I'm going to play it again right now. Here's what he didn't know. The completion time changes the ending. If you're fast enough, the bounty hunter takes off the armor. And the strongest bounty hunter in the galaxy, the walking tank who had killed a space pirate queen, was a blonde woman standing on a plane with meteors going overhead. The first playable female protagonist in the history of that world. He played it 11 more times. Then he did something no critic on that planet had ever done. He went back and changed a published score. 4 stars to 5. And he opened the revised review with an apology to his own readers. I rushed the game. I misjudged it. It took me more than 10 playthroughs to be sure, and then, without spoiling a single thing, he wrote, I can assure you that the ending alone is worth 1 star. The ending is also a prelude to a new era. For the record, I had also removed the gender option from the hero of Dragon Quest III, which existed in the original, specifically so that this crown would go to her instead. I am not sorry. The day after launch, every billboard, every subway poster, and the entire games page of the country's biggest economic newspaper changed at once, and Samus took the helmet off. The world's first female video game hero, an independent, powerful, strikingly handsome female hero. Daiki Kato, our newborn games journalist, laid that page out himself and sat back and thought, in his own words, this is textbook political correctness. He wasn't wrong. It was also true, which is the good kind. 230,000 copies in the first week, in a market where a solid game did 150. And on the first episode of Tokyo Television's new video game program, a weekly show about games, which no channel on that planet had ever run, a member of my promotions team speedran it live on air and demonstrated, for a national audience, that if you are fast enough, the ending gives you Samus in a bikini. I would like to state that this was not my idea. I would also like to state that I approved it in about 4 seconds. Half of Japan tried to speedrun a Metroidvania that week for entirely non-artistic reasons, and in the process discovered that Metroidvanias are good, which was the point. Meanwhile, Sora Hoshino had gone quiet about that game in a way I noticed. She told me eventually, in a roundabout way, that she thought Samus resembled her, armor in public. Everything peeled off the second she got home, and there was nobody to see. She then explained at length that this was obviously a coincidence, since I could not possibly know what she did in her own apartment, and that it was definitely, certainly, a coincidence. Yes, Sora, coincidence. Then the burglar came. I was out that night having dinner with the deputy director of Tokyo Television, a man named Koji who had decided to bet his career on me and who would spend the next decade being right. I got back to my street at 11, and there were 3 police cars outside my house. I have never sobered up faster. Akari lived there. I ran. She was in the living room surrounded by officers, absolutely fine, and the first thing she said was, Kenji Ishikawa, and shoved 2 policemen aside to get to me. Are you okay? They said there was a burglary. Yeah, a bad guy came in, but don't worry, I've already defeated him. There's no loss except a broken door. Excuse me. The officers were all looking at her with a very particular expression that I did not understand yet. One of them told me the suspect was in the car. Half of that man's face was a single swollen mass. I couldn't have picked him out of a lineup of 2. So we sat down, and she told me, at speed, in one breath, like a child confessing. She'd been eating noodles in front of the TV, absolutely not paying attention to the drama, mostly wondering when I'd get home so we could play something. Then there was a bang upstairs, and she went up the stairs happy because she thought it was me. She opened the door, and there was a knife. Her body handled it. Reverse grip on the wrist, hip turn, shoulder throw. My house has an open second floor with a railing over the living room, so the burglar left the second floor on a very elegant arc and arrived on the first floor all at once. He was dazed, but he was fit, and he got up in time to see a 19-year-old girl step onto the railing of the second floor and jump after him, screaming. He said afterward, to the police, on the record, that he had never seen a woman that reckless in his life. She landed hard enough to punch a heel-shaped hole in my floor, which she then apologized for 4 separate times. He locked himself in the downstairs bathroom, which was a mistake because the window in there is too small to fit a human and the door is thin pine. She put her fist through the door. Then she kicked it open, and the man, who at this point still had the knife and had made the truly heroic decision to keep using it, took a hand blade strike to the face. Then she called the police. I sat on my sofa and looked at the hole in my floor and the fist hole in my bathroom door, and the phrase, "Here's Johnny," went through my head, and I said, "Wait a moment, let me digest this information first." "Akihiko, I didn't mean to. I'll pay for it." She was curled up on the end of the sofa with her arms around her knees, watching me out of the corner of her eye, and I finally understood the look the police had been giving her, and I also finally understood something else. Akari, are you a martial artist? Is being an electrical engineer just your side job? No, no, no. I got into university properly. I'm not a martial artist. It's just, I've been learning self-defense since I was a child. That was not self-defense. My family runs a kendo dojo. My father is a kendo teacher. Everything I know, he taught me. And then, to demonstrate, she stood up and did the hand blade strike in my living room. And I remembered where I'd seen that before. The first time I met Ren Kobayashi, there had been a red mark on his bald head in the exact shape of the edge of a hand, and I had assumed it was a birthmark and been too polite to ask. You aren't angry, are you? She said. These are all minor matters. The most important thing is that you're okay. You protected this home. She kept trying to pay for the door. I kept telling her to stop. And then she asked the actual question in a very small voice. I can still keep working, right? Because, and I only found this out that night, every single time she had ever let a man see what she could do, that man had gotten quietly further away from her, without exception. I took her out for barbecue at midnight, which in Tokyo is not hard, because in Tokyo, nobody gets to go home until 10. She put her hands together over the grill and said, "Let's eat," and shoveled meat into her face like a woman who had recently done cardio. You've never told me about your family, I said. At New Year, you said there were a lot of students at the house. My dad's disciples. So if you hadn't come out and found a job, you'd have married one of them and he'd have inherited the dojo? Yeah, she kept chewing. That's why the day I graduated, I stopped taking a single yen from home, and I've been working like crazy to pay them back. I don't want to be tied down by my father. I want my own life, too. Then she put her chopsticks down, which she never did, and looked straight at me. Akihiko, thank you for giving me this job. Thank you for giving me the qualifications to say no to my father. And thank you for being willing to accept me. Don't thank me, I said. It's the reward for your own effort. Which is true, and which is also the coward's answer, and I have thought about that sentence more times than I would like to admit. 2 weeks later, I went on television and blew up my own product line. The format did not exist yet, so I had to explain it to everybody. No guests, no host. No audience, pre-recorded, cut like a film, 40 minutes, straight into the country's living rooms on a Sunday evening at 6. I called it a direct. Natsume, my PR chief, tried very hard to make me be dignified about it. President, if you are hosting personally, you should maintain a serious and formal image. This is the look a president should have. Why? Because you are the president. And I said the thing that ended up on posters in that company for the next 20 years. And I want to be honest that I stole it, word for word, from a man I admired in another life who is not going to exist in this one. In your eyes, I am a company president. In my own view, I am a game producer. But deep down in my heart, I have always believed that I am a gamer. And that is what I will be on television. Half the room got visibly emotional. Natsume gave up. We shot it against a green screen, so I spent an entire day performing to empty air, and the director told me afterward that my performance was comparable to an actor with a decent foundation, which I chose to accept as a compliment and not as the diplomatic phrasing of a man who needed me to go home. I'd been hoping it would take 3 to 5 days. It took 1. I was genuinely disappointed. Turns out I like film sets. Here is what the country saw. White. Nothing but white. A pipe rises out of it, and Mario climbs out and looks around at a blank universe with an expression of complete confusion. Then he finds something in the air, jumps, and knocks a treasure chest out of nowhere. It's locked. Bullets come through the white wall. Lance from Contra crashes in, also confused, sees the chest, and immediately tries to solve it with a machine gun. Mario stops him. The wall gets cut open by sword strokes. Link comes through it, dragging Princess Zelda by the hand, sees the chest, and immediately tries to solve it with a sword. Mario and Lance both stop him. Then everyone. Samus with the helmet off, Lodo, Pac-Man, the baseball team, the little tank from Battle City. Every character that world had, standing in a white room around a box none of them can open. And then a man climbs out of the pipe wearing a red hat. I walk through them. I take a key out of my pocket. It's shining like a diamond because my effects budget had gotten enormous. Click. Gold light. Everyone dissolves. And a gray-white box is standing there. Then the box starts shaking, like there's something furious inside it, and the lid blows off, and out come all the same characters again, redrawn. 16-bit. Mario with real shading, Loto with a cloak that moves, Link, and Princess Zelda, who I am reliably informed became the first crush of approximately one entire generation of Japanese schoolboys that evening. Then I walk on and say, "Players, I am Kenji Ishikawa. Welcome to the new world." And I raise my hand and fireworks go off. At my competitors' offices watching this live, the reaction was apparently, "He dropped the machine in the first 90 seconds. What does he have left for the other 38 minutes? I had a lot left. Every first-party Famicom game remade with better color and sound. And for existing owners, bring in your old cartridge, pay 500 yen, walk out with the new one. I refurbished the old ones and sold them cheap as certified pre-owned, because secondhand was going to happen with or without me, and I would rather be the one running it. 500 yen. Every manufacturer in the country made the same noise at once. He's selling them the same game twice by repainting it. Shameless. They were half right. On the trade-ins, I barely broke even. What I was actually buying was the transition. Every player who took that deal was now locked into the new machine before the new machine had games. Then a new Mario, a whole new world, a dinosaur companion, and the specific shape of a small green thing that made every girl in the country who had been dragged in front of the television by a brother look up from her Tamagotchi and say, in a suspicious tone, "Wait, that dinosaur is cute." The ratings hit 23%. Then the price. I want to set this scene properly because it happened in about 4 million houses simultaneously. "Dad, I want to buy the latest SFC." "You brat, you already have a Famicom. Aren't the games you have enough?" "Dad, aren't you tempted? Better graphics, better music, more exciting games." Of course I'm not interested." "Please, Dad. They haven't even said how much it costs. It's definitely more than 10,000 yen. The PN console is more than 10,000. If it's more than 10,000, on the screen, 8,000. Total silence in 4 million living rooms. "Look, Dad, it's not over 10,000. Then there's really no choice, is there, honey? And in 4 million kitchens, 4 million wives rolled their eyes at 4 million husbands who wanted it for themselves and had just found a child to hide behind. Then I did the part I'd been waiting all month for. "It seems this direct is all over," I said, looking as relaxed as I could manage, with a slight expression of regret. "Actually, I think I should give the players more surprises. What do you think?" Children who had already gotten up to go eat dinner turned around. "What if I said there's another surprise?" And a second treasure chest appeared in my hand. At Tsurui Electronics, Kaito Nakamura, who had spent 2 months preparing his counterattack around the assumption that this evening was about one machine, stood up out of his chair. I opened the box and lifted out something the size of a palm. "Players, this is the second gift I have brought you. I call it Game Boy, or GB. Officially, a handheld entertainment computer. A game console you can play anytime, anywhere." Nobody in that world had ever seen a handheld. But everybody in that world already carried a phone, so every adult watching understood the shape of the idea in about 2 seconds, and the entire concept of a commute changed for them right there on a Sunday evening. Its performance is comparable to the Famicom. To keep the battery life long, we regrettably had to sacrifice a color screen. But I can guarantee you, you can experience games close to the Famicom in the palm of your hand. 25 hours of battery. Akari's engineering teams had spent half a year on that number and hit my minimum requirement by a margin of about 0. "Dad, I want this. Please. I'll give up my pocket money for the entire year. I only want this. And bring a few games too." And in 4 million living rooms, 4 million fathers said, with total sincerity, "Absolutely not. I will not buy that for you." And then thought, "I'll buy it for myself, secretly, tomorrow. Because if I had that, the commuter train stops being hell." Tetris in the box, free, with the machine. A Mario made specifically for it. A new baseball game. And a second Metroid, called Samus Returns, with no number on it, because we do not make Part 2s. Then I put the machine back in the box and said the time for the direct was limited and there would be no trailers today. The country tried to come through the screen at me. "You can't do this. Show us the games. Even if they're not finished. Does you say want to make money or not? Keep this up and we might just not buy your console." Which was, of course, a lie, because at that exact moment, fathers, young men on their first salary, and junior high schoolers with 3 part-time jobs were all walking toward their savings, and I have it on good authority that anyone who got in their way would have been committing a crime. The next morning, authorized stores across Japan were full of people trying to hand over cash for machines that did not yet exist, and clerks apologizing to customers who wanted to pay them. Then I dropped the price of the Famicom by 1,000 yen, and instead of collapsing, it went up. 500,000 units the month before, 700,000 the month after, 20,000 consoles a day on an obsolete machine in the middle of its own replacement. Total sales passed 3 million, then, in a year, 10. Kaito Nakamura did what I would have done. He launched Sun Knight 2 the day before my announcement to steal my air, with an original composer, a famous artist, and the original novelist on story. Then, a racing game with a steering wheel peripheral. Then a baseball game with the actual national high school tournament license. It was good work. It was genuinely good work, and it got buried because a Mario had come out. His father's company had 400,000 consoles in the market against my 3 million. And then, and this is the part I'm proud of in a way I can't fully justify, I told my PR chief to go leak my own secrets. Find people who can post anonymously online, untraceable, and leak that we're beginning development on a higher performance console. 32-bit, 3D graphics. Natsume stared at me. President, are you serious? We really are developing it, and it really is 32-bit. Actively leaking secrets, isn't that just letting our opponents react? Exactly. That's what I want to do. They're too slow. I have to spur them on. He could not make that make sense, and I didn't help him. Here's the sense. 32-bit chips were expensive. Nobody on that planet had any idea what a home audience would pay for one because nobody had tried. If I went first, I would find out with my own money, and if the number was wrong, I would find out with a warehouse full of it. So I taught my competitor to walk into the minefield ahead of me. He did it beautifully, too. Surui Electronics announced a new generation console within days, promised monthly progress updates, promised 3D, and promised it before Christmas. Their spy on my forums had found the post at 2 in the morning. It had been deleted within 3 hours. That deletion is what convinced Kaito Nakamura it was real. He'd had an employee copying every suspicious post to disk for exactly this reason, and when he found the page gone and his own copy intact, he knew, and he stood up in an open-plan office and told 100 engineers to stop what they were doing. He was right about the leak. He was wrong about who wrote it. And then, when he asked his engineering team the obvious question, one of his own men stood up and told his boss to his face that it was impossible. Which, by the way, tells you everything about why that department was the only one in that country that ever gave me trouble. In any other Japanese company, that man's career would have ended in that sentence. In that room, he just got asked to explain. It's not that I look down on them. With current game development technology, producing the kind of 3D effects you see in a film is almost impossible. The money would be measured in billions of dollars. And Kaito Nakamura said, quietly, I didn't say they'd make that game. I said they've started researching it. I believe that's the future. I want you to start too. Minister, we're short-handed. We're doing a handheld, a controller, and developer relations. We don't have the time. I'll go to headquarters and ask for more people. Your job is to have the veterans ready to train them the second they arrive. He got the people. He would also, within the year, be sitting on the floor of his own house at 11 at night, having been refused a budget by a board of directors who had decided that his division's failure to take 30% of a market it had invented from scratch was a personal failing. And his father, who was almost 80 and had built that entire empire himself, would hand him a document donating the money out of his own pocket, personally, with no expectation of return. Father, if I succeed, the profits go to the whole company. You get nothing. This is too much of a loss. Your position is more important. This money is a stepping stone, and all I am doing is hoping that one day you will have the opportunity to inherit this company. I did not know any of that at the time. I found it out years later in a conference room from the man himself. I've thought about it since. My competitor's father wrote him a check so his son could keep fighting me. My father wasn't speaking to me because my mother got invited to a committee and he didn't. Anyway, the SFC shipped, and I hired the largest, most expensive security guards available in the Tokyo area and put them every 20 meters along the queue because of a fight in front of a store 2 years earlier that I had decided was never happening again. 400,000 consoles in the first week. Surui Electronics' machine dropped to under 2,000 a week and stayed there, and they did not even try to counter-program it, which I found weirdly disappointing. And a newspaper editor named Tadaoki, who had queued from 5 in the morning until 7 in the evening, paid 20,000 yen for a console and 2 games out of a stash of money his wife had located months ago and decided to say nothing about, walked out into an overcast evening and thought to himself that today the sun was exceptionally— no, hold on, it's cloudy— that today the clouds were exceptionally vibrant. I want the record to show that I sold that man happiness for 20,000 yen, and I would do it again. Then I made a baseball game, and a nation tried to kill me for it. Surui Electronics had the official license. The actual teams, the actual tournament, the actual names. They put it on their machine, and it did 100,000 copies in a week, off a base of 400,000 consoles, which was the single best thing that ever happened to that division. I had no license, because when I looked into it, the asking price started in the tens of millions of yen, and I decided baseball was a stepping stone, not a destination. So I couldn't do real teams. Fine. I did nations. Japan versus the world. Every national team with its own specialty. And then, because a game with no license needs something a license can't buy, I gave every team an ultimate move. Like a fighting game. The ball disappears. The ball becomes 6 balls. A pitcher throws something that should not be legal in physics, let alone in sport. And off the field, between matches, you could hire paparazzi to follow the opposing team's players around and disrupt their private lives. You could taunt a batter to break his concentration. You could interfere with a rival's training schedule. It was, by design, completely deranged. It was also, and this is the part that mattered, extremely funny, and people who tried it liked it immediately. Except one. In an authorized store, about half an hour into playing it on a demo unit, a young man about 6 feet tall and built like a door picked the console up off the table and threw it on the floor hard enough to destroy it. "This isn't baseball at all! You're insulting baseball!" Click, click. A tabloid photographer, who had been in that store on a slow day, got the whole thing. Then he turned to the crowd and listed the charges, at volume. Poaching players, taunting opponents during play, photographing their private lives afterward, insults to a sacred sport. And the crowd, a crowd of ordinary people who had been enjoying themselves 90 seconds earlier, started nodding along, because he was loud and he was certain, and that is usually enough. Then somebody in the back said, "Wait, I think I know him. He's a reserve for a Koshien team." "What? He's a real player? Then what he's saying is more credible." He threw money on the floor to pay for the console he'd broken, and headed for the next demo unit to break that one too, and 2 clerks who weighed a combined nothing had to physically hold on to him, and the tabloid photographers were visibly disappointed that nobody got punched. Headlines by morning. Professional athlete questions the professionalism of a baseball video game. The 4 networks, who had been quiet since 100 gigabytes of their private lives fell out of the internet, came back to life like something in a horror film, and this time they had a human shield. Real athletes, on camera, wounded. The talk shows were extremely good. I want to give them that. They put a player on a couch and let him talk about the mud and the effort and the years, and the host looked at him with enormous sympathy, and the player said, "We have all struggled and crawled through the mud, and a video game is slandering us, slandering our industry as a sport that only uses underhanded means. This is something I absolutely cannot tolerate." And then, on live television, he pivoted. "However, I believe there are still people in this world with a true sense of responsibility. For example, the Koshien Baseball League game released for the PN game console has very strong professionalism. Our coaches are already recommending we experience it. I was drinking water. I want you to know I nearly redecorated my office. You could see the host's soul leave his body." That was a live broadcast, and that endorsement had absolutely not been cleared with the network, and Surui Electronics had clearly paid a professional athlete a large amount of money to say the name of their product on somebody else's air. He plowed on. "So, everyone, if you want a more realistic baseball game, you can try the Koshien League game. I really like it." The host cut to commercial so fast it left skid marks. Then Shota Yamamoto crawled out from under his rock. The composer, the one I'd thrown out of my building for calling programming awful. He got columns in 2 newspapers and started a blog, and he told the whole story from the beginning, with adjustments. In his version, my company had pursued him, chased him, harassed him with repeated offers until it affected his life, and only then, with no other choice, had he agreed to write a few pieces for us. And then we had abused him. Not content with music, we had demanded he learn programming. We had managed him like an employee. We had interfered with his creative process until he could no longer produce excellent songs, and he had been forced to leave. And now, with the perspective of distance, he could see that this was a terrible company from the beginning, grown too fast, arrogant, disrespectful of other industries. A company like this should be criticized by the whole of society. A few people in his comments did the obvious math. If they were harassing you from the start, why didn't you call the police? I looked you up. You were moderately famous 5 or 6 years ago, and you're long past it. I've listened to your compositions. They're average. It is clearly unreasonable that they'd chase you. A couple of programmers turned up and explained, patiently, why a composer has to write the code, that the machine has no concept of a note, that timbre and reverb live in the numbers, and that handing your score to somebody else is like a concert pianist mailing in sheet music and having a novice play it. Those comments got deleted or buried within hours. Then the head of a small regional baseball league went on record demanding that my game be restricted or banned outright. And Natsume Yasutaka came into my office and said the thing every PR professional in that country was trained from birth to say. President, we should prepare a response, like the last time. And if necessary, we can soften our stance and take a step back first. I asked him a question instead. If we take a step back this time, will we keep retreating every time we hit difficulty in the future? President, this time is different. This time we have offended baseball. That is a behemoth. Those television stations cannot be compared to it. Baseball's a behemoth, sure, but look at it. It isn't the industry boycotting us. It's a few players and one small league, because it wasn't the sport. It was never the sport. It was a handful of men who had watched a video game make a joke about hiring paparazzi to follow athletes around, and had reacted the way people react when a joke lands somewhere real. The correct move, culturally, was for me to stand in front of a bank of cameras and bow at 90 degrees and apologize to the nation for my lack of responsibility toward the professionalism of baseball. If I really did something wrong, I said, then I am willing to apologize. I had not done anything wrong. I had made a comedy. And as for whether real athletes had ever tripped a rival after a match, I would not believe otherwise if you killed me. Then a man called my office and offered to buy me. Network, an internet portal that had come out of nowhere in 4 years and now held about half the country's traffic. Their business manager, very polite, said they wanted to help. Haven't you been facing a lot of trouble lately, President Ishikawa? Are you referring to the baseball players and the television stations? Exactly. We want to help you because I feel we are on the same side. If we help you suppress the television media, you escape your troubles and we expand our influence while they are weak. And what's the price? 40 billion yen for 20% of your company. 40 billion yen, $400 million, which valued my company at that moment at 2 billion. It was too much money. It was a stupid amount of money, and I want to be honest that for about 2 seconds I was flattered. Does that 40 billion include decision-making power? Of course. If we invest that much, we naturally hope it earns more. And surely you think the same. To earn more money, live in a bigger house, have as many women as you want? Sorry, I'm not interested. A pause on the line. President Ishikawa, won't you reconsider? You aren't just a business manager, are you? I don't think a business manager decides on a 40 billion yen investment. All right, to introduce myself formally, I am Nagao Ame, president of Network. I sincerely hope to invest, and I can guarantee we won't easily interfere with your company's decisions. Easily, not won't. Easily. President Nagao, I appreciate the interest, but we don't need it, and I won't use my company as a bargaining chip. 4 major television stations and the baseball world. Your small company definitely won't be able to cope. I understand, but this is my own decision. If I fail, then I fail. It's no big deal. Worst case, I'll just live off my parents. There was a very long silence, and then he wished me well and hung up, and I found out later that he immediately ordered somebody to find out who my parents were and came back with almost nothing, and never quite got comfortable with that. Then I called Sora in. She sat down across from me with her legs crossed and her hood up in an office she treated as the one place on the planet where she was allowed to relax, and I asked her a question I had been chewing on for 2 days. Are you familiar with how to find dirt on people on the internet? Her eyes came out from under the hood. I had almost never seen them. They were absurd. Clear all the way down, the way eyes are supposed to be at 22 and almost never are on someone who has been awake for 9 years. What? The television people are at it again, plus a group of extremely sensitive baseball children. I think it's time to knock them down a peg. What? They are again? And she stopped mid-sentence and sat back down and became completely calm. I watched her do it. I have never told her I watched her do it. I laid out the theory, which was simple. Men that loud about their integrity are usually loud for a reason. She got there before I finished. You're guessing they were hit where it hurts. that they very likely did the exact things in the game. Yes, and I'd need a channel to confirm it, which I don't have. She looked at me for a moment. I'm sorry, she said. I only know a bit of programming and network maintenance. Inquiring about shady news isn't my area of expertise, so I can't help you. And then, in exactly the same flat tone, but if you're talking about hacking into a company's or an individual's network, that's no problem. I said no. I said it fast, and I meant it, and I said the true thing, which was, you're my best employee, the risk is real, and I will not spend you on this. I'll find someone who does it for a living, and she went still. Then she raised her head and looked directly at me, which she did not do, and said, So you don't need my help? Then why did you call me here? Actually, I can help. I'm very confident in my stealth techniques. Getting dirt on people won't lead to me being discovered. No, the company needs you too much. I remember being quite pleased with myself for protecting her. She left. She looked back at me twice on the way out. I did not notice either of them because I was already writing a list of gray market contacts on a notepad, like an idiot, like a man who has misplaced a nuclear weapon and is shopping for a knife. The game shipped on schedule. The commentators had spent a month explaining that any responsible company would cancel it and apologize. When it came out anyway, they explained that this proved the company was desperate for money and short-sighted and arrogant from too much easy success. 200,000 copies in the first week. The adult buyers dropped off noticeably. That part was real. But my base was children and salarymen, and children do not read editorials, and salarymen wanted one thing after 11 hours in an office, which was to smile. In some houses, the father hated the console because of the news, and the child loved it, and the father paid anyway for the sake of household peace, which I consider the purest possible form of market research. Meanwhile, a mysterious person contacted me online. They offered to solve my problem. Their price was not money. Their price was that I would make a game. For them. Personally. A game that belonged only to them, and it had to be genuinely new and genuinely interesting. I found this odd, and then I thought about the kind of person who lives in that corner of a network, and decided odd was the baseline, and I agreed. 3 months. I gave them my word. Then the chat window closed, and the logs were gone off my machine, as though the conversation had not occurred. And a young man named Sato, who had a fan club with 10,000 members and had recently been paid 5 million yen to say a competitor's product name on live television, sat down at his computer to look for a new girlfriend. He'd had a good week. He'd been on television. He was annoyed that the 4 networks weren't booking him anymore, and his agent had explained why, and he had responded that these old men at the TV stations were really old-fashioned, and it was just a couple of insignificant words. He had also asked his agent, in a tone he thought was charming, whether any of his more attractive fans had been in touch lately, and his agent had told him he was a professional now and his old habits needed to stop, and he had thought, "You are my agent, I pay you, why am I being managed by you?" So he opened his own fan forum, which he paid a click farm to keep busy, to go shopping, and an email arrived. Subject line, Sato, look at all the bad things you've done. Do you still dare to say you're a pure athlete? Trash. He opened it because everybody opens it. Inside was an archive. The file name was a girl's name, and it was a name he knew, because she had been his girlfriend since middle school, and they had been close enough to marry after graduation, and then he had gotten successful and gotten caught cheating a few times, and she had gone away. Her family had taken money to stay quiet. His agent had handled it. He opened the archive. Some old photographs, some text logs, and he relaxed, because text is nothing, and photographs of a boy and a girl smiling are nothing, and his first thought was to wonder whether his ex was trying to disgust him or extort him, and his second thought was to call her family and remind them what he could do to her. Then he moved the mouse to delete the folder, and the mouse did not go where he put it. He thought it was funny for about 4 seconds. A glitch, a joke. Then the cursor started downloading things. Multiple packets, fast, one after another, unpacked. And out of them came a small crowd of programs, and the programs divided up the work, and one of them started reading his hard drive while the others logged into every account he owned, and began posting photographs and an apology letter in his name. I am deeply sorry to all my fans and everyone in society and the industry who held expectations for me. Due to my inner turmoil, I must make public the various sins I have committed, as well as expose the mistakes some of my teammates have made in the past. I hope for your forgiveness and for inner peace. The photographs were not his. Some were his. Most were of his teammates. Some were of players from other clubs entirely. And several of them were of a lot of athletes together in a basement with a television and a bookmaker, having conversations about the outcomes of games they were going to play in. He grabbed the mouse and pulled until the cord came out of the back of it. The cursor kept going. The emails went out at a speed no human could match, and the last program finished searching his drive and found some video files buried under about 40 nested folders with names he'd changed by hand. He said no out loud, twice. The cursor opened one, played 1 second of audio, closed it. Then it stopped. And a text field appeared in the middle of his screen, and somebody typed into it, live, while he watched. Thank you for providing me with such high-quality material. I will make sure you are ruined forever. You piece of trash. You scum. Someone like you actually has the nerve to slander video games. Then, data transferring. He got to the wall and pulled the power out of the socket, which was the correct move, roughly 90 seconds too late. Somewhere across the city, a server rack spun down out of full load, and a room slowly stopped being unbearably hot, and a girl sat back and looked at the screen with an expression of complete disgust and said nothing at all. She'd been digging for 3 days before that, and what she found was that everything in that stupid, deranged, disrespectful little baseball game was true. Group gambling, match fixing, athletes quietly wrecking each other's private lives. Every single dirty trick that had made a Koshien reserve throw a console on the floor in front of a crowd. Everything except the taunting during matches. They weren't stupid enough to do that on live television. Her private conclusion, which she told me much later, was, when it comes to professionalism, maybe that game isn't up to par. But when it comes to realism, is there any game more accurate than that one? She sent the video from an overseas address and went to bed. Within half a day, that country's entire baseball establishment was on fire. Because if one man's scandal comes out, one man is finished. This wasn't one man. This was one man plus everyone he had ever stood next to. By that afternoon, the landlord of Sato's very expensive apartment building had ordered him out. Breach of contract be damned, because the other residents were upper-middle-class people who valued their reputations and would not have that in the building. He stood on the street with his suitcase and called his agent. Sato, don't do anything. Find somewhere quiet and hide, and make sure nobody can find you, or you're dead. And don't contact me again. I can't save you. You've angered everyone in the entire league. Kuroyama-san, I didn't do any of it. My computer did it. My computer started moving on its own and released a bunch of data. I haven't even seen those things myself. How could I have released them? It's no use arguing with me now. Our relationship ends here. I'm terminating unilaterally. I'm very sorry, Sato. Then that agent hung up, pulled the SIM card out of his own phone, snapped it in half, and dropped it by the roadside. Sato stood in front of a building he no longer lived in, holding everything he owned, and did not move because he was 22 and had risen too fast and had never once in his life been on the losing side of anything. Passers-by noticed him, then they recognized him. Then a crowd formed, because a crowd always forms. Then the reporters arrived, and he finally understood, and dropped his bags and ran, and he was an athlete, so nobody caught him. The Eastern Baseball League expelled and blacklisted a list of names within the week. Their president bowed 90 degrees on live television. Of the 4 networks, 2 directors resigned. One stepped down to allow a more capable person to take over and was reassigned as director of a rural station, which in that industry is exile with a pension attached. And I sat in my office reading about it with my coffee and thought, honestly and without much guilt, they deserved it. If they had been clean, none of this could have touched them. There was nothing to find on a man with nothing to find. They weren't clean, and they came for my game anyway. So this is not my fault. Then a pop-up appeared on my screen. Remember your promise. I will await your reward in 3 months. I typed back that they'd get a brand new type of game, and it would run straight on a computer, no console required. I look forward to it. Gone. Then I called in Kimiko. The troll army we discussed, are they hired? They are. Any further instructions? Yes. Confine it to the 4 television stations and those specific baseball players. Do not let it spread to the sport itself. We still need to sell baseball games. She wrote that down. And contact Tokyo Television. Tell them, your chance to rise is coming. Seize it. Then I took out a small notebook and crossed off the names I had written in it, one at a time. I would like to say I felt bad about the notebook. There is a version of this where I tell you I'm a nice man who was pushed. That version is not true. I had a list. I had had a list for a year. Tokyo Television's ratings went from under 15% to around 20% and stayed there and never went back down. The other 4 discovered that any program with an anti-game segment in it fell off a cliff to 10% within the hour, and their mailrooms were receiving thousands of letters a day from all over the country, most of which said some version of, "Please die." Some players started showing up outside those buildings with banners, and the executives could not have them removed because removing them would look like guilt. Then the professors changed sides. That is my favorite part. On Tokyo television, a university academic sat down opposite a host and said, with a note of regret, that he had once been prejudiced against video games. Now it seems I've suddenly discovered that he is a person who is very sensitive to social issues, using video games to criticize social realities, a person with a strong sense of social responsibility. Wow, that's true. Before, I just saw it as an interesting game. I watched that with a glass of water in my hand and said, out loud, to my empty office, "Am I that amazing?" I didn't even know it myself. I had made a stupid baseball game where you could hire paparazzi because I thought it would be funny. I was now, on national television, an artist making a statement about corruption in professional sport. I did not correct anybody. And then I invented esports by accident, because I wanted a promotion that didn't cost anything. The poster went up outside every authorized store on a Friday morning. Screens from Mario, Tetris, Metroid, Contra, and at the bottom, recruiting the fastest challengers. The final winner will receive a grand prize of a 7-day family trip to Hawaii and a cash prize of 10 million yen. 10 million yen is a mid-career salary. In 1994, in that country, 10 million yen was a house deposit and a life. The crowd around that poster asked the clerk the obvious question, and the clerk gave the answer that changed everything. It's a competition to see who can clear these games in the shortest time. That's it? Just play it fast? That's too simple. How could it be simple? Only first place gets the grand prize. This is no different from being an athlete. There it is. That word, in that sentence, said out loud in the shop by a 19-year-old on minimum wage. Nobody in that world had ever put those two things in the same sentence before, and standing at the back of that crowd was a man named Kazuki Hayashi. He was 22. He had been in a relationship for 10 years, and it had ended, and he had gone down and not come back up. His family had money, so he had been able to be a ruin in comfort, which is the worst possible circumstance for a person in that state, because there is nothing forcing you back out. He had not had a job. He had not left the house much. He'd had a psychiatrist and a mother who had learned not to push after his father had pushed once and he'd left home for 6 months. And then he had found video games, and for the first time in 2 years, he had felt something that was not nothing. He knew it wasn't a solution. He knew the savings weren't infinite. He had a very precise understanding of the look on his parents' faces, and he hid from it. He read that poster and did arithmetic. 10 million yen, a family trip. And the only qualification required was the one thing he had been doing every day for a year. He went home at a run. His mother put her head out of the kitchen. He never came back early, and found him in his room with a stopwatch he had dug out of a drawer. Super Mario Brothers. 20 minutes, and he already knew there were warp zones he had never bothered to learn. Metroid, nearly 2 hours. Contra, about half an hour. Tetris, he could hold on at level 13 speed. At dinner, he was somewhere else entirely, running routes in his head, and his mother finally asked whether something good had happened today, because he looked different. He opened his mouth to tell her, and then he didn't, because if he gave her hope and lost, he would have done something worse than nothing. It's nothing big. His father, home for once, offered him a place on his construction crew. No, father, I'm not interested in that. I told you before. All right, then let's not talk about it. He spent the next 4 days scouting. He took trains across Tokyo to every venue in the competition and watched other people play. He did not sign up. He watched and he counted, and he worked out that of every 100 people in those queues, about 90 were there because 10 million yen is a lot of money, and they had never held a controller in their lives. He also worked out where the real players were, which was Arakawa and Adachi, the 2 poorest wards in the city. That surprised him. It did not surprise me at all. The less other entertainment a place has, the harder games land, and a Famicom had by then dropped to 3,000 yen with second-hand cartridges at 2, which meant that in those neighborhoods every single kid had one. The shop in Arakawa had knocked through into the units on either side over the course of a year and become a 2,000 square meter hall with 500 consoles in it, and it was still too crowded to move in. His mother came into his room at 2 in the morning on the 3rd night and found him asleep on the floor with the controller still in his hand, Game Over on the television, and a stopwatch running beside him. She put a quilt over him and left without waking him. Then he went in. I was in that store, at the back, in a jacket, because I wanted to see what the thing I had built looked like from the floor. The crowd noise moved before I did. Somebody had cleared something fast. By the time I got close enough to see the screen, Kazuki Hayashi was at the final stage, on the bridge, facing Bowser. Every player alive spends a few seconds on that fight. You feint, you wait, you jump. He walked through it. He read the fire, he moved once, and he was on the axe, and the bridge was gone, and the whole thing had taken less than 2 seconds. Final time, 9 minutes and 12 seconds. The previous leader was at 16. The room made a sound I had heard exactly once before, at a Dragon Quest fan event, and it was not a sound for a person. It was the sound a crowd makes when it watches a category get invented. Master, Sensei, please let me be your disciple. I want to learn speedrunning from you. He'd come for money. He had, in his own words later, never in his life been looked at by more than 4 people at once. He signed up again immediately for Contra and cleared it in 24 minutes and 8 seconds, and the crowd around him could not follow it. Bosses died between frames. Whole stages went by before people understood what stage it was. The general summary in that room was, "My brain thinks it learned something. My hands know I didn't." I stood at the back and watched him and understood what he actually was. Everybody else who had ever gone fast in that store had gone fast by accident. Do it again and they'd be slower. He had memorized a game. Every pattern, every spawn, every second, backwards. He wasn't playing it, he was performing it. And I thought, this man is about to make my company several billion yen and does not know it yet. Then somebody cheated. Kazuki Hayashi spent the last week of that competition breaking his own records. Mario down to 8 minutes, Contra to 22, 20 seconds of survival at level 15 speed in Tetris. He had by then started planning the Hawaii trip. 3 first places meant 3 7-day trips, and if there were no restrictions on that, his whole family could have 21 days. He had not told them yet. He was saving it. I had a television crew standing by to follow him home and film the moment he did. Then I woke up to a phone call from the statistician on my competition team. President, I've finished the final tallies. The list has changed again. Metroid, I assume. Nobody was touching the other 3. No, all 4 games. All 4 records. All by the same person. I sat up. Super Mario Bros. 2 minutes 16. Contra, 5 minutes 43. Metroid, 34 minutes and 2 seconds. Tetris, level 18 speed, 10 seconds. I was asleep. Kazuki Hayashi found out standing at the front of a crowd, with 100 people who had come to that store specifically to watch him win, and the sound in his head, by his own account, was a roar. Everyone around him started constructing theories. There must be a faster route. Maybe he found something we haven't. Hayashi-san found warp zones nobody knew about. Maybe this guy found more. Some of them looked at Kazuki Hayashi with a little embarrassment because they had been calling him a god for a week, and it turned out there was a better one. Except I knew, with absolute certainty, in about 4 seconds, exactly what had happened. Because I made Mario. The theoretical limit on that game, with everything, with frame-perfect tricks and clipping through pipes and every technique the human race spent decades inventing, is 4 minutes 54 seconds, and that record was considered untouchable by an entire planet full of people who did nothing else. And I had patched the pipe clip out before release because it was ugly. Under 5 minutes was impossible in that world. 2 minutes 16 was not a record. 2 minutes 16 was a man telling me to my face that he thought I was stupid. I put the phone down and started making calls at 5 in the morning. I called the store in Adachi and told them not to open and not to touch a single console. I called 4 engineers, and I called Ren Kobayashi, who had gone mostly legitimate and mostly behind the scenes by then, and who was in Tokyo resting for the first time in months, and who I had already invited to the awards ceremony because that man deserves a stage. I did not explain over the phone. Kobayashi didn't know a thing about game software and would not have followed the terminology. So I said, "Somebody's causing trouble, come and help." He didn't ask a single question. He got dressed and drove. By 7 in the morning, there was a queue outside a store that wasn't opening, and people were getting annoyed. And then a car pulled up, and a few of them recognized me getting out of it. "Hey, why do some people get to go in early? Is this a back door?" Adachi is a plain-spoken sort of place. Somebody else said, "That's the president of Yusei." So what if he's the president of Yusei? The president of Yusei? Then it's fine. 500 SFC consoles. Each of them had a service port on the back, meant for future network peripherals that could also be used for hardware diagnostics. So we walked the room with meters, machine by machine, checking for tampering, and I had my staff hand out free badges and keychains to the crowd outside so they'd stop shouting. Kobayashi stood to one side and waited because he could see we were working. An hour in, an engineer shouted, "President, I've found an abnormal machine." The modification was not in the game, it was in the clock. Somebody had gotten into the timer system built into the competition units and frozen it, then released it just before the finish, so the machine recorded a completion time that had never happened. "Akihiko," said Kobayashi, leaning over my shoulder, "what exactly is going on?" "Someone cheated. If it helps, it's roughly the same as tampering with the payout odds on a pachinko machine." I watched about 15 years of retired instinct come back online behind that man's eyes. Which bastard did this? They dared to touch the data? Do they have a death wish? A clerk handed over the registration form with the seal stamped on it. Shohei Nakano. "Find him," I said, "and then we all go to the ceremony in Minato together." He came quietly. Became, in fact, delighted, which I would like you to hold on to. 40 million yen in prize money across 4 games. He'd already spent it in his head. Luxury goods for a woman he had been admiring from a distance, and then 28 days in Hawaii with her once she saw his income and his fame. Kobayashi clapped him on the shoulder in front of the crowd, very warmly, and congratulated him on his victory. And then they got in the car, and Kobayashi's face went off like a light, and neither of them said one word for the entire drive. Nakano's actual thought, which he shared with a reporter later that afternoon in a state of total collapse, was, "Mommy, why does your awards ceremony feel like I'm being taken to an execution ground? I'm the winner." At the venue, in a park we had rented, he was shown to a seat in the general audience rather than the front rows with the top 10, and he got angry about it and decided that if any media spoke to him, he would complain about his treatment. The man next to him made conversation. "Hey friend, who are you? Why'd you get here so late?" "I'm Shohei Nakano." "What? Shohei Nakano? The gaming god who broke the records for 4 games?" "That's right, it's me." "Then you shouldn't be sitting here. The top 10 are seated at the front. They say the prizes are awarded one by one." I want to be clear that everything after this point was planned by me personally on a napkin at 4 in the morning, and that I am aware of what that says about me. The ceremony started. A host from Tokyo Television, very sweet, very professional. The 5th through 10th places for all 4 games were awarded normally. The 4 fourth-place finishers were not called. They sat in the front row, looking mildly humiliated, wondering what they had done wrong. Then the top 3 of Super Mario Bros. Were called up together, and Shohei Nakano bounced out of his seat and waved at the crowd on his way to the stage. I came out from backstage to present. "Congratulations to the 3 of you. You're excellent players. But before that, we have a small interaction. It won't take long. Complete this and you can receive the grand prize afterward." Nakano's face changed. "What kind of interaction?" asked Kazuki Hayashi politely. "A live exhibition match." I waved, and a wall of screens came up behind us, and 3 consoles were carried out. The crowd lit up. Of course they did. They were about to watch the 3 fastest players in the country play side by side. Kazuki Hayashi rolled his shoulders. The 3rd-place player looked thrilled. Shohei Nakano went the color of paper, because he knew exactly how he'd won, and he knew there was no way to freeze a clock on a stage in front of 400 people. "Please get ready, players," I said, "for your moment of glory." He told a reporter afterward that my smile at that moment looked like a devil's. Rude. Accurate. Ready, set, go. Kazuki Hayashi was gone off the line. 3rd place was right behind him, and the fastest player in the history of the world walked into the first Goomba and died. Cold sweat, visible from the 3rd row. "It seems our player Shohei Nakano is a bit nervous," I said into a microphone. "Everyone, please give him some encouragement." The audience, being decent people, applauded a man to death. I did not stop them. He lost his 2nd life by jumping into a pit. The park went quiet for about 2 seconds. By the time he was out of lives, still in World 1, Kazuki Hayashi was in World 4. "It's all right," I said. "You can start over again." Hayashi finished in 6 minutes 48. I checked the tape twice. 3rd place finished in 9:21. Shohei Nakano was still on stage 2. Thank you very much for the exhibition match, said the host brightly. Next, the top 3 for Contra. His head came up. Again? Hayashi, 15 minutes. Third place, 19. Shohei Nakano reached stage 4 before I mercifully stopped the clock at half an hour. By this point, his movements were the tell. He was creeping. Every step taken with the specific, terrified caution of somebody who has never learned an enemy pattern in his life. Next, the top 3 of Tetris, third helping. And Tetris does not let you stall, because the blocks come faster whether you're ready or not. He died at level 12. Hayashi held 13 seconds at 15. The audience had started talking to each other by then, and the talk had a new shape in it. Is that Shohei Nakano really first place? He doesn't look like it at all. He doesn't even look top 1%. I could do better than him. Then the host walked over with the microphone and asked him, sweetly, on stage, in front of everybody, Mr. Shohei Nakano, your gameplay doesn't look particularly good. Why is that? You clearly had excellent results in the challenge. I did not have to ask that question, which is the entire reason I hired a professional. When a professional host decides to be merciless, she is genuinely without mercy. He stopped answering. It seems Mr. Shohei Nakano is not feeling well, I said. Let's speed things up. Please bring out the top 3 for Metroid, and then we'll have another exhibition match. He broke. Then the host went back to the podium with a piece of paper and bowed to the crowd. Excuse me, we have just received some news and it may be sudden. This morning, engineers from Yoshing Electronic Entertainment discovered that one of the competition consoles in Adachi Ward showed traces of data tampering. This tampering allowed a player to complete the challenge by cheating. This behavior is extremely malicious, and in more serious cases could escalate to fraud. We have therefore called the police and preserved the physical evidence to ensure that any fingerprints on it are not destroyed. What? You can cheat in a video game? That just shows your ignorance. A video game is a program. Anyone who can write code might have the ability. Who would do such a thing? And 400 people turned and looked at the man on the stage. He heard police and fingerprints, and his brain stopped delivering information. I watched that from 4 meters away. Fraud. He had not once considered the word fraud. He had wanted some money. And then the host said the last part, which I had written personally, and which is the cruelest thing I have ever put on a page. We cannot currently identify the person responsible, but if he is willing to step forward voluntarily, he may be spared imprisonment due to the circumstances of surrendering. So if that player is watching, we hope you will come forward of your own accord. He grabbed it like a rope. I'm sorry. I'm the one who cheated. I'm really sorry. The park went completely silent, apart from about 6 of my own staff who had known since 7 in the morning. Kazuki Hayashi's eyes went very wide. 10 minutes earlier, he had been standing next to a man he considered worthy of respect. Shohei Nakano bowed at everyone, repeatedly, at me, at Hayashi, at the audience, and kept apologizing and asked not to go to prison. I let him finish. We will never tolerate cheating, I said, because it destroys the trust between players, and because it mocks the sweat and effort of those who worked hard, and makes it look like it was worth nothing. Mr. Shohei Nakano, your surrender will be provided to the police as grounds for lenient treatment. We reserve the right to prosecute at any time. Now, if you have any self-respect left, please leave on your own. The first 3 people who shouted at him were mine. I want that on the record too. They did not need to be. The rest of the park picked it up in under a second, and the tabloid photographers got the single ugliest photograph any of them took that year. And that man's name is still what people in that country call a cheater. For the record, there was no real law for it yet. Fraud was a stretch. It would have been a miserable case, and I probably would have dropped it. But nobody knew that, and the entire nation learned in one afternoon that cheating in a video game is doping, and that the company that owned the sport would take the whole day off to end you in public over it. Then the ceremony started again, properly. The 4 fourth-place finishers were called up, and discovered they were third. Their prize went from 100,000 yen to 1 million, 10 times. They were, by a comfortable margin, the happiest people in that park. The 11ths became 10ths. Everyone moved up 1. And Kazuki Hayashi collected 3 checks for 10 million yen and 21 days of Hawaii. And when he got to the microphone, he did not say anything memorable. He thanked the organizers and his family, in the correct order, in the correct words. He told me later what he was actually thinking about, and it was not the money. It was that video games had turned out to have all this attached to them. That not everybody loved this the way he did. That some people looked at the thing that had saved his life and saw a machine with money inside it. That evening, a camera crew followed him home under the cover story of a documentary about ordinary families, which his mother had agreed to for a small fee, and which is a manipulation I organized personally and would organize again, because I wanted the shot. Mom, our whole family can go to Hawaii together. Mom, I think I've perhaps found my goal. It might be very difficult, but I'm very happy. Mom, will you be happy? Happy. Mom is very happy. As long as you're happy, Mom is very happy. 30% packaging, 70% true. The nation did not care about the ratio. The nation cried. And the number of people in that country who thought video games were a disease dropped in one broadcast by more than every press release I have ever written combined, which was useful because I was about to leave the country. Famicom was closing on 10 million units. Everything at home ran itself, and there was an electronics show in Las Vegas in January that I intended to walk into like a man who had made a wrong turn. Akari found out I was going and started orbiting my desk. Take me with you. The engineering department will survive 10 days without me. It survived when I had the flu. Take me. Come on, take me. Fine. She stopped mid-lap. Really? You can keep the other one company. Yes. Wait, what other one? Someone else is coming. She said she'd visit her alma mater while she's there. On the plane, Akari leaned across the aisle very carefully, the way you approach a wasp. Is that Sora Hoshino? Yes. It's good you two will be staying together. Look after each other. She opened her mouth. She closed it. She looked out the window for a while. Okay, she said. That lasted exactly one evening. By morning, she was glowing again and trying to carry my suitcase, and I had given up trying to stop her, because that woman has fought a burglar with a wrench and won. Sora, for the record, used to be unable to tolerate anyone within arm's reach. By then, it had narrowed down to a question of whose arm. With those two, brief contact was completely fine, which is the most affection that woman has ever expressed about anything. Sora, you lived in the States. Did you ever go anywhere? Stanford had a laboratory, a dormitory, a cafeteria, and lecture halls. Nothing else attracted me. Akari took that as a personal mission and announced they were going to see the casinos. Looking is fine, I said, eyes shut. Playing is not. It's mathematically pointless. Then I quietly asked Kimiko to hire them security without telling them. Our American office was 10 young people in Silicon Valley in a room full of unopened boxes. This is Mr. Kenji Ishikawa, chairman of our company. You're the one who created the industry? Can I get a photo? They had come for work experience. They had been given a mountain of games to write promotional copy about. They had not written any promotional copy. In Japan, a player gets 3 or 4 games a month. These people had been handed hundreds, and they had simply fallen in. One of them raised his hand like we were in school. Why is there no Mario 2, or Contra 2, or Dragon Quest 2? Don't worry about it. I just don't make sequels. Understood. It's a genius quirk, like the red fruit guy who only wears turtlenecks, or that social network guy with the alien face. Kimiko apologized to me afterward for American familiarity. I liked it enormously. I had spent 2 years in a country where a man will apologize for the angle of his own bow, and here a 22-year-old had just called my defining creative principle a quirk to my face. Now, the Consumer Electronics Show. January 11th through 15th, Las Vegas. Running since 1967, and floor position is not sold, it is granted according to how much you matter. We mattered exactly as much as a company nobody in that country had heard of. They put us in a corner 50 meters from the main entrance, in the startup section, between people selling docking stations. Meanwhile, on the other side of the ocean, and I did not know one word of it at the time, Ethan was turning Sudui's entire corporate strategy around like a battleship. Not televisions, not laptops, not phones. The whole weight behind a new 32-bit console called the PN2 with 3D effects. His own board pushed back. Consoles have hundreds of thousands of users. Televisions have tens of millions. I am in charge here, said Ethan. Any objections? There were none, and he accepted personal responsibility for all of it, which is the kind of sentence that sounds noble until you notice it means nobody else will be blamed. Then he told his people something that I only heard about much later, and that I have kept somewhere warm ever since. Don't relax. The president of that company is very strong. Day 1 at the show, nobody came to me. Day 2, nobody came. Akari was hovering near the demo units with the specific tension of a person who has been assigned to explain things to foreigners and is convinced she will say something catastrophic. Sora reassured her in her own dialect. These foreigners don't understand anything anyway. And if you make a mistake, I'll cover for you. The press was 300 meters away in a scrum. Surui had a stage. Morgan had a system called DOS 3000 and 10 billion a year in revenue and a line around the corner. Redfruit had a crowd that treated the booth like a shrine. So I did the only rational thing, which was to walk around the show like a tourist. I tried a handheld organizer with a resistive screen you had to stab with a stylus. I looked at flat panels. I got bored. Then I went and stood in Surui's line like a member of the public and played the PN2. The hardware was genuinely powerful, better silicon than mine, if I'm honest, and I try to be honest about exactly two things, and hardware is one of them. They had built 3D characters. Then they had put those 3D characters into flat, two-dimensional maps, because nobody there had worked out what a camera is for yet. Everything about it was wonderful, except playing it. I gave the controller back, said thank you in English, and nobody at that booth had the faintest idea who I was. On the third day, we were rescued by the meanest man in American technology journalism. Alvin wrote for Time Electronics, and Alvin's entire career was built on the position that everything is stupid. A thin television? What's it for? A cutting board? Fix the picture instead. A phone with improved audio? I make calls on it. Do you expect me to listen to music on a telephone? Repair the signal. He had run out of things to insult in the main halls, so out of pure boredom, he wandered down into the startup ghetto, where he was immediately intercepted by a young Japanese woman with an absolutely disarming smile. That was mine. I had told Kimiko to find the most charming person on staff and have her recruit human beings by hand. You cannot bribe people at a trade show. Everyone hands out prizes. Nobody refuses a smile. She brought in more than 20 reporters in half a day. What they found when they got there was a wall-sized screen playing a cut of gameplay on loop, a dozen consoles, and at every single one of them a person who had stopped blinking. Alvin waited his turn with visible condescension and chose Need for Speed, specifically so he could compare it to Surui's racing game, and he had already decided which one would win. Excuse me, sir. Your 10 minutes are up. What? I just started. You completed 3 races. That's exactly 10 minutes. Behind him, an American voice. Don't hog it. Some of us are waiting. He tried to get back on. Hey, are you cutting the line? Who do you think you are? I am Alvin, reporter for Time Electronics. You haven't heard of me? Don't care who you are. Get in line. He left. According to a man on my staff, he looked back over his shoulder roughly every 2 steps. Here is what had actually happened to him, in his own words, in print later that week. Behind that wheel, he had gone 200 miles an hour, which he would never do in life, and which he had wanted to do his entire life, and it was better than Surui's. Then, in his hotel room at 2 in the morning, a thought arrived. Hold on, is that really a small company? He found my website, which had an English version, and which was cleaner than anything else on the show floor, because the man who built it hated clutter and also happened to own the company. Dragon Quest, 2 million copies. Famicom, 8 million units. SFC, 2 million. Game Boy, 2 million. A company 2 years old that had never sold one single unit in the United States. He said his first coherent reaction was not admiration, it was insult. How had nobody told him? What kind of technology journalist doesn't know this exists? He wrote all night and drove back at dawn so he could get on one of my consoles before the crowds. And as he came through the doors, he saw reporters running. All of them had gone home and dug. All of them had found the same numbers. And every one of them had had the same 2 in the morning thought. The startup section jammed solid. Show staff said the last time that had happened was red fruit. Surui's booth on day 4 had space to do cartwheels in. Ethan had planned for many things and had not planned for that. Akari did not sit down for 11 hours and lost her voice by the afternoon. Sora answered technical questions in a monotone so precise that 2 engineers from a rival company took notes, and somebody eventually noticed the idle Japanese man leaning on a pillar behind the booth and shoved a microphone at me. When do you launch in America? Wait for the official announcement. When exactly? There'll be an advertisement in a few days. I did not say one word about Street Fighter. That one I was saving, the way you save a brick. Alvin's article came out and could not find a single thing wrong with us, so he turned the knife sideways and put it into his own countrymen instead. Look at the Japanese, now look at your consoles. I advise you to stop selling them immediately and learn to make games first. Somewhere in a school in California, meanwhile, a kid named Steve had been leaving straight after class every day for a month. I met him eventually. He is the only reason I know any of this. Steve, where do you keep running off to? I invited you. I've got a thing at my house. A console? That's for babies. It's got basketball. Basketball on a television? One of them had an older brother with a PN console, playing something called Sun Knight about rescuing a princess, and had therefore concluded that the entire medium was for children. "What your brother plays is garbage," said Steve. "Mine's a Japanese import." His room had cartridges all over the floor, posters of singers and film stars on the wall, and a Game Boy face down on the bed like a paperback. He put on hot-blooded basketball, 3 hoops on one end, and you are allowed to punch people. "This game is meaningless. It isn't even basketball." "Then why aren't you looking away?" "I'm watching so I have material to mock." "Bet you a pizza." Half an hour later, they had entirely forgotten it was basketball and were simply beating up whoever had the ball. The rich kid in the group put an arm around Steve's shoulders on the way out. "Sell me the whole lot. $3,000. That's a used sports car." "Not selling. In a month or two, they'll be selling these here." And all over that country, at that exact moment, a specific conversation was happening in kitchens. "Mom, I want an SFC and a Game Boy." "Is that Japanese? I've never heard of it. Do you even know where to buy one?" "You could just fly to Japan." "Get out of my kitchen." That was the demand. Now I needed a way to reach it, and every road had been bought. Ethan had done something I genuinely admired. He had gone to the television networks and the billboard companies with the combined advertising budgets of Srui and its friends, and made it clear that any of them who sold space to Yoshing would lose all of it. Not illegal, not even unusual, just very expensive to be on the wrong end of. So Kimiko went to see the largest outdoor advertising owner in the country and offered him a 10-year contract with indexed rates, which, for a man in a business that dies every recession, is not a deal, it's a pension. He wanted it. He was terrified. "If they pull their budgets, I'm finished." So she opened a folder and slid the mock-ups across the desk. Every one of them was a scene from a game. A castle, a red car at 200 miles an hour, a small round face with a mustache, and not one of them had the word Yoshing anywhere on it. "Your agreement concerns advertising that carries our name," said Kimiko. "There is no name here, and if they choose to punish you anyway, your union will be interested to hear that a client's rivals are dictating which customers an American company may serve. They will not take on the entire advertising industry over a toy." He was already picturing the phone call. She told me his face changed completely when he got to the sentence he was going to use. "This campaign was paid for by enthusiasts who love these games. It has nothing to do with Yoshing." It was my idea, and Kimiko asked me afterward, with real suspicion, how a Japanese man who had never once left the country knew what an American trade union does. "Read about it on the internet." She let it go. She lets a lot go. It is why she still works for me. The cartel, meanwhile, was not just Surui. Ethan had brought in Morgan and Redfruit too, on the argument that in Japan the war was already lost, but here the ground was theirs. I have read the minutes. The Redfruit chief executive listened to all of it with his shoes on the desk in an office where the average age was 31. "Surui is talking nonsense. It's a startup, famous in Japan. This is our home field. Is a Japanese company going to understand Americans better than we do?" That was the general position of every large company in that country. Consoles are toys. Children have no money. Our market is solvent young adults. If anyone should be frightened, it's the people who make plastic dinosaurs. I read that quote in a magazine on a plane and had to put my hand over my mouth, because I was, at that moment, commissioning a game about vampires. The West has loved castles and monsters since before it had a printing press, and I needed a second proof for the genre I'd started with Metroid. Since one game does not make a genre, it makes an accident. 1691. Fanatics resurrect a count who was put down a century earlier by a man named Christopher Belmont. His descendant Simon walks up to that castle, alone, with the family whip. I bolted on things nobody there had invented yet, multiple weapon types, and a death loop where dying costs you your progress, but not everything you learn to do, because Americans like it hard. They have a mild, entirely sincere masochistic streak, and the harder a game is, the more devoutly they love it, which is precisely why most of the world's speedrun records come out of that country. 2 problems with making it. My composers had discovered they were artists, which meant that asking for a track had started to involve a conversation about integrity. So I sent 100 programmers to study composition, on company time, and out of 100, you get 1 or 2 who are genuinely good, and the staff composers noticed the new arrangement and became extremely reasonable. My artists were too few and too slow, So I bought an animation studio, the entire studio. It was cheaper than recruiting for a year, and it came with a building. And while all of that was moving, I sent Kimiko to Harvard, because Sora, using her old Stanford credentials, had let me into a closed student network called Internet Face to Face, run by a boy with the flattest, most unreadable face I have ever seen on a human being. I did not particularly want a piece of a college website. I wanted the advertising channel that college website was going to turn into. Ryan Miller was drinking beer and writing code in a dormitory, having just fallen out with his partner Mark over whether the site should ever carry ads. He assumed the first 3 letters were spam. Then he saw the word money and read the 4th. They met in a bar of his choosing, on his ground, and Kimiko gave him everything he asked for on valuation and, more importantly, on voting shares. Because I did not want to run it, I wanted to be inside it. One condition: advertising. He dug in. He had just ended a friendship over that exact word. So she put down her glass and delivered the ideas I had sent with her. 1. The name is too long. Call it Interface, or Facebook. 2. Add a relationship status to the profile, for when you want to know whether a girl is single and cannot make yourself ask her. 3. The interface is ugly, and I say this as someone whose president looked at it for 4 seconds. Ryan Miller stood straight up out of his chair to go back to the dorm and start writing. Kimiko pushed a cup of tea across the table. Sit down. I haven't finished. He sat down. Then he asked the only intelligent question available to him. You've just told me everything. I could walk out of here, use all 3 ideas, and deny this conversation ever happened. Do you have that much faith in my integrity? In business, said Kimiko, nobody talks about faith. Then she explained it to him. Do not underestimate us because we are Japanese. If we were able to hand you those ideas, we are able to build a better site than yours and take your market. You are, at this moment, extremely fragile. We have an unlimited budget for a social empire. Ryan Miller's face, which never moved, stopped moving in a different way. His partner, Mark, who was no good at code and very good at money, leaned in and whispered the sentence that closed the deal. That's a top-tier investor. They take equity, they leave you the votes, and all they want is advertising. Sometimes you have to give ground. This is society, David, not an ivory tower. Then he turned to Kimiko and said, Thanks, sis. She told me later that she lost her place in the conversation for about 2 seconds because no one in her life had ever called her that. The next day, he renamed the site Facebook, which I would like credited to me in every history of the internet and never will be. He reported that he liked it immediately and that within a week it felt like the site had always been called that, which is the highest compliment a name can get. He added the social square. He added relationship status. Within a month, an entire generation of American students discovered they could find out whether someone was single without ever speaking to them, which is possibly the single most consequential thing I did that year. And into that, quietly, went the advertising. A student at NYU got an anonymous message from a Stanford account. You like basketball, right? Look at this. The link went to a GameStar page that loaded fast and looked expensive. The clip was 15 seconds. A tall defender squaring up. A ball handler rocking left, right, left. A sudden pass thrown backward over his own head. The camera flying with the ball in an arc across the court. A teammate arriving in the lane and putting it through the rim with both hands. Then one word filling the screen. Wi-Fi. What cartoon is that? Said a voice directly behind him. That's beautifully made. You animal, do not stand behind me in your underwear. I had already ordered 3 million SFC units and 20 million cartridges. One factory could not do it. I brought in a second. Both of them pushed other people's orders back because I paid for the privilege of being rude. 15 days before the 1st of February, the entire run was sitting in warehouses, and the actual American market did not need anything like that many. I know, that's the point. When it goes off, it is too late to start preparing. 5 days into the Facebook campaign, the most watched trailer in the country was Street Fighter, then Street Basketball, then Need for Speed. By day 3, Street Fighter had escaped the student network entirely. 7-year-olds were doing it. 40-year-old men on factory floors were doing it. Hadouken! Shoryuken! Nobody in that country had the faintest idea what those words meant. They got goosebumps anyway. $69.90 for this? Take my money. Wait, I need a console too? Another $199? Fine. For this? Fine. Why won't you take my money? Oh, February 1st. Okay, I'll wait. Ethan's face was black for an entire day, and I only know that because his own staff talk. He had bought every channel to the American consumer that existed, and the product was selling anyway. He decided, sincerely, that there had to be someone invisible standing behind the 22-year-old. Someone older, someone with experience. He was not afraid of me. He was afraid of a man who did not exist. The one comfort he found was real, and I'll give it to him. All that noise made Americans interested in video games in general, and Tsurui's own console started climbing too. Meanwhile, I had a small piece of housekeeping. Are the mocking letters ready? Of course, President. We began yesterday. Management at all the major chains have received our market survey, with a note implying that they have overlooked several 100,000 customers. Good. Don't bother sending me the daily sales figures. Sir? Send them to the chains instead, every day. Because I did not want the big retailers to let me in. I wanted them to come and ask. The 1st of February. In the big chains, if you asked for Street Fighter, you got a blank look and a helpful redirect. Never heard of it. We do have the PN and the Lierda 2600. In the small shops, there was a sign in the window. February 1st, pre-order open, console $199, game $69.90. Nobody is cheating you. And in one of those lines, in a suit, at 7 in the morning, stood a man named Miller. You've met him already. He's the businessman who got infected on a trip to Tokyo, brought home a Famicom and a Tamagotchi, made his daughter cry with joy, and his wife nearly kill him. He had played that machine for a year until his wife delivered an ultimatum. He had then negotiated an allowance out of her, like a teenager. Now he was the only adult in a queue of students, and rather than being embarrassed, he was lecturing. Fun has no age and no gender, young man. The student made the mistake of being polite. Buy Mario, buy Metroid, and listen, if you finish Metroid fast enough, you get to see the hero in a bikini. The kid's eyes changed. He had come to buy one game, he left with several. First day, under a total retail blockade, with no television advertising and no shelf space in a single major chain, I sold 320,000 consoles. That was the top edge of my aggressive forecast. Miller got home, found that his wife and daughter were out, and later described what he did next as a gift from God. He unplugged the Famicom from the television without 1 second of hesitation. Of the first 300,000 buyers, more than 200,000 bought Street Fighter. Then basketball, then Need for Speed. Fourth was Final Fantasy, purely because it looked Western. Even Ryan Miller cracked. He thought games were boring. Then every corridor in his dormitory started shouting Hadouken at 2 in the morning, and he played a couple of rounds to see what the noise was, and he told me it took actual willpower to stand up. I want to be fair about America, though, because they were not idle. Red Fruit was moving all-in-one computers at $19.99 and could not keep them on the shelves. Morgan had DOS locked down like a fortress, and somewhere in that same month, a role-playing game called Dragon Treasure came out for DOS 3000, built entirely for Western taste, and it had something none of my games had. You could play it with other people, over a wire. I saw the box and felt the temperature in the room drop. Online had arrived 4 years early, and it had not arrived in my hands. Across the ocean, Ethan was getting a video call from Kaito Nakamura and getting told off. You're used to the American method. Strangle them commercially. Choke the channels. That works on small upstarts. Against this company, it has produced nothing. I closed every road, and they built another one. Ethan, that is the most inventive company I have ever seen. Block one path, and they find a second, and the second one is usually better. The only thing that works against them is games that are genuinely as good. Everything else is a temporary detour. Players vote with their feet. Nakamura's father had called me a master of my craft more than once, and had told his son he should be grateful to have a rival like that, because when you become president, you will be glad you were sharpened against a genius. Which is a lovely thing to hear about yourself secondhand 10 years later, when it is too late to be flattered. Then Nakamura gave him the advice that actually frightened me. Stop strangling and start building. Assemble your own American development team. Americans understand Americans better than we do. Find one man like that and hold on to him. He will be our ace. And then the part that was simply true, and that I thought about at night for years. Remember the asymmetry. Tsurui has money behind it. Tsurui is allowed to be wrong. Yu Xing has to win every single time. One real mistake and they may never get up. First week in the United States. Consoles, 700,000, which put us over 4 million worldwide. Game Boy, 430,000. Street Fighter, 520,000 copies. There had been maybe 300,000 to 500,000 people in that entire country who considered themselves players. In 1 week, I grew the population by a third. Inside Woodson's flagship store, meanwhile, 3 young men were shouting at a clerk. Why don't you have Street Fighter? They had walked in knowing nothing, been sold a PN and a Lierda 2600, taken them home, found no Street Fighter, brought them back, and had now been returning every few days specifically to complain. You're a major retailer. If you don't stock the biggest product in the country, we have to question your whole inventory. The clerk eventually leaned over the counter and told them in a whisper which little store down the road had it. Upstairs, Ryan of Woodson had 110 letters about me on his desk before lunch. Sort these out and burn them, every one. What actually made him lose his temper, though, was the other thing, the polite one. The one that arrived at the same time every morning. Good morning. Please find enclosed today's sales figures, achieved without representation in any major supermarket chain. He got himself calm the way powerful men do, which is by explaining to himself why I don't matter. A small Japanese outfit. What are they, Sudui? An automotive group? When the Japan threat panic was at its loudest, those groups bowed to America like grandchildren, and the game market in that country was a few 100,000 people, all of whom Yoshing had now sold to. Which meant next week's numbers had to collapse, unless a miracle happened. And what kind of miracle happens to a toy? He remembered one product that took off because the president's son liked it, decided that was not available to the Japanese, and went to play golf. The miracle was already in the window of a small shop 4 blocks from his office. The box had a smug cartoon dog on it and a duck, and text that read, "Light gun. The most realistic and the safest shooting experience available. Ages 3 and up." A man stopped in front of it because his son had stopped in front of it. I have shaken that man's hand. He was a factory worker, and he explained the con to the kid the way fathers do. Listen, a toy gun costs $20. This is $199, and you have to buy the console too. There's an infrared bulb in the barrel and a speaker that goes beep. That's it. That's the whole trick. Please, can we just look? They went in for the demonstration. The clerk put the boy in a stance, feet apart, both hands up. Aim at the ducks on the screen. Squeeze. The boy fired. The slide on the gun kicked back against his hands with a hard mechanical clack, and on the television, a duck folded up and fell into the grass. The father rubbed his eyes. He worked in a factory. He understood machines. He did not understand this at all, and he told me later, when we met, that his honest first thought was that it might be actual magic, of the sort taught at those British schools in the books his son read. I hit it! Dad, I hit it! And the father's hands had already started to itch. I had to ban my own clerks from leaving the demo running unattended because they stopped serving customers. Here's why I had that gun in my pocket. In Japan, it sold moderately, a couple 100,000 units. Every competitor looked at that number, decided the accessory was a dead end, and stopped thinking about it. I owned the patents and let them keep thinking that. Because the light gun was never a Japanese product. It was a product for a country where a man teaches his son to shoot before he teaches him to drive, and where, in the life I remembered, that exact silly duck game sold 20 million copies. They thought Street Fighter was my hand. Street Fighter was my opener. The gun is $199. It needs an SFC, which is $199. Buy them together and I'll add a year of warranty. Here's $400. Keep the change. Give me one. And then the clerk, who I would have promoted on the spot, added fuel. I'd hurry. We only received 500 guns and 1,000 consoles. They had to call security to manage the door. I keep the photograph on a wall. The father and son, being the first customers of the day, got served ahead of the crush, and the father said the sentence that killed 100 large retailers by 1,000 cuts. Your service is better than the big stores. I'm coming here from now on. That shop normally turned over a few $1,000s a day. That day it did $300,000 in revenue and $100,000 in profit. And the manager, who was on 2%, made more before lunch than he made in most months. He picked up the phone to call head office and got a busy signal. He kept getting a busy signal because every store manager in the United States was calling the same number with the same demand at the same time. Timiko walked into my very relaxed American office and clapped twice. Everyone up, we have new orders. 300,000 light guns, the entire national allocation. Gone in days, faster than I had modeled, and I had modeled generously. The reason is simple, and it is the reason I went there. Japan was 4 years into a burst bubble and counting coins. America in 1995 was at the top of the wave. Money everywhere, banks handing out credit to anyone with a pulse, and if you looked closely at the mortgage paperwork, you could already see the shape of the thing that would eat them a decade later. Shops started putting 3 demo consoles by the door and charging $1 for 10 minutes. A network news crew turned up to film the shortage, and the presenter held up a light gun she had physically fought for and said, on air, "This is the kind of high technology America deserves." That evening, a late-night host shot ducks live on television with a movie star sitting next to him, missed 4 in a row, and said, "I have no idea how this works, but whoever invented it is a genuine genius." None of that was paid for. American channels simply chase whatever is loud. Back home, games were banned from every network except Tokyo TV, and that single fact had been quietly strangling my industry for 2 years. One thing I refused to move, and my American staff fought me about it for a week. By contract, no store could raise or lower the price. Now is the perfect moment to go to 300. They'll buy it anyway. They would have. I remembered a whole era of that behavior from my last life. Manufactured scarcity, resale markups, a family paying double because a company decided to underproduce on purpose. So I overproduced deliberately and held the price, and it sold out anyway, which was somehow both a failure and the best possible outcome. Over at Red Fruit, a man whose name I did not yet know was leaning on a conference table. Why are personal computer sales down 10% in a week? Advertising hadn't been cut. There were no defect reports, no complaints. Seasonal fluctuation, somebody said. Everyone in that room agreed, with enormous relief, in a country whose consumer spending was at a historic high. Morgan had the same dip. So did Rearda. Not one of them connected it to a children's toy, because their adult market, the solvent young men they were so proud of, were at that moment losing arguments to their own sons in living rooms. Come on, let your father have one more go. That dog is too smug. I was a marksman on the range. The man next door said you got destroyed on the range. That is slander. I hit 10 ducks. How many did you hit? Fine. If I lose, I'll buy you any present you want. The kid had already decided, before his father finished the sentence, that the present was going to be a Game Boy. The small chains got rich, and they knew exactly why. Our early partners had 35% margins and stock on consignment. The new ones took 30 and undercut each other for it, and asked only to be given more units. I put the entire Japanese back catalog into English and sold it cheap. Mario 3 at $40 to $50 instead of $69. Children can do that arithmetic instantly. Save on 3 games, get a 4th. By the end of March 1995, 2 months in, the SFC passed 1 million units in the United States. Nakamura told Ethan to start hiring game developers immediately and in volume. And Mark burst into a Harvard dorm room where Ryan Miller was writing code in a t-shirt. Yokshin called. They want lunch, and their boss is here, in person. David was on his feet before the sentence ended, because he was desperate to look at a man his own age who had built an industry worth hundreds of millions from nothing. Mark pulled an expensive suit out of the closet. "No," said David. "I have never understood why the human race invented something as boring as a suit." I picked the restaurant, which was a hot pot place in Chinatown, and I picked it on purpose. Mark arrived in the expensive suit, sat down over a boiling cauldron of chili oil, worked out within 90 seconds that the smell would be in that jacket for a month, and spent the entire meal envying his badly dressed partner. David was 23. I was 22. He looked me over for a while and came to a conclusion he shared with me years later. No charisma of leadership whatsoever, but the spark of a maker was so obvious it was almost rude. Then he pitched me. Put the social network inside the console. He was already thinking about a 1 million unit installed base. That flat face hid a genuinely greedy mind, and I liked him enormously for it. Not the SFC. The hardware's wrong, and the modem story is worse. Then we do it on the new console. It's about 80 or 90% done. He talked, over the second pot, about how bold Surui had been with the PN2. Real 3D, first in the world, enormous risk. He had no idea he was praising an idea I had put into Surui's head with my own hands, through a public statement made years earlier at a press event to make sure somebody else would be the one to spend $400 million discovering where all the holes were. Let the competition feel out the elephant in the dark. I'll come along behind them when the chips are cheap and the mistakes are already published. Then I gave him the thing I actually came for. I want to run a recruitment contest on your platform. Call it Hero of the Obstacle Course. Programming puzzles, design puzzles, creative problems, public leaderboard. What's the prize? A contract, up to $500,000 a year. Mark put down his chopsticks. I don't need coders, I said. I can buy coders. I need people with imagination, and people with imagination do not answer job advertisements. They answer challenges. You take yours off the top, I'll take mine. The slogan I wrote for it went up 2 weeks later. Do you want adventure? Do you want to be excellent? The best game company in the world is looking for you. Solve the puzzles and become one of us. Money alone does not move those kids. They need to feel they have won something. And then, in the middle of all that, the Germans called me. A car company. Rhine Brothers, the ones with the badge everyone recognizes. They wanted their vehicles in Need for Speed, and they were offering the license for free. Here is why that was funny. When I built the first one, I approached everybody. Every Western manufacturer refused unless I paid enormous licensing fees, because who is this Japanese child? Only the Japanese firms said yes, and they said yes for nothing, because at that point they would have said yes to anything. So I drew cars that looked almost exactly like the Western ones and gave them invented names and shipped the game. It sold 300,000 to 400,000 copies. And in the months afterward, sales of Japanese cars in the United States went up 4 to 5%. The Germans have an excellent nose. They smelled that number from across an ocean. I said yes. They gave me a 3-year license only, hedging. I told them I'd put them in Need for Speed 2 as well. And then I placed them in the menus and in the starting garage after the Japanese manufacturers. Every single time, they came last. They can stand at the back. The rest of the industry sat waiting proudly for me to come to them first. They can keep waiting. I have nothing but time, and they have a product cycle. In May, Tsurui shipped the PN2 at $299, the first 32-bit console in the world, the first with 3D, 2 launch titles, a 3D racing game built by their American team, carrying the licenses of more than 20 car brands, which was considerably more than I had, and a 3D version of Sun Knight that was not ready. First week, 200,000 consoles and over $80 million with software. The Tsurui board stopped grumbling at Nakamura and opened the budget. He immediately founded 3 new studios. I read the numbers and felt nothing but calm, and my staff found that unnerving, because I was doubling headcount every month, and I knew the one thing none of them had worked out yet. In the 2-dimensional era, a dozen people make a game. In the 3-dimensional era, a game takes hundreds, then thousands. The company that figures that out 18 months before everyone else does not win a generation, it owns one. By then, I had 4 engineering divisions of about 50 people each, and all 4 of them reported to Akari. Not because she was the best engineer, because she was the only person alive who could take what was in my head and hand it to 100 people without a single word of it bending on the way. I don't trust anybody else with that. I never have. In March, Famicom officially passed 10 million units in 2 years. I threw a party for it, commissioned a song from the biggest singers in the country, partly for the celebration and partly because I wanted a door into the music industry for later, booked a large theater, invited 100 players, broadcast the whole thing live on Tokyo TV. That summer, Final Fantasy V shipped with 24 job classes and 15 separate endings, every single one of them happy, because I had spent 3 games systematically breaking those people's hearts and they had earned a rest. 700,000 copies in the first week, 500,000 in the second, another 700,000 in America. Dragon Quest IV shipped on both machines at once and did 1 million in week 1. And my American studio put out Raiders of the Lost Ark and moved 300,000 on its own, without me writing a line of it, which was the first time I sat in my office and thought, this thing can walk without me now. What the 4 engineering divisions were actually building, nobody outside that building knew. One of them was a handheld with 32 bits in your pocket and a battery that lasted at 70 to 80% complete, and I was holding it back for the right trade show. The other was a home console called GS, and the bet was optical discs instead of cartridges, because a cartridge costs me $12 to manufacture and a disc costs pennies. 2 roads at once. Japan for creativity and new mechanics. North America for industrial scale and enormous budgets. No ordinary company runs both. I had the unfair advantage of already knowing which one wins in which decade. GS1 was 40% done, and a prototype had already quietly crossed the Pacific, none of which leaked because we were not a public company, and I did not have to report anything to anyone, except one group. The Japanese government got a small stake handed over politely in exchange for administrative goodwill. That was the cheapest insurance I ever bought, and within 2 years, it was the only reason I was still standing. In August, the American Department Store Association held its annual banquet, and Ryan of Woodson arrived in a luxury sedan with a beautiful companion on his arm and noticed within 10 minutes that something was wrong with the room. The small chain owners did not come to him. For years, those men had circled him at these things. That evening, they nodded and went back to their own conversations. He wrote the association a charity check for $50,000, which he described to his companion as roughly 6 months of servicing his car. And then he heard, from the next table, should we do $100,000 each this year? Might as well. We've done rather well lately, all thanks to Yoshing Electronic Entertainment. You too? So did we. 20 or 30 small retailers writing checks for double what the largest chain in the country had just written and saying my company's name out loud while they did it, at a volume chosen with great care. They were not celebrating. They were performing. Look at us. You refused to work with them. Behold your vision. And Ryan, who received a document every single morning listing my sales down to the unit, sat there doing arithmetic he had been refusing to do for 8 months. Tens of thousands a day, peaks near 100,000, split between shops he could have bought with pocket money. The heads of every large chain in America spent that evening with sour faces and went home hating my company considerably more than they had at breakfast. Their counterattack was posters. There was, in that world, essentially no law governing advertising claims. So they hung banners over the PN2 and the Lierda 2600 reading, "The only console," and "the most interesting console in the world," and sold to every customer who did not know any better. It worked. Both products went up more than 10%. Lierda celebrated and ordered production increased. Surui did not celebrate. Surui had already run face first into my company in Japan, and Ethan understood exactly what that 10% was. Not a victory, but a blind customer picking up whatever is in front of him. I heard about Lierda's production increase and quietly wrote them off, because I had seen this film. In my last life, there was a company that dominated this industry so completely that its name became the word for the thing, and it died in about 18 months, and every single cause was self-inflicted. Monopoly, contempt for players, shovelware, and a warehouse full of product nobody wanted. When an avalanche comes down, not one snowflake is innocent. While all that was happening, I had 100 people in Silicon Valley working on something none of them had ever seen. A 3-dimensional shooter from the character's own eyes. I gave them the basic rules and nothing else. No solutions, no hints, on purpose. I wanted to know whether they could think, or whether I had bought a very expensive room full of hands. They suffered for 3 or 4 months. Objects tore themselves apart when the camera moved. The system fell over entirely when a gun was fired. What they eventually produced was a rough prototype you could play for 3 or 4 minutes, and they regarded that as a miracle, and they were right to. The controls they invented were strange. Fire on a keyboard key, movement on the arrows, and the mouse turning the camera left and right only, because it had not occurred to anybody that you might want to look up. Norman ran that studio. Young man, had come through my training program in Japan. He sent me the demo and then stopped sleeping. At 11 at night, his phone rang with a Japanese number on it. The quality is mediocre. It does not meet my expectations. He told me later that he physically sat down on the floor. But I can see the effort. You didn't fail. You just never stepped outside the frame of what you already knew. That's all right. I'll help. Then I sent him a link and told him to install what was on the other end. Norman's first reaction was disbelief. Special tools for making games? Like Photoshop for pictures? Like CAD for buildings? Games are written from nothing, every time, by hand. Everyone knows that. The file was called Unreal Engine. An engine, like the thing in a car, the part that supplies the force. Every programmer you have, I told him, spends most of his life rewriting code that has already been written by somebody else, or by himself, last year. Ask yourself an honest question. Am I a highly skilled professional, or am I a robot doing repetitive labor? He was quiet for a while. Then I told him the other part, and I'm going to make it public. He thought the line had dropped. Companies sat on tools like that for a decade. You hoard the thing that makes you faster than everyone else. That is the whole point of having it. Why? The terms were simple. Our own studios, free. Anyone making an exclusive for my platform, a small base fee plus a percentage. Everyone else in the industry, including Surui, welcome to it, at commercial rates, with one non-negotiable clause. Every piece piece of usage data goes back to me, in real time. I did not invent that. I stole it from the semiconductor industry, where the company that quietly collects the operating data of every one of its customers becomes, in about 5 years, unbeatable on volume, and nobody can point at the day it happened. I would know what every studio on Earth was building, how many people they had on it, which features they struggled with, and roughly how far along they were, and they would be paying me for the privilege. That, I told Norman, is considerably more interesting than making a little money. He read the manual until sunrise. Somewhere around 4 in the morning, he had a thought that made him uncomfortable, which was that his team of 80 now looked overstaffed. He was at the office at 9 and showed it to everybody. The way one of them put it afterward, "Yesterday, we were Bronze Age men chipping at things with rocks, and this morning somebody handed us the early Industrial Revolution." And packaged with the engine was a half-hour demo I had built myself, called Doom. You could look in every direction, including up. Monsters flew, monsters burrowed. 3 weapons, a jump, a melee attack for when you ran dry. Sora had that build 2 weeks before Norman did. I sent it to her with 4 words attached, because she does not enjoy receiving more than 4. This one is yours. Years earlier, from behind an anonymous account, she had asked me for a game that belonged only to her, and had never mentioned it again, and had probably assumed I had forgotten. I had written it on the inside cover of a notebook the same night. She played it for 11 hours without standing up, and sent back 1 line. "The shotgun is 2 frames too slow." It was. I fixed it. And underneath all of it, the thing that actually mattered, which was a finished grammar for how a human being operates a first-person game. Crosshair in the center of the screen, mouse moves the view, left button fires, right button aims, 4 keys under the left hand for forward, back, and sideways, a key to reload, number keys to change weapon. Every one of those is obvious now. Not one of them existed then. Norman's people had not even arrived at reloading. Somebody in that room said, out loud, "Our CEO is just a god. He has invented more than 10 genres. Is there a genre he can't do?" Which I mention only because it was repeated to me at length by a man who thought I would enjoy it. I did enjoy it. That's the embarrassing part. The next question in that room was the sharp one. If the mouse is the correct instrument, are we abandoning consoles for the PC? No, said Norman. The mouse and keyboard are simply the best peripheral for a shooter, and there will be a set for the new console. And that new console's controller had 4 shoulder buttons instead of 2, 2 analog sticks instead of a directional pad, and a motor inside it that let the game hit you back. Look at whatever is in your hands right now. That's the one. That shape has not meaningfully changed since, and I drew it on a napkin in a country that had not yet worked out that games needed a camera. Meanwhile, at home, the mail was getting strange. On Yinon GameNet, which Sato was now running while finishing middle school, threads kept appearing with titles like 10,000 people demand a new Metroid, and each of them collected 1,000 replies, and none of it was manufactured. 2 or 3 physical letters a day arrived at headquarters saying the same thing. I had my people work out why. The first game had given the world its first genuinely playable heroine, to the point where one of the very few senior women in regional government had promoted it officially without ever having played it. The second had answered the question everyone was chewing on. Samus was raised by the Chozo, which is why the Metroids reach for her instead of killing her. And it ended with her sparing a hatchling, and Ridley taking it, and her nearly dying, and the hatchling draining the life out of Ridley and giving it back to her. And then a line of text about an X-parasite spreading on SR-388, and nothing since for more than a year. They were not asking, they were aggrieved. I sat with the report and said, mostly to myself, "This popular? That's odd. It never really broke out last time." Then I worked out why it hadn't. And it had nothing to do with the game. It was born in the wrong year. It came out into a market with a 16-bit Sega on one side and a PC Engine on the other, and then a machine arrived with real 3-dimensional graphics and buried the entire generation alive. It is the same reason 1994 is a cursed year to have made a film in. Forrest Gump, The Shawshank Redemption, and Pulp Fiction all came out in the same 12 months, and 2 of them had to lose. When you run into gods, the only question is which god is stronger. This time, I'm the god. The numbers backed the feeling. 15% of 100,000 survey responses mentioned Metroid unprompted. 400,000 discussion posts. The first game had done 1.73 million in Japan and 400,000 in America, which was less than Castlevania, except that Castlevania's sales were falling and Metroid's were still climbing, and people talked about it 3 times as much. I pulled 20 people each from the 3 least busy teams, 60 in total, under my personal direction, which I had not done in months. I later found out that some of those staff kept a photograph of me at home and left a small offering in front of it every day. I have chosen not to think about that very hard. Then I went quiet, and the industry decided I had retired. Lierda launched the 3600 with a joystick modeled on a fighter jet's control column. Racing games became the genre that printed money, and everyone announced one. And Yuxing, the company that had invented 10 genres in 2 years, shipped nothing but sequels for 2 straight quarters. Even Nakamura concluded I had gone soft and accelerated. I did not look outside once. Watching the market never changed a single thing about a market. You start with the game. What I did instead was cheat physics. The SFC could not do what I wanted, so I put additional memory and a coprocessor inside the cartridge itself and forced the console past its own ceiling using hardware the customer had to buy with the software, which raised the price of one game to between 7,000 and 9,000 yen, $99. Ordinary players cannot pay that. I knew it when I signed the order. In the meantime, the American player base had grown by roughly 1,000% in a year to something near 6 million people, and Kaito Nakamura had not been home in over a month. His hair looked like a nest. His eyes had sunk. 20-hour days, 4 hours of sleep, meals eaten without looking away from the screen. His father called him in and, for the first time in his life, praised him. "You've worked hard." Then, immediately, in the tone of a man reading a maintenance schedule, "Rest is necessary. I don't want you dying of overwork. You're a valuable asset to this company." The son stood there thinking, would it kill you once to say it the other way around? And stop underestimating that boy. Their staff aren't even working late, father. They're resting on their achievements. Have you looked at their hiring? Their hiring? Only a company growing violently needs that much new blood, and their headcount has not stopped climbing for a single month. Never underestimate an enemy until he is genuinely dead. That same day, my company announced a new Metroid for the spring, and Nakamura, standing in his office, noticed the 2 things he would not have noticed a week earlier. Kenji Ishikawa was directing it personally for the first time in months, and 60 people plus contractors were on it, for a game in a genre named after itself, which meant they could not afford for it to be anything less than definitive, which meant they already knew it wasn't. The part of that game I spent the most time on personally was the part nobody sees. I put my sound designers, the ones who had been forged on Street Fighter, into a small, windowless room and taught them myself. I need a minimum of 30 distinct sounds for the Metroid hatchlings alone. 30? For one creature? And for Samus. Different sounds for each stage of injury and each stage of power, layered so that a player who is not looking at his own health bar still knows he is dying. Do not treat this as decoration. People will love this game because of you, and they will never once be able to explain why. Music went to a separate department, because by then, sound and music had become 2 different professions in my building, which they had not been anywhere in the world 2 years earlier. My composers, who had been anonymous men in cheap apartments, were now recognized by 6 people out of 10 instead of 3. Their names went in the credits at a size I had to fight my own finance department over. Soundtrack albums sold to fans in actual record shops. And Shota Yamamoto, who had walked out over artistic integrity and taken his principles with him, tried to come back into games about a year later, and discovered that nobody else in the industry was willing to pay what I had been paying, and quietly disappeared. I did not gloat. I did note it. Before Christmas, we ran a single promotional day and sold over 1 million consoles in Japan, plus 700,000 Game Boys and 700,000 SFCs in the United States. And Sato held the world's first annual video game awards. The idea had been dropped into his forum anonymously by a user with a handle so aggressively immodest that I am not going to repeat it here, and who was, obviously, me. Independent reviewers flew in, discovered that the site running the whole thing had been founded by a boy who was still in school and had to sit down. Sato handled it beautifully. I'm only the one standing on the stage. I have a teacher behind me. Game of the Year went to Street Fighter, along with Best Action, Best Sound, and several others. Best Sports went to Street Basketball. Best Story to Final Fantasy V. Best Role-Playing Game to Dragon Quest IV. Over 90% of the awards went to my company, and the jury got visibly desperate. They gave Best Racing Game to Surui's 3D Racing, which was defensible and also plainly an act of mercy. Then they invented a brand new category, Most Promising New Company, so they would have something left to hand out. It went to a studio that made exclusives for my console. By 1996, 3 large American companies had restructured to build consoles. Wall Street was publishing forecasts with tens of millions of American players in them. Dragon Treasure, that networked game I had been quietly frightened of, had made its owners a $500 million valuation in 6 months. In January alone, more than 100 game companies were founded in the United States. I had turned an industry that did not exist into a gold rush in under 3 years, and I was about to charge $99 for a single cartridge and find out whether that was a mistake. Super Metroid shipped in February 1996, nearly 2 years after the last one. It opens exactly where the last one ended. Samus left the hatchling with the scientists on Ceres. A distress signal comes in. She arrives and every scientist is dead, and Ridley is already leaving with the hatchling, and the station begins to self-destruct behind her. The letters we got were not reviews. "Do you know how I lived through these 2 years?" Grown men reported getting damp-eyed at the trailer, which they wrote to us about in the mail with their names on it. 8,900 yen, $99, with a discount if you bought it alongside the console. The cartridge cost me 2,000 yen to manufacture and 3,500 by the time it was boxed and shipped, which is a margin that sounds enormous until you remember I had put a computer inside the box. New players balked. For that money, you could have 2 of last year's games, and Kaito Nakamura looked at the price and understood, finally, completely. An ordinary game cannot cost that. There is something in there. Then he did the smartest thing anyone in that industry did all year and got out of the way. Moved his release, changed his marketing window, went somewhere else. There is no shame in stepping aside. There is a great deal of shame in spending $40 million on a head-on collision and being unable to make payroll. Lierda, whose year had been magnificent, had forgotten what fear felt like and lined up directly opposite me. They also announced in the largest theater in San Francisco that they had solved video games forever. The Lierda Mobile Edition. A handheld console built with Eaton, the Norwegian telecoms giant that held 70% of the world's mobile phone market and more than 1 billion users, against maybe 10 million people in the entire game industry. A console you can make phone calls on. "And now," said their very young chief executive, "look at what I'm holding. A silver oval that fit in a palm with a full keyboard on the front, around 100 buttons. No game will ever again suffer from a shortage of inputs, and we commit to 1 new title every month." The hall came apart. Americans finally had a company of their own that had thought of something first, and they were extremely happy about it, and I do not blame them one bit. Here is what was in the internal report, which reached me a few days later. Manufacturing yield, 70%. Unit cost, $270, which means the retail price has to start at $500. The board's response was to forbid any increase in the unit cost. Their chief executive, in a meeting, called his own board a herd of myopic fools, which was accurate and did not help. I knew that product was dead the moment I saw the photograph, and not because it was bad. In my old life, 2 of the largest companies on the planet built the same chimera, and both of them died, and neither died of poor quality. They died of arriving at the wrong time, carrying a thing that no player wanted and no caller needed. I set Super Metroid for March 15th, simultaneously in Japan and the United States, so that neither hemisphere could spoil the other. The special chip cartridges took 2 months to produce. I ordered a surplus and told the warehouse to live with it. People started queuing at my stores 3 and 4 days early, with tents. The government had been twitchy about that ever since the Dragon Quest III brawl, but by then the industry had learned to police its own lines, with staff and water and numbered tickets and security we paid for ourselves. Which was the entire point. In my last life, games were the thing every politician reached for when they needed something to blame. Here I made sure we cleaned up after ourselves so thoroughly that nobody ever got to start. Release day did over 1 million copies in the first week worldwide. In America, there were queues around blocks, and there was cosplay, which was new, and which the local news did not know how to film. A reporter put a microphone in front of a man in a full replica of the armor. "Metroid, Samus is my wife." Don't listen to him. A woman like that should be my wife. Has either of you asked her whose wife she'd like to be? Fine. If Samus is yours, then Chun-Li is mine. You take that back, or I'll black your eye. The reporter's face went completely blank while security separated 2 grown men, and her cameraman leaned in to whisper an explanation of the terminology, and then admitted that he also liked Samus. Small shops were packed solid for a week. The large chains sat empty for 3 and 4 days, and received, every single morning, a courteous document listing my national sales figures to the unit. I had by then created a dedicated team in the American office whose entire job was producing that document, which is how the chairman of Woodson, a heavy man with a cigar and a chair he did not get out of often, came to ask a question. That product the small shops are fighting over, do we carry it? We do, sir. The reason he was asking was that he had played golf the previous weekend with the owners of several mid-sized department stores, and those men had treated him as an equal, which had never happened before in his life. Ryan tried to steer around it. The chairman had spent 30 years watching men steer around things. Don't try to handle me. So Ryan gave him the real answer, which was also a good answer. Morgan and Surui had leaned on us, and they are our largest suppliers in other categories. And the chairman softened because it was a good answer. When there's no profit in it, courtesy costs nothing. But now, who controls the gate to retail in this country? Contact them, sign the agreement. And then the chairman's aide came in and bent to his ear. What went up on the screen was a spam folder containing a year of daily sales reports, unopened. And under it, a note from the mailroom, confirming that the physical letters had been destroyed on Ryan's standing order. The room stopped breathing. Don't hide behind the big companies, said the chairman. You could have brought this to me. I would have settled it with 2 phone calls. Instead, you ignored them for the better part of a year. He hit the table once. You're suspended. Hand over your responsibilities. There will be an internal investigation. Everyone in that room understood what an internal investigation means when a chairman orders it in front of witnesses. It does not mean bad management. It means somebody is about to find out where the money went. The first sentence in Woodson's opening approach to my company was not a negotiating position. It was, Dear Yoshing, let's talk. Please, stop sending the letters. Kimiko, I said, don't be gracious about this. We went to them. Now they're asking. Terms. 1-year contract, minimum 100,000 consoles a month, 70% paid in advance, and no discounting of any kind without our written permission. Their people started explaining to me how American retail works. Don't explain your rules to us. You're the ones asking. All 3 of the largest chains signed. By May, their shelves were full, and those same chains hung banners in their own windows reading, Why go to a little shop? Better service, more stock. Ethan called me personally. We had an agreement. Your product is on Woodson's shelves. I'm sorry, the manager you had the agreement with has left the company. The new management changed strategy. Would you like to terminate your contract with them? He did not terminate his contract with them because he could not afford to, and we both knew it before he picked up the phone. The Erda's profits fell more than 20% in a quarter, and their shareholders summoned that young chief executive to explain himself. And I put the phone down and went back to work, having achieved the only stable state I actually want out of life, which is a world where the only people suffering are my competitors. The next game I made was a racing game for families, which meant 8 players at once. 8 consoles and 8 copies, said one of my designers, with the face of a man doing sums for a customer who does not exist. President, nobody can afford that. I wiped the whiteboard and drew a rectangle. Then I cut it into 4. 1 screen, 4 pictures, 1 console, 4 people. So 2 consoles and a cable gets you 8. The room went absolutely silent, and then somebody said, very quietly, You're allowed to do that? You are allowed to do anything. That is the entire secret of my career, and nobody ever believes me. Then I asked for the part they fought me on, which was a system of items that hands the player in last place a weapon capable of destroying the player in first. That reduces the competitive integrity. Yes, and it multiplies the fun by about 6, because your father will win 1 race in an evening and talk about it for a year. I did not hand them the balance numbers, though I had them in my head from another life. I made them find the values themselves over 4 months of arguing, because a company where I supply every answer is a company with 1 brain in it, and 1 brain dies. It shipped and did over 1 million copies in its first week on the strength of the name on the box, and then it fell off a cliff in week 2, because everybody was playing it alone. They bought a party game, took it home, drove around by themselves, and concluded it was a worse racing game than Need for Speed, which it absolutely is. Sometimes a game is good, and people do not like it yet. Dragon Quest was like that. So were the Pocket Monsters. Sometimes players have to be led, so I built them a reason. Not a speedrun challenge this time, an actual league, teams of 4 against 4 in the kart game, 1 against 1 in Street Fighter, 5 aside in basketball, certified players, registered clubs, a season, a calendar, a championship at the end of it, and, at the end of the first year, separate national tournaments in Japan and in the United States, and then the 2 winners against each other, Japan versus America. Kaito Nakamura read the announcement and said, to nobody, him again, why does every single thing he invents work? It was a fair question and it had a boring answer, which is that I was doing it first. After my speedrun challenge, hobby clubs had sprouted in every prefecture. Cafes and arcades started running their own little tournaments, unprompted and unpaid, because a tournament fills your room for 6 hours and every person in it buys at least a coffee. Surui tried to copy it. Their games were worse and their installed base was smaller, so the players who came for the prize money took the prize money and went back to playing mine. Nakamura's conclusion, which he wrote in a memo I later saw, the dividend goes to whoever is first. Everyone after that gets the soup. To make the league real, I needed clubs, and clubs cost money, so I had Koji assemble a dinner with representatives of several regional financial houses. They came out of curiosity, most of them came because of my father. I arrived late and blamed traffic, which was a lie, and went straight at it. Build esports clubs, structure them exactly like your baseball franchises. The oldest man there put down his cup. Mr. Akihiko, I'll be honest, I don't see the potential. And then, kindly, in the tone you use with a promising nephew, though for your father's sake, we would be willing to spend a little. He made us a good deal of money in his day. No, the temperature changed. My father has nothing to do with this. I am the one asking you, and I am the one who has to convince you. He leaned back and looked at me properly for the first time all evening. All right, then convince me. Japan against America, is that hook enough? Nobody said anything for several seconds, and I watched 5 very rich men arrive one after another at the same picture. I'll be plain about what I was doing, because I have never pretended otherwise to myself. That country had spent 40 years as America's younger brother, and then the bubble burst and took the last of the confidence with it, and there was nothing left to beat them at. Not cars anymore, not electronics anymore, certainly not money. I was offering a stadium where Japan could beat America on a Saturday night on television in front of everyone. I am not Japanese in the part of me that matters, so I could pick that lever up and use it without one flicker of conscience. A club runs 100 to 200 million yen a year. Several of you can share one. Recruit the boys who are already playing 16 hours a day and are currently considered a social problem. Hire real managers from real sports. Train them like athletes, seriously, now, while the Americans still have nobody organized at all. There was one more reason for the hurry, which I did not share with the table. In my last life, the government of that country quietly killed competitive gaming for a decade by ruling that prize money made it gambling, capping payouts at about 100,000 yen, so that tournaments ended up handing out sacks of rice and bottles of cooking oil to national champions. I needed the status of this thing locked down and normal and sponsored by banks before one bureaucrat noticed it existed. The old man asked one final question. You're certain this isn't under your father's name? Because if it isn't, the losses come out of you, personally. Certain. My father is my father. I am me. If there are losses, I can cover them. They looked at each other, and I could see all 5 of them thinking the same disloyal thought about their own sons. I snapped my fingers. The doors opened, and the food came in. To our cooperation. By July 1996, the league was in the hands of professional managers poached from real sporting bodies, and the Japan-America match was booked for the end of the year, which meant I had been in that world for 3 years. 3 years. In the previous one, I had spent 3 years doing the same 14-hour day over and over, so tired that my only ambition was a Sunday with nothing in it. Now I was thinking about the 3-dimensional era, and a proper, full version of Doom, and whether to buy an American visual effects house while they were still cheap, because in about 4 years, they would not be. And in an American supermarket, at that same moment, a middle-aged man took a piece of paper out of his shirt pocket. An SFC console and some cartridges. Is that this? Certainly, sir. Although we're always out of stock, they're very hard to get. That sentence was killing me. By July, there were over 4 million players in the United States, and a dozen different consoles in every department store. I was producing 100,000 SFCs a day, half to Japan and half to America, and in May, the SFC passed 10 million worldwide. Kimiko's estimate for covering American demand alone was 200,000 a day, and that was before Europe, Canada, and Mexico. The surprise bestseller of the year, incidentally, was the second Duck Hunt with the light gun, which did over 4 million copies. Roughly 1 gun for every console we sold. And at the bottom of that same report, there was a list that made me stop reading. Super Mr. Mason's Great Adventure, Mason Racing, Block Basketball, X Racing, Clones. Names nudged just far enough sideways to survive a trademark search, artwork traced off my own boxes, 100 and 200,000 copies each. The pirates had arrived. I had always known they would. Copyright in a creative industry protects the expression, not the idea. And thank God for that, because if anyone could own a genre, there would be no genres. I have built my entire career standing on that principle. It just cuts both ways, and this was the other way. I called Kimiko. It was evening in California, and she had gone to bed. President? Not now. Rest. Tomorrow, gather every competitor console on the American market and every game they've published and express them to Japan. That's an enormous volume. Do you suspect infringement? Prepare the lawyers, but don't file. If we go to court, we go big, and I'm not setting a budget. And the games? Why do you need those? To play them. I want to see whether there's anything to learn. That was about 40% true. Rest properly. I don't want you suddenly dropping dead of overwork in America. Then I hung up, because I had said the thing and there was no point decorating it. She told me years later that she sat and looked at the phone for a while, and then got up and went to work anyway. What I actually had was a bad feeling, and the bad feeling had a name. There were 12 console manufacturers in the American market by then, and most of them had Wall Street money behind them. In the history I remembered, this industry very nearly ended before it began. There was a company that started with a bar cabinet so popular the coin box overfilled and jammed the machine, and grew into a giant, and then stopped caring what came out on its hardware. Anyone could publish. So everyone did. Games that cost $5 sat on the shelf next to games that cost $30, and the customers had no way to tell them apart, because nobody had invented reviews yet. So they bought the cheap one, took it home. It was garbage. And they concluded, entirely reasonably, that video games are garbage. Then a very expensive licensed game failed catastrophically, and there were landfills involved, and the American market simply died for 2 years. Bad money drives out good. I looked at the numbers on my desk. Consoles down to $150, games at $10 with the cartridge included. This is bad. This is very bad. In New York, in a 2-room office, 4 young men were celebrating. 30,000 copies, $200,000 profit. We made it in half a month, $200,000 for half a month of work. Is there a better job on earth? No. Tonight's on me. Best restaurant in the neighborhood. Order whatever you want. Long live video games. There were hundreds of those. 2 or 3 dropouts with a compiler, taking someone else's code, changing the sprites, shipping it. Nobody tested anything. Some of those cartridges locked the console up so hard you had to pull the plug out of the wall. And in a house in Ohio, a father who had been sold a cheap console and a dozen cheap cartridges by a very helpful clerk watched his son push the first one in. The television emitted a shriek at maximum volume, a pure electronic scream, and the boy went white and nearly fell off the couch. The father turned the sound down to 0. The game booted. It was a Contra clone, and after the first stage it began to lag so badly that the character moved in slow, syrupy jumps. The boy swapped cartridges. Same thing. Swapped again. An unfinished demo that simply stopped after 10 minutes, with no ending, because there wasn't one. He put the controller down on the carpet and worked out that he had nothing to talk about at school tomorrow. In the clubs of Manhattan, young entrepreneurs were toasting the future of video games. In living rooms, children were putting the controller down in disgust. I did not sleep that night. Scaling SFC production would take months, and I was already looking at manufacturing in China, where the phrase "world's factory" was not yet a cliché, and where I could quietly put technology back into the country in a way American export controls would find difficult to notice. But months was too slow. The rot moved in weeks. So I did the thing nobody expected, which was to fight cheap garbage with cheap product of my own. The Famicom had never launched in America. Its manufacturing cost, with packaging, was down to 500 yen. $5. $5 for a console. I called Kaito Takeshi, who had been a shop assistant at an electronics store when I met him and was now a commercial director, and who was, in every practical sense, something I had built. Your Famicom line was scheduled for decommissioning, wasn't it? Yes, President, next month. Restart it. Today. And then there was the other thing. In my Japanese warehouses sat tens of millions of 8-bit cartridges traded in by players upgrading to the 16-bit versions for 500 yen apiece. I had been about to destroy them for the plastic. They did not need to be destroyed. They needed a wash and a new label. Console, $50. Game, $5. And if you get bored of a cartridge, bring it into any of my stores and swap it for a different one. For $1. Kimiko listened to the whole plan without saying a word, and then kept not saying a word for long enough that I asked if the line had dropped. The third-party publishers with warehouses full of dead 8-bit stock agreed instantly. $2 a copy is nothing, and access to the American market is not nothing. It helped that I had made every publisher on my platform ship in at least 3 languages, including English, back when that requirement made no sense to anyone. In September, the ships came into the West Coast. Tens of millions of cartridges and over 5 million consoles. Kimiko personally supervised 4 days of customs clearance and did not sleep for most of it. The customs officer processing the paperwork got curious enough to make conversation. My kid plays these. Well, he did. He told me last month it had gotten boring. She nodded at a subordinate, who came back with a carton containing 3 Famicoms and several dozen cartridges. Please accept these as a gift. The manufacturing cost of the entire box is under $100. It is not a bribe. He pulled out one of them and turned it over. Super Mario Bros. 3. Under $100 for all of this? I paid $130 for a console and $10 for 1 cartridge. He signed the forms and went home and, by his own admission later, tried the box himself before giving it to his son. By that point, Kimiko also had 2 municipal councilors and 1 congressman on her Christmas list, and every one of them got a carton too. A politician who has personally lost to a duck is worth more than a full page in a newspaper. The billboards went up the next week. The lightest, cheapest, most fun console, FC, $50, games 5. Bored of it? Trade it at any of our stores for $1. The department stores were ecstatic because for the first time in a year, we had given them a product they could not run out of. And I put 4 of my development teams back onto 8-bit hardware and did something I had never done before, which was to give them no direction at all. Make whatever you want. I'll approve it when it's done. 80 people who had spent 2 years building things I specified to the pixel produced a complete Famicom game in half a month and came to my office looking like they'd got away with something. I still had Dr. Mario in the drawer, and Donkey Kong, and about 9 other things. And I was already looking further out, because at $50 I could take Europe, and I could take China, where the counterfeiters would simply be unable to compete on price with the original. In an office in New Jersey, an employee burst in on a young boss who was not expecting company. "We have a competitor!" So, if their game is more fun, we copy it. If it's cheaper, we cut prices and get everyone to agree a floor. Why are you? It's Yu Xing. The boss's face changed color in stages. $50 console, $5 games, $1 swaps. How? They're a huge company. Their overheads are higher than ours. How can they possibly be cheaper than us? He got on the phone to his colleagues in the trade. That Japanese company is strangling the American games industry so Japan can monopolize it. They're obviously selling at a loss. Match their price. We only have to outlast them. Do we do the $1 swap too? Are you an idiot? That's suicide. Then a second employee came through the door holding an envelope containing both a lawyer's letter and a summons, which meant the case had already been filed before he'd heard about it. Our lawyers had found sections of my own code inside their products, character for character. Their attorney read it and delivered a genuinely competent assessment. There is infringement, but it is not hopeless. Delete all suspect code immediately. This is our jurisdiction. They are foreigners, and an American jury will instinctively side with the small local company against the giant. Understand, though, that this will take a very long time. How long? Years. And Yoshing pays legal fees for all of those years too? More than us, considerably more. Excellent, said the young boss, sitting back down. Then we drag it out, and out, and out. I filed against 30 to 40 companies simultaneously, having hired the most expensive intellectual property practice on the West Coast with no budget cap, and every one of those small companies drew exactly the wrong conclusion. A Japanese company fighting on 2 fronts at once, dumping product below cost and paying for 40 lawsuits. Nobody can sustain that. Sit still, let the giant bleed out, and inherit the market. So they cut their prices to $4, which was the floor of their own profitability, and waited. Kaito Nakamura's first reaction was admiration, which I still find funny. He genuinely thought I was taking a suicidal risk to defend the industry, and he had reason to be sympathetic because the garbage wave had crushed his PN2 and buried the PN1 entirely, and he had shelved his own handheld announcement. Then, several dozen analysts spent 2 weeks with the data and brought him the truth. Yuxing's Famicom inventory was enormous and had already been written down to 0. They were not losing money, they were disposing of dead stock at a profit. And they were paying for 40 lawsuits with it, one hand expanding the market, the other hand sterilizing it. and the second hand funded entirely by garbage the first hand had already thrown away. Nakamura did not hesitate for a day. Tsurui had warehouses too. In November, the PN1 and its entire back catalog dropped to $5. In that same house in Ohio, a boy plugged in a $50 Famicom and played Donkey Kong until his mother made him stop, and the other console sat in the corner under a pile of cartridges that did not work. I started publishing weekly sales charts, which nobody in that industry had ever done, because I wanted the customer to be able to see what was actually good before he paid for it. The Famicom went off like a rocket. An American factory worker made $2,000 to $4,000 a month. $50 was not a decision. Within 2 months, not having one was a social problem at school. By December, 10 million in the United States, over 20 million with Japan, 300,000 units a day at peak. The clone shops tried to crack the Famicom's lockout chip and ran out of time because the legal pressure had stopped their development work entirely. I had tens of millions of dollars in that fight and no intention of letting go. "We're small companies," one of them told a reporter. "Does a giant really have to grind us into the ground like this?" Having 5 months earlier deliberately built their businesses on my code. In mid-December, they came to me offering settlements with compensation. I did not sign any of them, not one, not for any amount, because I did not want their money, and I had never wanted their money. I wanted them either out of this industry or making games like human beings, and a settlement lets a man pay a fine and go back to work on Monday. I do not need to be liked. In this industry, I decide. By Christmas, the market had visibly cleaned itself. A television crew walked a queue outside a store asking people what they were buying. "This is the SFC? Great machine. It's for my nephew. I'll stake my honor on it. It's worth the money." Lierda, which had let anything at all onto its platform, went down. Their shelves were empty at Christmas, and not because they had sold out, and by then any knowledgeable person in a store would steer a beginner away from them and toward a $50 Famicom. In January 1997, the founder of Lierda resigned, officially for mismanagement. I knew the real cause, because it was the only cause that ever matters. His library. He had nothing worth playing and no way to get it, and he had no control of his own company, because he had sold most of his equity to grow fast, and capital threw him out the window at the first stumble. Those shareholders still thought a game was a physical product. In the history I remember, that same kind of board told its developers that their status inside the company was somewhere below the cleaning staff, and then wondered where all the good games went. Back home, the newspapers lost their minds about me. "Japanese company defeats the Americans, conquers the US market. We rule. The legendary young man of Japan has beaten America. He is our pride." I understood the psychology, and I had counted on it, and it still made me uncomfortable to read. Tokyo TV asked me for an interview. I declined, citing a critical stage of development, and sent a manager instead, which of course made it worse, because a man who will not appear is a legend, and a man who appears is just a man in a suit. It got to the point that in a couple of places people put up small shrines with my name on them. I laughed for a while, and then stopped laughing, because I was 23 years old and still alive, and someone was leaving rice out for me. My team flew to America at the end of the year, half a year of selection and training, run by agents and coaches poached from traditional sport. Boys who had been described in newspapers as a social epidemic, sitting in a chartered plane with their faces against the windows, looking at an ocean that never changed. Most of them had never flown. None of them had left the country. Normally, only elites get to go to a country like this. So if we're going, does that make us elite? We put them in rented villas and locked them in for 2 weeks of intensive practice. The American side was not organized at all. No clubs, no coaches, no rosters. Talented individuals who had signed up by themselves. The outcome was decided before anyone got on a plane, and every organizer knew it, and none of us cared, because the result was not the product. The process was the product. Tokyo TV spent 3 weeks inflating the Americans into demigods so that the audience would feel their own boys climbing a mountain, and the closing line of that broadcast is still quoted at me. "They are only ordinary people who play games, and they have shown the unbending spirit of our nation." Somewhere in the middle of all of this, Tokyo TV put the heads of 7 traditional martial arts schools in a studio to discuss the technical accuracy of Street Fighter. 2 years earlier, those men had considered my games an insult to their life's work. Then students started arriving at their dojos and saying, honestly, that they had come because of a video game. Enrollment went up. Revenues went up. Several of those schools had installed a console in the changing room so students could unwind after training. "Street Fighter is a genuinely great work," said one master on national television. "From a professional standpoint, it is very nearly flawless. The second master was a paid consultant of mine and did not bother to be subtle about it. Then the host asked the difficult question. What about the fireballs? Men do not throw energy out of their palms. The answer was mine. I had written it out and had it delivered. That is concretization. A true master can cut the air with a strike and produce a sound. You cannot see that with your eyes. The special effect simply makes the invisible visible. Not one person in that studio blinked. The program rated over 30%, and for the next year, that country had a martial arts boom, and I have never once admitted in public that it started with a whiteboard and a man drawing a hand with a light in it. The Japan-America match had one problem, which was 14 hours of time zone. Tokyo TV gave us the graveyard, 11 at night through 10 in the morning, the slot they normally fill with test patterns and infomercials, at a rate that made my finance director happy. That slot normally rated 2 or 3%. It rated over 10, which was the highest number that channel had put up after midnight in years. Matsumoto lands the super combo. The American is on the floor and he is not getting up. $100,000 goes to Japan. The Street Fighter final landed on a Saturday night, Japanese time, entirely by accident, and peaked at 20% of the country. Sales of Street Fighter in Japan went from 1 million to 2 in 3 weeks, 4 million with America. A magazine ran a poll on the nation's favorite fictional characters. Mario first, the Dragon Quest hero second, the Pocket Monsters third. 8 of the top 10 were mine. The Tokusatsu hero, who had been #1 in that country for a decade, came fourth. And at the very end of that broadcast, in the last 90 seconds, we ran silhouettes over black and a line of text. A new work under the personal direction of President Kenji Ishikawa, an entirely new genre. Underneath it, for the first time in that country's history, an age rating, 16 and over. Children should watch only with an adult present. I put that rating there myself before anyone asked me to, and I will explain why later when it saves my company. The advertising called it a romance for adults, which of course guaranteed that every 12-year-old in Japan would move heaven and earth to see it. I ran the full trailer at 8 in the morning, when the adults are getting ready for work and the children are getting ready for school, immediately after the tournament highlights. A live actor in heavy armor steps out of a cryogenic pod holding an ugly, blunt industrial shotgun. The camera circles him once. Then the camera goes into his eyes. And now you are him. You see the weapon and the mechanical hand holding it and nothing else, and things start coming at the camera. Children across that country covered their faces and watched through their fingers, which their parents reported to us in letters, angrily, in enormous numbers. The adults' blood went up. All of it. All over the country. Bang, bang, bang. Rock music with the drums mixed too loud on purpose. And at the end, the screen fills edge to edge with a wall of them, and you cannot possibly survive. And the hero reaches off screen and comes back with a rocket launcher of a caliber that does not exist. All fear comes from insufficient firepower. Do you want to come? Kill every last one of these things. Leave none. Doom. SFC and PC, 16 and over. And then I walked onto the screen myself, in a plain shirt, in a studio. I hope you're looking forward to this. Teenagers screamed yes at their televisions all over the country, which I know because it happened in a restaurant I was eating in. Then I put the armor on, picked up the gun, and walked through the backdrop into a burning world. I have been accused of a great many things. Subtlety has never been one of them. In America, the search volume for the word doom went up by hundreds of thousands overnight and took my website down. The most quoted comment on the boards that week. So that is what a real 3D game is supposed to look like. Kaido Nakamura sat alone in his office for a long time with the door shut. What he told me, years later, that he was thinking, was not, how did he do that? It was, why did it never occur to me that a game could be made that way? Then he walked down to his own studio and found his entire development staff watching my trailer for what one of them admitted was the 10th time. Is that hard to build? We'd have to study their code, sir, but the genre isn't the problem. His lead engineer turned around. The volume is. There is going to be many times more code in that than we can currently imagine. That takes people. That takes resources. There's a reason Yoshing has been hiring like that for 2 years. I had over 1,000 people in 10 teams. Surui had 2 teams of 50, and Nakamura could not hire more because he answered to shareholders and I answered to nobody. So he gave them 4 months. And then he bowed to his own employees, which a Japanese executive of that rank simply did not do. Please, let's work together. And that is roughly when I started selling them the engine. The first call came from the head of Kuhon Boku, my oldest third-party partner, opening with 2 solid minutes of flattery. You've got a favor to ask. Yes. I'll teach your people for free. The tool costs you a share. For you, as our most reliable partner, 3% of the game's profit. He audibly exhaled. He had come prepared to argue down from 20. Then he stopped. Wait, in the announcement, you said competitors would also be able to license it. Of course, if they pay. But forgive me, that's helping your enemies. Yes, that's part of the plan. Here is the plan, and it took people about 4 years to see it. My market was growing too slowly. I did not need a bigger share. I needed tens of millions of new players a month, and the only way to get them is more good games than I can personally make. If I refuse to sell the engine, my competitors spend 3 years and write their own. They will get there. Engines are not magic, they are just work. If I sell it to them, they pay me, they stop building their own. They become structurally dependent on my release schedule for a decade, and every hour any of them spends working, they hand me telemetry about what they are building, how big the team is, where they are stuck, and when they will ship. I took that idea from the machines that print semiconductors, where one company sells to everyone, sees everyone's yields, and becomes impossible to catch inside of a decade without anyone being able to point at the moment it happened. A monopoly on the market is a thing you have to defend. A monopoly on data defends itself. Nakamura found out that the training course was open to anyone with sufficient experience, and went to ask his father whether there was shame in learning from a competitor. Kazuya answered before the question finished. Go, absolutely go. If it benefits the division, where does shame come into it? 300 people in a lecture hall. I took a stage with a machine on it and, in 1 hour, alone, in front of them, assembled the working skeleton of a first-person shooter. Movement, camera, weapon, a thing that comes at you and can be shot. That job had taken 100 Americans 4 months. Somebody in the back described the feeling as watching a hero pull out an artifact that deletes the final boss. Then the price list went up on the screen. Exclusive partners, 3% of profit. Multi-platform partners, 4. And a third line that made Kaito Nakamura lose his place in his own notes. Non-partners, license by contract, minimum 10 years, paid annually. A man stood up and asked the question Nakamura's pride would not let him ask. So, competitors as well? Precisely. And not only competitors. Film visual effects, architectural visualization, anyone with a use for it. And the price for them? That's an internal matter, which everyone in the room understood perfectly. Enemies pay a great deal, strangers pay very little. Nakamura did the arithmetic and cheered up considerably. 10 years is long enough for his engineers to learn every trick in my engine and write their own. And he could bring a film company in to share the cost. He was right about all of it, and it did not matter, because by the time he had his own engine, I would have 10 years of everyone's data. He called an American film executive named Bailey, who ran Detroit Film Group, a studio that had once been 3 weeks from bankruptcy before Nakamura's father bought it. Do you have plans for computer effects? Obviously. Digital is cheaper than blowing things up. There's a piece of software that works for games and for film. I propose we buy it together. Hold on, let me repeat that back. The software was developed by your direct competitor, and he is willing to sell it to you and me. 10-year minimum contract, annual payments. That's a strange condition, but if it's really that good, it's acceptable. A pause. Why would they sell us something like that? For them, it's pure loss. I don't understand it myself yet. Nobody did. It took 4 years. When Nakamura applied for a meeting with me in person, he discovered something about himself that he did not enjoy. He was nervous. He had been chasing this man for 3 years, and he sat in his office finishing a coffee with studied calm, genuinely afraid the request would be declined. 10 minutes later, his assistant came back. The president agrees. He says you may choose the venue. Fine, anywhere, a coffee shop. Then in 30 minutes, sir, meeting room downstairs. 30 minutes? Doesn't he have more lectures? No, sir. You simply registered later than the others, which told him, very economically, that every serious company in the industry had already run for a license, and that he was not at the front of the line. He stood up at the 30-minute mark to the second. I got up to meet him, and that was the first time the two people who between them owned that industry had ever been in a room together. If a photographer had been in the corridor, it would have been the front page. The first thought he had, he told me later, was, he's so young, 23, 24. We've been competing for 3 years, he said, and there was never a reason to meet. I've regretted that. So have I. I'm here for the engine. Will you really sell it to a competitor? Why wouldn't I? Then let me ask the question I actually came with. Why are you willing to sell it at all? If you needed money, you'd demand the full sum up front. You're not asking for the money. Allow me to keep that to myself. I think one day you'll work it out on your own. Then I gave him the number. 30 billion yen. $300 million. He did not move. One of his games, a large one, cost about 1 billion yen to make. I had just asked him for 30 games worth of budget for a piece of software. 1 billion in the first year is sufficient. The rest is annual. He tried to negotiate. I let him for a while because it would have been rude not to. Mr. Nakamura, we will keep developing that engine indefinitely, including features you request for your own projects. I am not selling you a program. I am selling you a service. And then I closed him. Imagine several of your studios working at once, more than 10 titles a year instead of 2, and the same tool doing your film effects. He caught himself, mid-thought, deciding that 30 billion yen was a bargain. He told me that was the moment he understood who he was dealing with. We have this technology first, I said. Until the rest of the world reacts, both of us have an advantage. I'd rather share it with you than watch you spend 3 years reinventing it badly. And walking out of that building, Kaito Nakamura realized something that reorganized his entire year. I had not treated him as a competitor. I had treated him as a supplier of games to a market that was going to have 4 billion people in it, which no single company on Earth could ever serve. Also, and I want to be honest here, I once sold a man a console for 200,000 yen that cost me 2,000 to make, and I told him business is business, and he bought it anyway. 3 years later, I sold a competitor a text file for 30 billion. I've grown as a person. Doom shipped in June 1997, after Dragon Quest V, Dragon Quest VI, and Final Fantasy VI cleared the runway. On the SFC, it was compromised because the hardware was 2 years old and I was asking it to do something obscene. On the PC, it did 100,000 discs on day 1 and 150,000 activations on day 2. With peripherals, over 400,000 units in 24 hours. First week, 2 million copies. 500,000 on PC, 1.5 million on console. Something close to $70 million of profit in 7 days. In an advertising agency in Osaka, a junior employee installed it on his office machine, muted the sound, and played a little bit, just a little. Half an hour later, he became aware that his department head had been standing behind him for about 10 minutes. What is that? It's a screensaver. Don't try to handle me. The department head confiscated the disc with a stern warning about company property, walked back to his own office thinking that looks interesting, I'll install it, and the junior employee watched him go and quietly decided to buy another copy on the way home. Within 2 weeks, that game had done real damage to the American economy, and I say that as a compliment to my own staff and an apology to everyone else. Another 2 million copies in week 2. Entire firms played it, from the chief executive down to the mailroom. Deadlines moved, projects stopped. A man at a power company got so involved that a district lost electricity, and at another firm, the clients prepared a lawsuit that eventually closed it. Civil servants started putting terminology from the game into official documents, which is how you know a thing has properly arrived. And an aide walked up to the door of a state governor's office with a briefing folder and heard gunfire on the other side of it, which stopped extremely abruptly. Why didn't you knock? Be quick, I'm busy. The screen behind the governor was frozen on a paused game. The aide put the folder on the desk, and then, looking directly at his employer, added a sentence he had made up entirely on his own, on the spot, because he was ambitious. And you'll note it was made by a Japanese company, sir. I can't help suspecting their ambitions. There was no evidence for that at all. It did not need any. The other thing circulating that month was a photograph of the First Lady of the United States on a plane, entirely absorbed in a Game Boy, next to her own quoted remark that she might need to check into a hospital for Game Boy addiction because the thing was unreasonably compelling. 20 million Game Boys, every one of them with Tetris in the box. You cannot buy that photograph. Nobody could have bought that photograph. Governor Coldy of that state had a games company headquartered in his territory that employed a great many of his voters and whose chief executive had been whispering in his ear for a year. So he opened hearings. The official grounds were violence and doom and the absence of any age control on the sale of video games to children. I answered with money. Not with a press release, not with an apology, not with an edit. I hired the most expensive litigation team on the West Coast, then flew in specialists from Europe, then added commercial counsel, then added academic expert witnesses, and then, every 2 days for the length of that process, added 2 or 3 more senior lawyers to the pile. Over $10 million on the proceeding alone. California, where my American office sat and where I paid my taxes, quietly declined to be helpful to a governor from somewhere else. The outcome was a sales restriction in a handful of states, and that was it. But here is the part Colby did not price in. He had invited the press himself, and by the second week, the press had become his problem, because Americans turned out to be enormously impressed by a foreign company willing to burn tens of millions of dollars purely in order not to bend. And the Japanese community in the United States, which had spent a decade eating the consequences of a currency agreement that a great many of them described as being drained and discarded, organized for the first time in years and said Colby's name in public, repeatedly, in a tone. The public always drifts toward whoever looks like the smaller party. A noticeable number of Americans started rooting for the Japanese game company against their own governor. Colby got nothing out of it except a reputation, and he kept the grudge. And I sat in my office in San Francisco and understood, finally and coldly, that the machine had noticed me. Not a competitor, not a cartel, a government. You cannot outspend a government. You cannot outlawyer one either. You can only make it expensive. And expensive is not the same as impossible. If I were an American company, there would have been a tenth as many attacks. I did not say that out loud to anyone. I filed it, and I started preparing, and it took them another 18 months to come at me properly. In the meantime, I went quiet again, and the press decided I was finished. The market was red hot. $399 3D consoles everywhere. And Yu Xing, in response to enormous public demand for something new, shipped a modestly improved color handheld and nothing else. Yu Xing rests on its laurels, said the trade press. The company has lost its edge. Inside that building, GS1 and the new handheld had been tested to death and were sitting finished. My engineering teams were so idle they were inventing work. Every one of my 10 game teams had at least 3 complete titles ready for hardware the public did not know existed. I announced none of it and put the money into 2 American teams instead, the Engine Group and a visual effects house. A board of shareholders would have taken me apart in a morning. I did not have one. I own that company. The minority holders have under 10% between them and precisely no influence, and that arrangement has cost me a great deal of money and saved my life twice. Sora came to my office in Tokyo with an idea and found an assistant in it. The president hasn't been in for some time. He's in America. I see. Then I'll fly to him. She left that day. She did not appear to notice that bringing me her development problems had become a habit, or why. Her stated reason was that I gave the most precise answer available and saved her months, which was true, and which is also what people say. By then, she ran 2 teams and was deputy head of the whole development department. Somewhere in the previous year, she had stopped wrapping herself up like a parcel, and the entire company discovered at once that she was a strikingly beautiful woman. The rumor mill settled on a scenario involving her, Akari, an extended leave of absence, and a baby. Everyone found it extremely plausible. I found out from a subordinate who thought it was funny. She walked into the San Francisco office following the sound of my voice. Sora? What are you doing here? I wanted to see what you're working on. Film, visual effects. There's a studio here shooting science fiction, and I need my people to practice on something. Learning at somebody else's expense is a rare opportunity. The film was called Star Sea Infinity, a franchise that had been dead for 10 years until a small studio bought it cheap and discovered they could not possibly afford the effects. My approach to their problem was 40% of the cost for 90% of the quality, which no film studio on Earth was structurally capable of proposing, because film people would rather die than ship at 90. Won't there be a gap, said Sora, between the cinematic sequences and the actual gameplay? I'm not preparing for the games that exist now. Have you looked at my Final Fantasy VII project on the internal network? She had not, so I told her. 300 people, 3 development teams simultaneously, routine work outsourced, more than 10 musicians, and a budget of $200 million, which was a fifth of everything my company had in reserve. At a time when nobody in the world put more than 100 people on a game. She was quiet for a while. That's a gambler's bet. It's a message. If you want to spend blockbuster money and make blockbuster returns, you no longer have to do it in film. And to receive that message, the industry needs to see one. I also raised the hardware specification of GS1 while I was at it, and accepted in advance that the console itself would make almost no profit. The console is not the product. The console is the shelf. On the set, the director was a sarcastic man of about 50 called Arthur, known in the trade as Little Arthur, because he had a brother whose films you have definitely seen. Cheap effects are never good effects, he announced to his assistant, loudly enough. Management only cares about the budget. Frankly, I doubt they'll even make the 3-day deadline, and then we can simply refuse the whole arrangement. His assistant told him the car had already arrived. Somebody asked me if I was the manager. I said no. Arthur relaxed considerably after that and started talking to me the way you talk to a technician. I did not mind because I was busy staring at a room off the main stage where a man in a suit covered in reflective markers was walking on a treadmill. Motion capture. In a film studio. In 1997. I could put that in Final Fantasy VII. The reel was 1 minute long. A ship threading an asteroid belt, and then a fight. Arthur watched it in complete silence, which his crew found unnerving because he was not a silent man. Then he played it again. And then 4 or 5 more times. You genuinely did this in 3 days. We use our new software. It's actually built for games. What's it called? Unreal Engine. Are you interested? I can let you have it cheap. Then he watched me for a while longer as this apparent mid-level technician gave instructions to senior staff and casually promised to move people over from 2 other departments. And he caught one of my employees by the elbow. Who is that young man? That's our boss. Which boss? The boss, number 1 at the parent company, the chief executive, you understand? And what is your company called? GameStar Electronic Entertainment. We make video games. And Arthur's face did the thing. You're the ones who hired an army of lawyers to fight a state governor? That's us. When I read about that, he said, my first thought was that you could make a film out of it. The license went to the studio for $50 million over 10 years, 5 a year, which was a great deal less than Sarui paid, because Sarui wanted to beat me, and Detroit Film Group wanted to work with me, and I price accordingly. Same condition as always. All production data comes back to us. Plus the part I actually wanted, a standing partnership that would supply me with film professionals, motion capture stages, and eventually, actors. The head of the studio wants you at a banquet, said Arthur when the shoot wrapped. Meet some film people. It'll help you sell your software. Sora said nothing for the entire drive back. I watched her in the rearview mirror for a while, which is a coward's way of looking at someone, and then said, Are you interested in tomorrow's banquet? No, which was honest. Sora needs games, code, and her small, quiet house. A room with 200 people in it is a slow death to her, and she has never pretended otherwise. What if it were as my date, independently of whether you're interested? She went absolutely still. Then she raised her eyes to the mirror, and I was already looking there. Watch the road, she said, perfectly calm. Ah. Right. That's a no. Fine. That's completely fine. That was a stupid thing to say to an employee, and I would like the earth to open. If it is your invitation, she said, to the window, then I suppose I can go. You are my superior, after all. I turned all the way around in the driver's seat. Watch the road. Are you trying to kill us both? She reached out to shove my head back to front and stopped an inch short, because she cannot do that, and the expression that went across her face in that half second was the most complicated thing I have ever seen on a human being. What did you say? Don't expect me to repeat it. She turned to the window so I could not see her face, which meant I also could not see the streetlights going past in her eyes like stars, which I found out about years later, from her, once. I could not stop smiling, and I did not particularly try. What are you going to wear? The thicker the better. Yes, that's very you. She was out of the car at the hotel before it had properly stopped, and gone. I spent that evening deciding that a suit was insufficiently interesting for a man in my position, and that I required something with character. And she stood on the other side of her hotel room door for a while, leaning against it, with her head down. The banquet was investors, directors, and actors, and I turned up in ordinary clothes. Sora came wrapped up to the eyebrows as promised and got looked at anyway, all night, by everyone, because a very beautiful woman who is visibly trying not to be seen is the most conspicuous object in any room. Arthur brought us to the owner of the studio, Monpre's Pictures, a bearded Russian of about 60 called Ivan, who had spent 40 years clawing his way up in that town and who looked, unmistakably and gloriously, like Santa Claus. He put his arm around my shoulders. "Kenji Ishikawa, my good friend, I'm so glad you came. Come, I'll introduce you to everyone." He had wanted to celebrate the signing with vodka. I had declined, on the grounds that half a cup of sake puts me on the floor, which he found the funniest thing that had happened to him that year. A group of actresses assessed Sora carefully, concluded from the amount of fabric that she was not a competitor, relaxed slightly, and then had to deal with the fact that I was not paying attention to any of them either. "Games must be easy money right now," one of them said. "Game development is no less risky than film. It's simply fashionable at the moment." "Well, if you ever need it, bring one over. I'll promote it for free." "No, I'd want you to be in it." She laughed politely. "I'm serious. I think games are going to move toward film, not the marketing, the work. You would come in and act, on a stage, with markers on your face, and your performance would be in the product." Nobody at that table had the faintest idea what I was talking about. They went back to comparing their new color handhelds, which they all had, because they travel constantly and a flight is 4 hours long, and then to the pocket monster figures 2 of them were collecting. And not one person in that room knew that they were talking to the owner of the largest video game company in the world, until Arthur got on the stage and announced that the effects for his film were being produced by Yo Xing, and that the 2 companies were entering a deep, strategic partnership. Which was when the evening got considerably more social, and I stopped being able to hear myself think, and Sora moved to a wall and stayed there. The industry, meanwhile, had reached a comfortable consensus about me. 90% share in Japan, over 80% in America. And in 2.5 years, the only new hardware out of that company was a handheld with a color screen in it. They had shipped 1 3D game and then stopped. Clearly a first attempt. Clearly they had hit their ceiling and turned cautious, which meant it was everybody else's turn. Lierda announced the 3600 for Christmas with 3 3D titles. The PN2 started climbing again, and my desk filled up with invitations from American investment funds and Japanese financial houses who had smelled a downturn and wanted to buy in before the recovery. I ignored every one of them. Those people bring you an umbrella in fine weather and take it away when it rains. The only outside shareholder I had, a managing director at the Japan Economic News named Hiroki, an old friend of my father's, called me personally, and he was not angling for anything. He was worried. Every other investment he had made in 10 years had gone wrong, and mine was the only one that hadn't. "I have a long plan," I told him. "This is temporary." He believed me, which I appreciated, because at that moment approximately 4 people on Earth did. One of the others was Kaito Nakamura, and he believed me for the wrong reason and reached the right conclusion. He remembered who had put the idea of 3-dimensional games into public circulation in the first place. He could not make the timeline work. Why would the man who called this generation early be half a step behind it now? Answer: he isn't. Something is coming. He said that in a meeting, and nobody agreed with him. Meanwhile, Ivan's oldest enemy in the film business went on television to be funny about him. Monpre is grabbing at a gimmick out of desperation, a video game company doing his visual effects. It's absurd, and if he goes bankrupt, I'm prepared to buy him out, purely to save an old rival. The argument that followed escalated on air into a public wager. If Star C Infinity grossed over $300 million, the rivals would apologize to Ivan in person. If it didn't, Ivan would dissolve his company and leave the film industry forever. The official budget of that film was $70 million, which for science fiction was not a budget, it was a rounding error. I had quietly put another 20 or 30 million into it, most of it on server capacity for rendering, and written the whole thing off internally as advertising for the engine. Then, in October, before my film came out, Detroit Film Group released theirs, a superhero picture set in New York with effects that any professional would grade at 9 out of 10. Total budget, $80 million. The rival studio head, a man called Connor, walked out of that screening doing arithmetic in his head. Effects alone, 100 million minimum. Full production, call it 140. Then he looked up the actual figure on his phone, standing on the sidewalk, and shouted, "Impossible!" loudly enough that people turned around. He retreated to his car and counted the digits again by hand. Units, tens, hundreds. No, 80. It really said 80. He drove to his office, called in staff on a weekend, and read production materials from noon until 11 at night, and still did not believe it. He found it eventually because it was not hidden. Detroit had fired their entire effects supply chain and bought a 10-year license to something called Unreal Engine from a Japanese video game company. And Connor had to sit with the memory of himself on television 6 weeks earlier, being witty about a video game company doing film effects. He called a friend inside Detroit, who confirmed everything cheerfully and then, being an executive, could not resist bragging. Effects costs cut in half at identical quality. This picture breaks even under $200 million. Connor, buy the license. It's a miracle of economics. Connor was quiet on the phone for a long time. Then my trailer went out. 90 seconds. Not one actor in frame. A ship coming through a nebula with the engine noise mixed to shake the floor. Then a running battle, and the only human presence is voices off camera. Fire. Evasive. Hard to port. And at the end, a large U-shaped emblem and a line. Unreal Engine. Building a new era between the unreal and the real. The internet reversed course overnight and started praising a film it had spent a month mocking, with no acknowledgement whatsoever that it had ever said anything else, which is the internet's single most reliable feature. Starcy Infinity did $100 million in its first week. That U appeared at the head of 2 consecutive hits, 6 weeks apart, and people started asking what it was, and found out it belonged to a company that made cartridges for children. The trade press, which had been sniffing at the crossover, declared the crossover brilliant. Somewhere in Los Angeles, a studio head who had spent 15 years being condescending to Ivan, destroyed most of the furniture in his own office and was heard shouting about the Japanese, and then called the other loser of the bet and suggested they go for a drink. Ivan came to see me glowing like a lamp. Ishikawa, my friend, you won me that bet. Have they set a date for the apology? Ha, those people care about face more than money. They will find 1,000 excuses and never do it. He shrugged with his whole body. It's enough for me that I wiped their noses once in public. He was, I could tell, privately fantasizing about a full 90-degree Japanese bow, and I decided not to spoil it. Ishikawa, listen to me. Drop the games. Come into film properly. There's more money here. I'll try film, but it won't be the main business. I thought about it. Adaptations, though, both directions. That we're going to do a great deal of. Across town, at Red Fruit's annual shareholder meeting, a man named Edward Vance was having a much worse afternoon. Profit up 10%. Under $200 million against $1 billion 2 years earlier. His shareholders wanted to know why. So he put a poster of doom on the screen. Our machines cannot run this because we use our own operating system. Then he played a Morgan Group advertisement in which the chief executive of Morgan personally, wearing futuristic armor, turned to camera and said, "You want to fight me? Then step into the magnificent world of DOS." That commercial was my idea. Morgan had come to me, not the other way round, and admitted straight out that Doom had lifted their operating system sales, and that being angry about losing a competition is beneath a large company. I have never respected anyone faster. One of Red Fruit's shareholders, who had personally lost a week of his life to that game, said, quietly, "Damn Doom. Damn Yuxing." Edward Vance's proposal was to go around the problem entirely. Not consoles, personal handheld telephones, smart ones, with an operating system of their own. He was completely right. He was 5 years early and in the wrong room. "We were nearly wiped out by a toy company," said a shareholder, "and your answer is to walk away? Build a console. Build the same thing they have." "I would like to know," said Edward Vance, standing up, "who the chief executive of this company is." He won the vote. He lost everything else. Those men walked out into the corridor and agreed, before they reached the elevator, that Vance had to go and be replaced with someone more agreeable. And in that same corridor, one of them mentioned that several companies in electronics and film were assembling a class action against Yuxing. "Interesting. Can we join?" "Naturally. I've already made contact." "Count us in. That man wouldn't even take our investment money." That is the entire origin of the case, and I want it on the record that it started as a grudge about a rejected phone call. November, Northern District of California, monopolistic practice, patent abuse, and infringement of character rights, all in one filing by 11 plaintiffs. A company that isn't being sued, I told my board, isn't a large company. Then I handed the whole thing to Kamiko and went back to work. I had a legal department by then, with a senior counsel who had served 2 presidents, and patent attorneys whose names were in textbooks. In the history I remember, the 2 most feared legal departments on Earth belonged to a game company and a cartoon studio. Both of them were built the week after losing badly. What was new was that I had friends. Ivan, without being asked and without telling me, turned his entire network against the film studios on the plaintiff list. He has never explained why beyond one sentence. Without you, I would be back in Russia raising pigs. Detroit Film Group persuaded several wavering plaintiffs to withdraw and then sold them engine licenses, which I found so funny I had to leave the room. And Connor, Ivan's old enemy, instead of joining the suit, applied for a license and offered to lobby his colleagues into dropping it. I gave him the same terms as Ivan. $50 million over 10 years, premium partner status. Then I gave Ivan the theatrical rights to a full-length pocket monster film, because Tokyo TV had the property and no distribution, and he had distribution and no property, and I simply put them in a room. The lawsuit itself was, in places, magnificent. The dragon design in Dragon Quest is ours. Small wings, heavy body, identical. And Charizard, the final evolution of Charmander, also infringes. We asked the court to halt sales and to enjoin the defendant from using any dragons whatsoever. And the judge said, that sounds reasonable. At which point my lawyers produced a document from 10 years earlier in which that same studio, while making its own dragon film, had itself petitioned the Copyright Office to place the design into the public domain, specifically so that nobody could sue them over it. You cannot infringe the public domain. Dismissed. The next filing demanded that I be compelled to publish the source of the Unreal Engine in order to prevent a monopoly. That one took longer and cost more, and we beat it on development cost and, quietly, on the state of relations between two governments. None of those suits were meant to be won. They were meant to ruin my week and stall my development schedule, and they were run by people who assumed that a company under legal siege slows down. So I shipped 5 first-party games a month, 30 first-rate titles, and 50 decent ones reaching players every month, $400 to $500 million a month in net profit, and then, because I am not a subtle man, I published the amount I was spending on litigation. I have money. That is the whole of my position. I can carry this legal team indefinitely. Can you? My opponents ended up putting 30 to 40% of their operating resources into that fight and coughing blood. Kimiko gave an interview in which she was faintly rude about companies that will not come out and compete face-to-face, and then finished with the line the American press quoted for years afterward, which she got from me, and which is the only sincere sentence I have ever put in a press release. On my business card, I am the president of a game company. In my head, I am a game developer, but in my heart, I am a player. The second annual Game Awards took place without a human host. The site's mascot did the presenting, voiced by somebody reading flatly off a page, who audibly livened up only when reading sponsor names. Awards went to obscure titles nobody had played. Game of the Year went to the new Sun Knight, and not to the game that had invented an entire genre and stopped the American economy for 2 weeks. I had founded that award show anonymously, and I did not mind at all. If I had wanted the trophy, I could simply have bought it, the same way somebody else just had. By early 1998, the litigation had been running over 6 months. My installed base had passed 50 million people, and the plaintiffs were falling apart, because every one of them had a board that wanted to know when the legal spending stopped, and I had nobody to answer to at all. The coalition against me collapsed from the inside, so they went and got a bigger one. Several of the plaintiffs were congressmen. Having lost in court, they simply changed venue. The Film Association joined. The Software Association joined. Several states and one governor with an excellent memory. Congressman Robert, whose own software company had been eaten alive by the games market, put it best. Those attorneys are Americans. They are working for the Japanese. Some of them advised presidents. And the head of the Software Association laid out the plan. We compel Yoshing to open the source code of their consoles. A great many American companies are suffering because they have nothing to copy their homework from. So let us make the perfect homework available to everyone. This is the development of the industry. This is for the common good. Then the closing argument, delivered with total confidence. And I have friends at the Department of Justice. Understand me, the Antitrust Division sits above the law. In front of them, no attorney in this country is of any use to anyone. June 3rd, 1998. Congress raised the import duty on video game hardware and software by 20%. June 7th, the Antitrust Division of the Department of Justice opened a formal investigation. The outcome, when it came, had 2 parts. Compulsory licensing of my patents to all comers with a legal ceiling on what I was permitted to charge. The directional pad, the light gun, the shoulder buttons, the first-person control system, and the publication of the complete source code of 4 consoles, the Famicom, the SFC, the Game Boy, and the Game Boy Color, for the development of the global industry. No single company may monopolize knowledge. Kimiko did not sleep for several nights. She had spent 5 years learning American rules and playing them better than Americans, and then the people who wrote the rules simply wrote different ones. Every connection she had bought a delay and nothing more. A California governor, state legislators, 2 congressmen. "I'm sorry, Miss Kimiko," one of them told her on the phone. "We did everything we could." Then I called her. For the first and only time in the years I have known that woman, her voice went. "President, I apologize. I have failed you." A breath. "I couldn't protect our child." "Our what?" No, I mean the company's assets, the consoles. I think of them as a child." I decided, at speed, that I had not heard any of that. "It isn't your fault. Nobody alive does better against 2 federal agencies at once, including me. And I'm not calling for an apology. I need the details of the sanctions, all of them, because I need a counter." So she gave me the details, professionally, in about 4 minutes. The tariff was not really about me. The Treasury wanted factories and jobs on American soil, and at $20 an hour for a line worker, it was cheaper for me to eat the duty, which they knew. The source code was the real blow, because opening it meant handing my hardware to every counterfeiter on Earth. And then she said something I was not expecting. Morgan Group intervened on our behalf. Because of them, the list of compulsorily licensed patents was cut down substantially. I sat with that for a second. I had put Doom on the personal computer because I wanted the graphics, and in doing so, I had accidentally acquired a giant as an ally, and it had just quietly saved me 4 of my most valuable patents. Sometimes you do a stupid thing for a shallow reason, and it saves your company 2 years later. I try not to build a philosophy out of that. "All right," I said, "since opening the code is unavoidable, let it happen." "Sir, in fact, it may be good." Here's what we did with it. I opened all 4 consoles completely, not the minimum the order required, everything. Then we published proper development kits, documentation, and tools, the ones my own staff used, which nobody had ordered us to do. And on top of it, we announced the GameStar project. Anyone in the world who builds a game of sufficient quality for those 4 platforms receives a cash prize and the offer of a long-term contract. No licensing fee, no platform cut. 100% of the revenue to the person who made it. They had ordered me to hand my hardware to every developer in America. Fine. I would like to catch every developer in America in one net and walk them into my camp. And then I told Kimiko the other thing. It's time to put down the cards we've been holding, the handheld, and GS1. Supply mood in that hall was bad, not panicked. My people were not panicking, for the excellent reason that I was not. "The atmosphere is a little heavy," I said, and got a laugh out of about a third of them, which was a third more than I expected. Akari, in the front row, arms folded. "Kenji Ishikawa, what are you planning? Piracy costs us revenue. It also expands the base faster than any marketing I could buy. First you win the hearts, the money comes second, and it always comes." Then I told them the timing, because they deserved to know why I was asking them to sit still while the press wrote our obituary. "We announce nothing until the new rules have fully taken effect, not one word, because rewriting a law you have just passed is expensive and embarrassing, and because a government that hounds an entertainment company twice in a row looks petty in front of its own public. Once that ink is dry, they are committed, and we are free." And then I asked them for the thing I almost never ask for. Until then, I need overtime. And I need it to look like a company scraping the last money out of dying hardware. 9 to 5 had been the rule in that building since the first year, in a country where a company whose lights go off at 6 is a company 3 months from bankruptcy, and it had become the single thing my staff bragged about to their friends. "Thank you for your contribution. This company will not shortchange you. And I'll be on the same front line as you." Back home, the newspapers went off like a bomb. Japanese media covered the American sanctions in enormous detail. The public remembered exactly whose signature was on the agreement that had ended their prosperity, and then they did something no marketing budget can buy. They started buying consoles out of spite. The Americans want to crush our national enterprise. Not with our money, they don't. Old 8-bit games at 500 yen crossed 1 million copies for the first time in their lives. Our warehouses emptied. In America, the clone shops celebrated their vindication. Studios that had closed reopened. Lierda cut prices again, and Redfruit announced a 32-bit console with 0 licensing fees for the first year. Kaito Nakamura felt genuinely sorry for me, and then had a thought he was ashamed of, which was whether Surui should simply buy the whole company for its development staff. He shelved it because one thing did not fit. Yuxing's senior producers were not putting out feelers, not one of them. In an industry where a wobbling company sheds its best people in 6 weeks, nobody was moving. Nobody noticed the second oddity either, which was that every major third-party partner I had, when asked by the press for comment on my collapse, said no comment. They said no comment because they had already seen the hardware. 3 days before the rules took effect, at midnight, the Department of Justice published the final order. Small studios began announcing clone consoles within the hour. Yuxing is about to become history. The new era belongs to us. Nakamura read the order at his desk and felt relief and loss in the same breath, and picked up his phone to call me and say something kind, and then decided to give it a couple of days, because it would be cruel to do it the same night. It was 2 in the afternoon in Japan. I was sitting in front of a screen with a page already built and staged, and I pressed one button. And on the global site, in every language we shipped in, 2 lines appeared. Officially announced, the newest Yuxing handheld console, GBA, releasing shortly. And the first global online direct. The corners of my mouth went up entirely without permission. The fewer the words, the bigger the news. What GBA actually was, for those of you who did not grow up with one welded to your hands, a 32-bit processor. In your pocket. More powerful than the 16-bit home console sitting under 60 million televisions. Complete backward compatibility with the Game Boy and Game Boy Color. And, because of the new screen, the old games looked better on it than on the machines they were made for. Launch lineup: Metroid Fusion. WarioWare Twisted, a game about the villain rather than the hero, with a gyroscope built into the cartridge, in a world where that word existed only in aviation, heavy industry, and defense procurement, and which you play by physically twisting the console in your hands. And Castlevania: Circle of the Moon, both parents of that genre, on day 1 on the same machine. The hardcore broke first, in public, within an hour. I will buy a new console at any price they name if it means playing a new Metroid and a new Castlevania. More than 30 games in the first month. An American console manufacturer who had put everything he had into building for the market I was supposedly vacating, told his employee to stop reading him the specifications and show him the machine. The last page of the announcement was the industrial design. Not a square, a long horizontal oval with the buttons on either side of the screen instead of underneath it, and shoulder buttons on the top edge where your index fingers already were. Colored shells. And transparent shells so you could see the machine's own circuits through the case, with paid customization on top of that, because I had learned by then that a teenager will pay real money to own an object nobody else at school has. August the 1st in Japan. Half a month later in America, because it went by sea. 9,800 yen, $129. Games capped at 5,000 yen, or $49.90. The American developers grabbed the only handhold available. Their software is more expensive than ours. We compete on price. It cost me something real, that silence. While I said nothing, a number of third-party studios had migrated to other platforms because they believed the funeral notices, and the only way to get them back was sales figures. And then somebody in a forum thread said the thing that made the entire industry stop breathing. Hold on, they said the Direct has more important news. What could possibly be more important than the GBA? And several 100,000 people arrived at the same impossible idea at the same moment. A new home console. No, they can't have both. The Redfruit shareholder who had personally demanded they build a console screamed at his staff. It's not possible. That performance? And it ships in 2 weeks? It appears they anticipated all of this, sir, and held it back deliberately. He spent that afternoon, by his own later account, hoping sincerely that a specific Japanese man would be hit by a car. The polls landed on my desk that week. Online, over 100,000 responses. 70% would buy immediately. Another 13 or 14 were considering it. Offline, conducted in actual game shops, 95% would buy immediately. The gap is the whole business. The people in the shops already owned a shelf of cartridges, and every one of those cartridges works in the new machine. President, one of my staff, hopefully, at the Direct, will you announce GS1? We're ready. If we're ready, everything goes on the table. And then, because it was true, Our partners need to see it, and this period has been hard on people. The American Trade Association put out a statement declaring the GBA a fabrication. A mature consumer electronic product takes 1 to 2 years to bring to market. What they are describing is, by definition, an unfinished prototype. The men who signed that statement then used the same thread to promote their own forthcoming console, which is the sort of thing you do when you believe nobody is reading carefully. Kimiko invited them to fly out, at my expense, and personally inspect several dozen pre-production units. They ignored her. So she stopped arguing and posted a video. An employee named Alex, holding a machine a little larger than half an adult palm, turning it over so you can see the blue shell. He slots in Circle of the Moon. The startup jingle plays. The screen comes up lit and in color. Then he demonstrates the thing you cannot fake, which is the audio chip inside the cartridge itself, letting you hear a difference in the room that tells you where the hidden passage is. 3 or 4 minutes, cut off at the best moment. Then Zero Style Racing, the one pseudo 3D title in the lineup, running off a graphics chip in its own cartridge and looking no worse than the home console. The skeptics went quiet, because there was nothing left to take hold of. Everyone in the industry worked out the real point within about a day. The GBA was not an upgrade. It was a brand new platform wearing backward compatibility as a disguise, and the Justice Department order covered 4 named consoles and did not cover it. The department was not pleased. And, exactly as I had said in that hall, it did not reopen anything, because you do not amend an antitrust settlement 8 weeks after signing it in order to punish a company for releasing a toy. I also built in the kind of protection nobody had used before. The gyroscope in the WarioWare cartridge, the audio module in Castlevania. A pirated copy of either one runs, but it does not work. And a customer who buys a fake and finds half the game missing goes back to the shop angry, which makes piracy expensive at the only point where it can be made expensive, the counterfeiter's own reputation. The Direct went out simultaneously on Facebook, in which I held equity, and Tokyo TV, in which I now held rather a lot. One industry analyst declared confidently in a thread that a second console was categorically impossible, and got the reply of the year. Who are you? Are you Kenji Ishikawa, the creator of video games? And half an hour before broadcast, my forum absorbed over 1,000 separate attacks. Which is why Sora was in the building that day, listed on the roster as a temporary worker, sitting in front of 6 monitors, holding the entire infrastructure up with both hands and looking, for the first time in her life, like she was enjoying a party. Her fee for that was 1 sentence, delivered flatly, in advance. When this is over, you greenlight my game. She had been building it, alone, for years, and she had never once asked me for anything. Done, I said. 300,000 people watched my broadcast live online, at a time when 300,000 people online at once was a national infrastructure event, and it took 23% of the television audience on top. Every other network in Japan turned an interesting color, and I enjoyed it more than I should have. They had spent 5 years refusing to let games on the air to protect their audience, and it turned out the thing eating their audience was never the games. It was the wire in the wall. I had redrawn the company logo flat and simple that month, and it came up on screen for 4 seconds with no music. Then I opened, with no speech of any kind, on a video. I want to be specific about that because my staff fought me over it for a week. Every hardware launch in that industry began with an executive explaining how difficult the last 3 years had been. The viewer does not care how hard it was. The viewer wants the thing, the price, and the date. Everything else is a place to leave. So we opened on a man shaking a small blue machine to slice an apple in half, then rocking it left and right to shave a cartoon man's face, then tipping it gently, back and forth, to play a violin. The forum's first reaction, time-stamped 9 seconds in, was gratitude that I was not talking. Then third-party games, including one from a studio run by Haruto Yoshida, who 3 years earlier had been a broken-down office clerk with no prospects, who took my training course, and who made the first third-party game on my platform, and whose name the entire industry now knew. 40 minutes in, I put a hand behind my ear and pretended to listen to the audience. Satisfied? It gets better. And then the Mario theme started. 2-dimensional platformer. Exactly what everyone had grown up on. Mario running right, stomping a Goomba, going up a pipe. Bowser at the end. The princess waiting past the flagpole in the same 11 pixels she had been standing in for 5 years. And the screen cracked. Not a transition, not a wipe. The picture broke like real glass, with a sound like real glass, and the crack opened into a hole, and the hole pulled the princess through it. and Mario ran and jumped in after her, down a tunnel, past every two-dimensional game we had ever made, all of them flat, all of them receding, then a title, Mario 64. The immediate reaction across Japan, from children, was confusion, and I had counted on it. Since when is Mario on the 64th one? How many did we miss? The forum filled with question marks and jokes about having woken up in the year 2077. A few executives at American companies wrote that the number was a cheap gimmick and were downvoted into the Earth's mantle by an audience that had no idea what it meant either, but had correctly identified whose side they were on. Then electronic music. Reflections on a wet street at night. A three-dimensional road going somewhere with distance in it. And a sports car from a real manufacturer put its back end out and held a slide with the tires screaming. Drift! That's a drift! Both countries were, at that exact moment, deep in a drifting craze started by a racing anime, and I would love to claim I planned the timing. Need for Speed 3. They skipped the second one again. I love this company. And that is when the clever ones in the audience arrived, all together, at the question. What machine is running that? And why is Mario called 64, in an industry where every product on the shelf is named after how many bits it has? My forum argued itself hoarse. They cannot be running two hardware programs at once. It'll be a PC release with Morgan. Watch. If that's a new console, I will call Yoshing my eternal lord and master. Sora, holding the servers up with her fingernails, later admitted the only moment she nearly cracked was reading that thread, knowing what was in the next segment. Then I showed a new Dragon Quest, and I showed it deliberately looking old-fashioned. Two-dimensional characters, familiar menus. Nothing to see. Except the environment behind those flat characters had depth in it and moved, and the camera went around a corner, which the 16-bit console cannot do. At all. Not in any circumstance. In America, several dozen executives watching a Japanese broadcast in the middle of their working day reached the following conclusion in unison. Every dollar we spent strangling this man is about to become a joke. He did not just survive the sanction. He is going to end up with more players than he had, for free, legally, because we ordered him to open his hardware. Then I came back on screen and sighed. How quickly the time goes. Well, I'll say goodbye here. Thank you for watching, and thank you for playing my games. It's an honor. And the background began to fade to black. The chat did not survive it. Wait, what about Mario 64? Where is my Mario 64, you? And a crack opened in the darkness behind me. Mario came out of it, three-dimensional, for the first time in the history of that world, with a shadow under him and a real hat. He came up to me, stood on his toes, handed me a wrapped gift box, waved at the camera, and jumped back into the tunnel. Ah, I said. I nearly forgot something more important. Thank you, Mario. Sora, at her monitors, slowly turned her head and looked at me across the studio. I kept my face completely still, while internally my toes tried to curl through the floor of the building, because that scene had been the idea of a Tokyo TV director, and I had agreed to it impulsively in a meeting in front of witnesses. In the box was a flat black square. They actually built a console, but how? In a house in Osaka, a small boy turned around. I was about to start an argument in 900,000 households. Dad, my Christmas present is that. Only that. Otherwise, I'm not speaking to you. Son, I want it too, but your mother decides. Sort it out between yourselves, said his mother from the kitchen, having decided nothing. Then the controller, 2 pairs of shoulder buttons, and 2 analog sticks. The audience did not understand the second stick at all. The only joystick anyone in that world had seen was a Lierda flight controller built for a hyper-realistic aviation simulator that failed because it expected ordinary people to know what a trim tab was. I had spent over $3 million purely on the shape of that controller, on where a hand goes, on the angle of the grips. In the history I remember, a company with more money than God spent $100 million learning the same thing about 10 years later, and I had a plaster cast of 212 hands in a room in Kyoto. The left stick moves the character, I said. The right stick moves the camera. And that was the moment the world learned how to operate a three-dimensional space, in one sentence, from a man holding a controller in front of a camera. Then 5 minutes of Mario 64, live, outside the castle, with nothing scripted. I did not talk over it. Afterward, the forums did not discuss the handheld at all. A brand new 32-bit portable console with a launch lineup of 30 games had been completely eaten by the thing that came after it. Across the industry, in about 6 hours, a generation of studios understood that the era in which 7 people made a game in 6 months had just ended, and that they did not have the money for the next one. Kaito Nakamura assembled his department and reconstructed the whole thing on a whiteboard, out loud, and got every step right, which nobody else managed, and which I have respected him for ever since. Rumors of a Yoshing 3D console had been circulating since 1995, so the hardware had been in development for 3 years, not 3 months, which meant the announcement date was chosen, not reached, and the cheap disposable software his rival had suddenly started shipping while his staff worked unheard of overtime was camouflage. I felt it at the time, he told his people. Kenji Ishikawa does not do slapdash work. I had no proof, so I said nothing. And I was right, and I did nothing about it. And then he noticed a feeling he was not expecting, which was relief. If the man is that strong, this industry has a future, and there is room in it for a business large enough to be Tsurui's main line, rather than a hobby his father tolerates. His father was going to retire soon. It was time to build his own team and go all in. The Americans, who watched the broadcast in the early afternoon, had their entire day ruined and understood the timing perfectly. The counterpunch had landed. 8 weeks after the Department of Justice locked its order into place, which meant a foreign company had waited deliberately for a federal agency to finish congratulating itself and had then slapped it. The American press ran several carefully reasoned pieces explaining that it was physically impossible for one company to have shipped a handheld console, a home console, and launch software for both simultaneously, and that some part of the announcement had to be vaporware. I read them and nearly agreed. Nobody in that world could imagine the actual explanation. A few people online had joked about it, not one of them had meant it, and I sat with the strangest thought I have had in that life, which is that a company does not necessarily have to run. Quite often, it is enough not to rot, because the money always arrives eventually, looking for the short path, and the short path always damages the product. And in the history I remember, that is precisely how an entire generation of games became slot machines wearing a costume, aimed with real skill at the oldest wiring in the human head. The numbers on my desk that quarter. Nearly 100 million players between Japan and America. The Famicom, after we published its source code, had sold 87 million units and was still moving over 1 million a month. It had a real chance of becoming the first console in history to reach 100 million, which against 4 billion future players is nothing. That is the actual target, and I have never said it out loud in an interview because it sounds insane. I want everyone playing, every age. I want a 70-year-old with a controller. GS1's specification, 2 32-bit processors working together, which the marketing department was going to call 64 whatever I said, and which came out slightly behind a machine I remembered from a decade later. Storage, an optical disc holding over 2 gigabytes, on a drive we had commissioned custom and beaten down to a price that made the supplier unhappy. And it played video discs, because if a machine is already spinning discs, it may as well earn its place under the television twice. I did not announce the price. I said soon, August the 1st. The handheld launched. GS1 was going to be the first console in the world with an operating system inside it, and we had not told anybody that yet. Outside my flagship store in Akihabara, there were 3,000 or 4,000 people. The front of that line had been in place for a week. I sat in a car up the street and looked at them for a while. 5 years earlier, in that world, this did not exist. Not the products, not the shops, not the word. There was nothing to queue for and nobody who would have queued. I am not a sentimental man, and I was, at that moment, extremely close to it. President, we should go in. Sales start in 6 minutes. They recognize me crossing the road. Look, it's the god of games. Sign something. Sign anything. We love you. Several of them were wearing shirts with my face printed on them, and I stood there for a second, experiencing the specific horror of a man discovering he has acquired a fandom without filing any paperwork. Also, the portrait was black and white, which, where I come from, is what you put on a shrine, and I chose not to mention it. I declined all autographs politely. Inside, the shelves had been cleared, and I had barriers laid out in a serpentine with security at the corners, which we have never once economized on since a certain queue in a certain winter turned into a brawl. The government was, by then, entirely satisfied with the way this industry policed itself, which is the whole reason games in Japan got green lights while the same products in America got hearings. Then I put on a shop uniform and worked the register myself. The first customer through the door came in at a dead sprint, arrived at the counter, looked up, and froze solid. The god of games is personally serving me. He walked out with a signed console and over 30 games, several of which had not been released, free, plus a photograph, and an announced intention not to wash his right hand for a week. The first 100 all got the photo and the signature. By the end of the first hour, my writing hand had a real ache in it, and I thought about the newly debuting idols who shake hands 1,000 times a day and revised my opinion of their profession permanently. And about halfway down that line, in the middle of several thousand Japanese teenagers, there was a man well over 6 feet tall who did not belong to any part of the picture. He was American. He had flown across an ocean. He had been in that line for several days. His name was Edward Vance, and he was, at that moment, unemployed. I want to tell you about him properly, because at that point in my life, I had never heard of him. As a child, he built a radio transmitter in his bedroom and jammed the local station with it until the police arrived at his parents' door. In high school, he etched his own motherboard and assembled a working computer out of it. He got into Harvard, left, and started a company in a garage, and one product demonstration at one trade show made him famous in a country that loves that story more than any other. Everything went perfectly until video game consoles happened to him. Then his own shareholders removed him from the company he had built with his hands. The same thing had happened 4 months earlier to the founder of Lierda for the same reason, at the hands of the same kind of men. The Japanese boy behind him in the line noticed the accent. "Are you from America? Did you fly here specially, to buy it first?" "Yes." "Then you're the most dedicated player here. Welcome." His friends turned around and cheered, briefly and sincerely, for a foreigner they had never met. Edward Vance stared at them. "Why are you happy about that? Because I'm a player?" "Of course. Every player in the world is one family." He did not have anything to say to that. What he did have, standing in a Tokyo street at 4 in the morning, was the first honest thought of his adult life, which was that he had never in 50 years worked out how to enjoy anything. "So what's your favorite game?" He thought about it seriously, which was somehow worse. Tetris. Only Tetris. He bought 2 consoles and 10 games and went back to his hotel and played them all day, methodically, feeling nothing whatsoever, because he was not the target audience and never had been. But he took them apart the way an engineer takes a competitor's product apart. The role-playing games let you live a life that isn't yours. The racing games sell speed to people who will never drive that fast. Mario is not about jumping. Mario is about the human need to find out what is behind that wall. Within 3 days, in a hotel room, on a laptop, he had written a working clone of Mario. Then he flew home, and somewhere over the Pacific, he made himself a promise. "Yoshing, wait for me. I am coming back, and I am going to put you out of the American market with a product so good that nobody argues." And then, because the flight was 11 hours and there was nothing else to do, he took out the handheld. His save file was stuck on level 15 of My Tetris. He could clear 16, he could not clear 17. He worked at it, alone, for 4 hours at 30,000 feet. I suppose Tetris is the only game I actually respect. That was the man I made, and I did it without ever learning his name. Launch day in Japan, I sold 1,300,000 units. The first console in the history of the world to sell 1 million in 24 hours. And the genuinely strange number, the one I have never fully explained, WarioWare sold 1.5 million copies. More copies than there were consoles. People were buying the game before they had a machine to play it on, which means they intended to keep queuing. And the team had built that game almost without me. I gave them a direction and a shake gesture and left them alone for 9 months. That was the best news in the report. Not the million. That one. By then, Metroid, Castlevania, and Dragon Quest were also effectively out of my hands, and the company had stopped being an extension of my memory and started being a company. The American release came 2 weeks later, and a local news crew went down the queue trying to generate a story by selling people on the competition. "You know, Surui and Lierda make consoles too. Their games are just as good." "Huh? What are those?" "Don't listen to him," said the kid's friend, dragging him forward by the sleeve. "Everyone else makes garbage." The reporter could not land a single hit, the segment never aired, and I did not have to lift a finger. Over 600,000 units on day one in the United States. Warehouses stripped. Kimiko demanded sales reports every hour, around the clock, for 11 days, and I eventually had to order her to go home. And around then, Blake Cooper came back into my life, 2 years before I noticed. The founder of Lierda, thrown out of his own company by his own shareholders, started going door to door around the wreckage of the clone industry. "Hello, I'm Blake Cooper. Would you like to get even with the foreigners at Yoxing who ruined your life?" About half of what he said was a lie. He claimed he had already assembled 100 developers. He had 12. He implied he had funding. He had almost nothing. But resentment is a renewable resource, and people came and worked for him for free. Here is the thing about Blake Cooper, and it matters later. He did not actually hate me. He said all that about Yoxing purely because he needed a fire to gather people around. What he wanted was to walk back into a boardroom full of the men who had removed him and say, "I did it without $1 of your money." He got 100 and some people and founded a company, and this time he did not build hardware at all, software only. I did not notice him for 2 years, which was a mistake, and it was one of only 2 mistakes in that decade that cost me anything real. Meanwhile, in Tokyo, I put 3 development teams in one room, 5th Division, 6th Division, 13th Division, 150 people each, every discipline, sound, animation, original art, engineering, level design, dungeon design, narrative. Hana Kimura, 26, who before joining us had shipped 3 games with a team of 4 and sold 300,000 copies of each, and who had been given management equity for it. Haru, a technical lead promoted the previous month, because his predecessor had been an outstanding engineer and had discovered that running 100 people is not the same profession at all. And Sota Aoki, 29, who greeted the other 2 like this: "Kimura, Haru, I look forward to working with you. We are partners now, and the bonds between partners make us stronger. Ganbatte." Then I had a cart wheeled in with 2 boxes on it, bound documents, the development plan. The world is steampunk on the edge of the near future. There are crystals, there are chocobos, there is a world map. And then a requirement no game had ever carried, which made the writers put their heads in their hands. I wanted the water cycle written down, where the rivers come from, how the cities are governed, who feeds whom, and why this town exists on this road. Then the map requirement, which made the level designers put their heads in their hands. It is larger than any role-playing game ever built, and every region on it has its own content. No question marks scattered across a map, no collectathons. If a player walks somewhere, something is there. President, the cartridge capacity, 2 gigabytes. Sorry? Not 48 megabits, 2 gigabytes. I watched a room full of professionals recalibrate their entire idea of what was possible, which is a specific facial expression, and I have chased it ever since. We traded a rifle for a cannon. Now we find out whether anyone here can aim. Kimura raised his hand. "President, won't players get tired? That's an enormous amount of content. What do you think a player's limit is?" "I don't know. It simply feels like too much. It isn't enough." The room went quiet. "The budget for this project is $100 million. There is a further $50 million held in reserve. 10 times any ceiling that had ever existed. A fifth of everything my company had." In the corner, sitting where she thought nobody was looking, Sora's eyes lit up with an emotion I had never once seen on her, which was straightforward envy. Give her those resources and she would want to be first to the table too. Somebody started to raise an objection about the risk. "I can afford it. The company will not be harmed by it. Your only concern is whether your imagination is large enough to spend it." And then I said the true thing, which I had not planned to say. For 5 years, we have been limited by cartridges and by hardware. Every single thing we have made has been smaller than what it should have been, and that has been my private regret the whole time. We have led this industry from the start. A new era is arriving, and I intend for us to lead that one too. 3 department heads looked at me with the expression of people who have just been told they are allowed to try. I replaced the artist who had drawn the previous 6 games in that series. The 7th was a deliberate turn toward a wider market, which meant a different silhouette, sharper faces, and hair that behaved like nothing in nature and looked completely correct anyway. The art went to industrial staff we had grown ourselves, 6 senior artists and over 30 assistants. The music kept the mandatory prelude and then did something nobody had budgeted for before, a separate theme for every significant character, not a location theme, a person theme. The antagonist got his own piece, with a choir in it, which starts the instant he walks into frame, and which I am told people can now hum after hearing 4 notes. Development time, minimum 1 year. I did not hide any of it. I announced publicly that this was the first project in history with a development budget over $100 million, and that the $100 million did not include marketing. The industry response split cleanly. Is he not afraid of losing everything? Other people have put $10 million into a game and got a pitiful result. If any other company said this, I'd laugh, but it's Yo Xing, so I believe it. The existing fans of that series took it upon themselves to advertise the game to their friends, unpaid, for a year, which is the only marketing that has ever actually worked. The skeptics, fairly, pointed out that we had failures too, including a text adventure that did not clear 100,000 copies and which I still think was good. I effectively moved on to the development floor. 1,000 square meters, one project. As far as the press was concerned, I had evaporated again. I was standing at a whiteboard checking the demo chapter, which ends on the reactor job and cuts off precisely at the moment the flower girl appears, when the door opened hard. Akari came in with her eyes red and swollen and a crumpled printout of the script in her fist. Takeyuse. The room stopped. Why did you write this? Why does she have to die? I had not given her the script. She was not on the distribution list. Sora had given it to her and then gone home without saying anything to anybody. Is it fun for you, playing with people like that? They will curse you for it and they will walk away. You could have simply not done it. So we sat down, and I talked her through the people in it instead of the plot. The mercenary, whose determination is the point, and whose small flaws are why you accept him. The flower girl, whose goodness is not naivety, and who has steel in her precisely at the moment she chooses to stop running. The friend from the hometown, strong on the outside and soft under it, still holding a promise made by a child. And the antagonist, who is charming and decisive and carries enough of a bitter history that you cannot honestly hate him. Akari went quiet for a while. It's the best story I've ever seen in a game. And then she asked the question again, more quietly, which is the one that actually mattered to her, and I gave her the only answer I had, which happens to be the answer of a man who did not write it. Sometimes characters come alive. I'm a silent observer more than an author. I have tried to force a plot before, and every single time they walk off the page and say, "We have our own will, respect our choice." Do they really have souls? They do. Respect their choices. Don't push somebody else's story onto them. She wiped her face with the heel of her hand and looked at the ceiling. He's so unhappy. And I still can't hate the villain, even though when he did it, I wanted to climb into the script and throw him over my shoulder. Which, from a woman who once dropped a burglar with a wrench, is not a figure of speech. So I opened one card, a small one, that this world was not going to be one game, that there would be novels and animation and, a long way down the road, a continuation that goes back and looks at all of it again. She lit up like a window. Can I tell Sora Hoshino? She gave me the script and then went home without saying anything, and I don't know how she is. I'll take care of that. I drove out to Sora's house that evening because an emotional malfunction in that woman is a genuine event, and I was not going to handle it by telephone. I told her the same things. And I kept one to myself, which was the memory of a remake made 20 years later that did not simply repaint the original, but took its story apart on purpose and gave the doomed a chance at something else. I intended to bury the hooks for that in the original, this time where they would be very hard to find. The marketing, meanwhile, was the simplest thing I have ever run. On a fixed day each month, we published one piece of the world. The energy in the ground, the company drilling it, the engineered soldiers, the thing in the crater, the people who were here first. Players assembled the setting themselves in public and argued about it for a year. So the life stream is like oil? No, worse. When you pump it, you're taking life out of the planet itself. It's a slow suicide. I think the god of games is talking about us. It's a game, mate. Why does entertainment need a lesson in it? Films are entertainment. Books are entertainment. They're allowed. Why aren't we? Several people announced online, with total sincerity, that they were giving up petrol cars. And a group of fans compiled a coherent encyclopedia of the setting, unpaid, from the monthly fragments, and the accuracy of it startled my own writers and saved them, conservatively, 4 months of work. The 1998 awards, which I had founded anonymously, were openly for sale by then. WarioWare took Game of the Year, which was defensible, and everything else went to whoever had bought a booth. On the day the results were published, Akira Sato announced that he was leaving the company he had founded. He signed his entire holding over to his father and enrolled at Tokyo University to study computer science. He gave no public explanation. The industry treated it as a minor piece of gossip and forgot about it in a fortnight. If I had been paying attention, I would have logged into that forum under the account I had used to talk to him for 4 years and asked him what happened. I was 300 people deep in a $100 million project, and I did not. Nobody on this earth knows that I was the anonymous user who talked a 15-year-old into building that site, and nobody ever asked me why he stopped. The CG sequences alone passed $40 million, with half the story storyboarded, which was exactly what I had budgeted for, because I had assumed overrun from day one and was prepared to go to 150. The rendering quality landed roughly where I remembered the industry getting to 5 years later, and a side effect I had wanted from the start. By the end of that project, my engine team and my effects team were good enough to work in film, which meant I now owned a visual effects house that could take outside contracts. I decided to put the demonstration chapter inside the console itself, on every unit, free. And I fixed the things about that game that had bothered me for 20 years. Polygon edges that came to points like knives, systems that got cut for space and shipped half-finished. One thing I deliberately did not fix. 3 characters in a fight, not 4. Anything more and a newcomer loses track, because that combat system runs on timing, and a player who is watching 4 bars is not watching anything. I shipped GS1 on the 1st of June 1999, after 6 months of promotion and $70 million of marketing. I ran it out 1 piece a month on purpose. February, the controller. 2 sticks, 4 shoulder buttons. Developers took 1 look at the second stick and started inventing mechanics in public, unpaid, on my forum. March, the discs. Media cost cut in half against cartridges. And then the part that made the third parties actually shout, which is that we gave them the right to have their own discs pressed at their own factories under an authorization code, instead of buying them from us at our price. Also, the drive played films, which produced, in about 900 dozen households, the following conversation. Mum, Dad, you wanted a disc player, didn't you? Because I happen to know a very good brand. No, it isn't for me, it's for the family. I had a strong sense of déjà vu about that, having once watched a generation of adults describe a games console to their spouses as a networking device. April, the peripherals we intended to build, a motion controller, and a camera that could see the player's body. May, the real one. The first console in the world with an operating system inside it. Emulators for my own back catalog, with games purchasable digitally for $1 or $2. 80% of that revenue going to the original publisher, which nobody had ever offered anybody. And a system to trade an old cartridge for a permanent digital copy where you kept the cartridge. $299. 18,000 yen. Tents outside my stores for a week. First week, 1,700,000 consoles. A new world record set by the same company that held the old one. Launch lineup. Mario 64, the first genuine third-person game anyone had ever played, a new Need for Speed, Doom in the quality I had originally wanted, and a dozen more. The operating system was not entirely ours. Morgan Group licensed us patents and put engineers on it in exchange for a promise that I would keep making games for their platform, which I was going to do anyway because there is an entire category of game, the kind where you command an army from above, that is physically unplayable on a controller and always will be. They also put their own anti-tamper work into GS1, which meant my new hardware was protected by the strongest systems company on Earth, at cost. Somewhere in Michigan, a man called Liam unpacked one, plugged it in, and found the free demonstration chapter sitting on the menu. He did not like role-playing games, but it was free. He pressed start, and I owned the next 4 days of his life. A prelude on strings. And on screen, an enormous flat slab of a sword driven into the ground, of a size no human being could lift, which is exactly why it hits you in the eye. Then a full computer-generated opening, stars, then a young woman with a basket of flowers, in an alley, looking directly into the camera, which is to say directly at him. She stands up, she turns, she walks out into the street, and the camera pulls back from her, and keeps pulling, faster, up between buildings, up over a whole city of steel and light, until the title comes up in a flare with a falling star in it. Liam said afterward that he had never seen an opening like that in any game, and he was right, because there had never been one. Half a second of train wheels, and the camera dives down into them, and the picture quality drops 1 visible step, and he was actually disappointed for a moment that the pretty part was over. Then a man with impossible hair and that sword on his back jumped off a moving train, and a very large man with a gun where his right hand should be shouted at him to hurry up, and Liam realized I had put a controller in his hands. The combat was turn-based, with a timing element, which meant it was tense instead of polite. The large man delivered a furious speech about the corporation draining the life out of the planet, and Liam's honest first reaction was that this guy is a fanatic. It's just resources. Which is the exact moment a game has won, because he was now thinking about how that world worked. Then a scene in an executive suite, where very comfortable men laughed about ants shaking a tree, and Liam decided he would quite like to reach those men personally. The bomb goes down. A mechanical scorpion blocks the way out. He lost. He sat up, paid attention, and won. Countdown to the detonation, with more time on it than you need, which is a trick because the number itself does the work. And the explosion is 10 times bigger than it should be. Inside the story, the demolitions girl blames herself for miscalculating. The player, watching from above, can see that the reactor went up like that because the head of the corporation dumped the whole system's energy into it in order to blame the people who set the charge. "You old," Liam said out loud in his own living room. "I am coming for you." And out on the streets, the ordinary citizens of that city are cursing the terrorists who did this to them, and Liam, who has been on this planet for 11 minutes, is already personally offended on behalf of characters he has known for 4 of them. Then the mercenary walks alone into the street from the opening and meets the girl selling flowers. He tries, incompetently, to warn her off and ends up buying a flower. Was there an explosion? The reactor. Go home. It isn't safe. Soldiers, a chase, a jump onto a moving train, and the girl standing in the street looking after him, thinking about something. Then the slums under the plate, where the rich city is a ceiling, and a woman with long dark hair comes running out to meet them, and the screen goes black. Final Fantasy VII. A new adventure awaits. Release date to be announced. Liam sat there. That's it? Who was the woman at the end? Who was the flower girl? And why did she look at me? He knew the hero's name and nothing else. He went back to the menu and started the demonstration again. He was not unusual. The forum that week contained a serious, several hundred post proposal to physically gather at my headquarters and protest that the demonstration was too short, and I am told a small number of people actually went. The players had already assembled the politics of it without help. A corporation owns the planet. The poor live in its shadow, literally, underneath the floor of the rich. A dystopia in which an ordinary man in Michigan recognized his own life. I released the character names a week later, and 1 line each, and nothing more. The industry drew the correct conclusion, which surprised me. Yoshing did not spend $100 million on length. Padding a story is the most reliable way to make people quit, and 40 hours is roughly the ceiling of human attention. They spent it on depth. Graphics, story, editing, music, animation. By counting forum activity at 70 or 80,000 posts a day, and assuming that was under 10% of actual players, my competitors estimated the game might sell 1 million copies. That estimate was off by a factor I will get to. Around the same time, Blake Cooper surfaced with more than 300 developers, having sold most of his personal shareholdings to buy a 10-year engine license. He went to the PC, where there are no platform fees and no expensive media, only the cost of pressing a disc. His first game was a first-person shooter about the Normandy landings, which is a subject every single person in that country had seen in films and read in books, and which no game had ever touched. 6 months of savage development, and I was not watching. 200,000 copies in the first week, and then 200,000 a week, steadily, for months. And he did something no American executive does. For 6 months, he took nothing at all, and distributed all of it among his 300 staff. He got an army out of that, permanently. I saw the numbers, decided the PC was a side theater, and assumed he would eventually come to me for a console license. That was a mistake, and it took 2 years to arrive. There was one right I never delegated to anybody, and never will, which is what happens to a franchise. My merchandise was earning hundreds of millions by then. Mario, the Pocket Monsters. And, absurdly, Tetris. In the world I came from, the Tetris license was worth almost nothing, because what exactly do you make out of 4 squares? In this one, the pillows and key rings and magnets and card sets and building blocks and, eventually, a fashion collaboration and a cosmetics line all sold out, because it is the only game on Earth that has no enemies. Nobody has ever had a bad experience with Tetris. Nobody's mother has ever taken Tetris away from them. And then a request came in from one of the largest American film groups, which is to say, one of the plaintiffs from the class action, for a license to make 3 Mario films, for $100 million. A Mario game costs me at most 10 million to build. I drew a large X across the front page of that proposal. I remember what happened when somebody made a Mario film in the world I came from. I remember it being a punchline for 30 years. I remember what it did to the company that allowed it, and how long that stain took to come off. I am not going to buy myself a social death for $100 million. I said no to a partner, so I said it gently, and I said it completely. Then the Japanese government offered me land. A cultural promotion committee wanted permission to use my characters in national campaigns and help building games based on famous national works of literature. In exchange, tax relief and a plot in Minato Ward, free on a 50-year lease, plus negotiated rates from developers. I had over $1 billion in the bank, and a tower in that district would have eaten most of it. I approved the characters immediately and put an asterisk next to the literature, with 10 days to answer, because you cannot let a committee decide which books become games. Reputation is worth more than a tax break. And then I lost an hour of a working day drawing floors on a notepad, 30 stories, minimum, because I am not walking anyone else's path. The company I am building has tens of thousands of employees in it and offices in a dozen countries, and I intend to see the top of it. I got home that evening still doing arithmetic, walked past a pair of shoes in the entryway without registering them, and started talking as I came into the living room. Akari, listen, about the... My mother was standing in my living room. Ishikawa, it's been so long. Did you miss your mother? And then she hugged me. Haruna Ishikawa, a genuinely famous painter who at that time looked about 28 and who, standing next to Akari, read as an older sister. The press called her the charming lady of the art world, which she has never once objected to. My parents left me alone in that house when I was in middle school because they preferred to live as 2 people rather than 3, and I have made my peace with it by not thinking about it. She talked about herself without a break for 11 minutes. Oh, listen to me, my throat's gone dry, Akari materialized with a teapot. Auntie Ishikawa, please. My mother pulled her down onto the sofa by the wrist. Thank you for looking after Ishikawa all this time. I hear the 2 of you have been living together for years? Akari produced a sound I had not previously known a human could make. What? No! No, 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 no! I'm an employee. I couldn't afford anywhere to live, and I don't look after him. He doesn't need looking after. I've never done anything at all. Said my mother into her tea. I asked about my father. That man? He isn't interested in you. There's nothing in his head but his novels, and let me tell you, they're unreadable. He says he isn't coming home until you're married. The actual reason for the visit surfaced 20 minutes later, which is that she had been invited onto the same government committee for money and an honorific. When she found out they had given her son land in Minato, she came off the sofa. That generous? Really? I'm calling your father right now. He'll die. Mother, have mercy on him. And you, she pointed the teacup at me, it is time you thought about the most important event in a person's life. I left the room. The committee meeting had over 400 people in it, from every cultural industry in the country, and I knew 9 of them. My plot turned out to be in Konan, 2nd block, where a company had gone under in the crash, and the building had been demolished, and the site was currently a temporary park. First-rate location. I specified an all-steel structure on the grounds that steel comes apart cleanly, and if the day ever comes when this company has to sell its own headquarters, I would like the building to be easy to hand over. Every top-tier company in that country has done it at least once. I intend to be the exception, and I planned for not being one. On the way out, a young official caught up with me. Hiroki Tanaka, 35, Foreign Cultural Cooperation, and, it turned out immediately, a player. Are you interested in developing competitive gaming further? South Korea is rebuilding its cultural industries, and they are extremely interested in esports specifically. He shrugged. Frankly, I don't understand why. I understood exactly why. In the world I remember, that country made competitive gaming a national project and spent a decade being the best on earth at it, with government money, army exemptions, and stadiums. There are perhaps 40 people alive who know how to run a professional gaming league. Finding them myself is a needle in a national haystack. Giving the entire discipline to a state that wants it, and then sitting still while it grows, is not generosity. It is the best return on effort available to me anywhere. And in that other history, the thing that eventually killed that scene was not the government. It was the game's own publisher clawing back the tournament rights from the people who had built the audience. I am not doing that. Have them enter the existing disciplines this year, I told Tanaka. Cross-border rivalry is an excellent hook. And in a year or two, I'll give them a new discipline of their own. I already knew what it was: real-time strategy, and one specific game in which those players were going to be untouchable for a decade. I would hand them the tournament rights and take a fee every year forever, because collecting money quietly for 20 years beats owning something for 4. By October 1999, my GS1 had done 10 million units in 4 months, and the handheld 13 million in 10. Super Mario 3, Super Mario World, and Tetris each passed 10 million copies, and the Famicom, 6 years after I put it on a shelf in a shop that had a hole in its roof, reached 100 million units. I never took it out of production. I have been offered the efficiency argument at least 4 times, and I have declined it 4 times. We still make it, and we sell it for $10 in countries where $10 is a real number. And when I am told that it is being copied in those countries, I decline to care, because it is obsolete hardware, and because I grew up on pirated games, and I am not going to lie about that at this stage of my life. Crack the new machine, and I will sue you into the ground and spend more doing it than I could possibly recover. Both of those positions are sincere, and they do not contradict each other. I announced Final Fantasy VII for March 2000, which meant deliberately staying out of the same award year as Mario 64. I do not let my own games fight each other. There is no version of that where I win anything. That Christmas, I cut 10% off software and 20% off hardware, which we had done exactly never, and I sent everyone home for half a month. Thank you for this year. Go and have a new year you'll remember. Next year we're going to own a new millennium. They cheered. Somebody at the back shouted, "Long live Kenji Ishikawa," which I have asked them repeatedly not to do. The turn of that millennium was, in the world I came from, an anticlimax with some fireworks in it. In this one, technology was running roughly 10 years ahead, video streaming had started to work, and my community spent New Year's Eve cutting together their own films about 7 years that had changed their lives. I did not watch a single broadcast that night. I sat and read my own forum for 6 hours and started planning a New Year Games program to run against the big song show, which is a story for another time. In January, I flew to Las Vegas again. I had 100 square meters of floor at that show. The first time I attended, I had under 5, in a corner, 50 meters from the door, between 2 people selling docking stations. And the entire 100 square meters was for 2 products, which is a decision my marketing department fought me on and lost. I was there to announce the thing I had been holding since the console launch: motion sensing. I had built the module into GS1 from the start and mentioned it once, in passing, in a footnote, so nobody would look at it. Everything I do is a footnote for at least a year before it is an announcement. My competitors would have to wait for a whole hardware generation to answer this, another step behind. That, not any of the games, is the actual trick I have been running for 7 years. Not being faster, but being early in a way nobody can see until it is too late to matter. There were 100 people in that room, and I could have named a third of them, the largest press outlets in the world, and a comfortable number of competitors' people not bothering to disguise themselves. Kaido Nakamura was in the 4th row with Ethan. 7 years, Nakamura said. A man that young, alone, has built a company comparable to ours. There isn't another word for it. That's genius. As a designer, said Ethan, as a businessman, he's nothing. He was saved by the people he happened to find. Kimiko runs his American operation better than most chief executives run companies. If that man actually ran his own firm day to day, he'd have been stripped to the bone years ago. I want to record that Ethan was completely right and that it is the most useful thing anyone has ever said about me. I do the part I am good at. Everything else goes to people I trust entirely with no supervision, which is why they stay. They wheeled out a stand with a cloth over it, under the cloth, a camera, and 2 cylindrical controllers, one with a stick and a directional pad, one with our 4 face buttons, each with a small sphere on the end. Ethan laughed out loud. Nakamura, you've misread the invitation. That's a new console. That's the new controller for it. Nakamura said nothing at all. He was staring at the sphere on the end of the cylinder, and something was arriving. Meet the new era of games, I said. This product is called motion sensing. I did not demonstrate it. Kimiko did. Deliberately. She is not a player. She is a workaholic whom the entire American industry respects, and whom Ethan had personally tried to hire 3 times, offering money and equity, and been ignored. The game she played looked crude, because I had built it in a fortnight, but the camera tracked the controller, and it tracked her shoulders and her hips, and she served a tennis ball by serving a tennis ball. Then golf. Then baseball. An entire category of human being who had never touched a game in their lives worked out in about 11 seconds that they could play this. Behind me, a red fruit executive turned to his engineer. Sam, can we do this on our machine? Technically, yes. It would be cheaper to build a new console. If we force it onto the current hardware, we'll get unpredictable faults and spend more than a new machine would cost. Sam said that flatly and with no enthusiasm at all. Since Edward Vance had been removed, engineers at that company had stopped being listened to. Everything went to marketing and cost reduction, and Sam had been working for the salary and not the company for over a year. Lierda's hardware was too old. They would put it in the next one. The only person in that room actually in a position to answer me was Nakamura, whose console was due for replacement anyway, and who authorized a motion research budget from his hotel room that night without asking his board. Final Fantasy VII shipped in March 2000. My final numbers: $110 million on the computer-generated sequences alone, and over $170 including marketing. Wall Street analysts who had never played a video game were watching my release date, which had never happened before to anything in this industry. And in the 4 weeks around it, my competitors silently got out of the way. Even Lierda, who had never once shown me that courtesy, moved 2 releases. Their own employees wanted to play it. You cannot ask a studio to launch a game into that. Speculators bought up my retail stock expecting a shortage and were destroyed, because we had been pressing discs around the clock for months. Kimiko had brought North American plants online. 5 million copies laid in for the United States, 3 million for Japan. 3 million in a country where the console had sold about 6. I bet half my installed base that everyone who owned the machine would buy this one game. The 3 development teams got a week off and a personal copy each, hand-delivered. Thank you for your tireless work. Go home and play the miracle you built. Hana Kimura put my disc in at his own house, heard the prelude come up through his own television, and cried, which he told me about years later in the least emotional voice available to a human being. Finally, he said, out loud, to a machine, I can play you, old friend. In living rooms across 2 countries, fathers played my game and children sat on the floor and watched. Dad, why is his hair like that? I expect the artist likes it that way. That isn't the point. That opening film cost me $10 million for 3 minutes, $500,000 a second, and I would do it again tomorrow, because it did the job no advertisement can do, which is to make a person who does not like this kind of game sit forward. Rankamura played it through and reached the conclusion that broke his year. To catch this, Tsurui needed hundreds of millions of dollars, not on a game, but on building the industrial capacity to make games like this at all. And behind Yo Xing, there was a queue of loyal third parties who would be given that technology for 3%. He started his own computer-generated imagery division within the month, staffed by people he poached out of Tsurui's own film group. 30 hours if you hurry, 60 if you don't. And I asked the community, publicly, politely, to moderate the pace of spoilers for about a week so that the people playing slowly would not have it taken from them. They did it. That is the part I still find remarkable. Tens of thousands of people, voluntarily, for a week. Liam did not sleep the first night, the second reactor. The woman from the slums going pink and saying that if he helped them, she would keep the promise they made as children, which is better writing than most films manage. The hallucination at the reactor, and a voice that isn't his, asking for something terrible. The hero shakes it off. Liam does not, because he has been trained by 20 hours of careful work to know that nothing in this game is decoration. A robot the size of a 3-story building, with a corporate executive taunting them through its speakers. Blow up one reactor and we build another. The blame lands on you. We win regardless. The large man with the gun arm stops being strategic and simply charges it. And after the win, the hero falls a very long way and lands in a church in a bed of flowers, which is the only thing growing in that entire city, and the flower girl is standing over him. Then the corporation's men come for her, and she offers him a deal. Get rid of them, and I'll go on a date with you. The hero is professionally indifferent. Liam accepted instantly and out loud in his own house at 3 a.m, and I want that on the record as the single greatest return on investment in the history of my company. Her name is Alara. I am never going to be forgiven for her. She mentions, in passing, a soldier she used to know who dressed exactly like him, a man named Kale. The name means nothing to the hero at all. By the 4th day, Liam finished my game. I'm not going to walk through the middle of it. You either know or you are going to find out. What I will tell you is that she goes to the enemy alone, on purpose, to take the burden off him, and that he gets there in time to watch and not in time to stop it. That sequence cost me as much as the opening, and it does not have a single explosion in it. Liam sat still for a long time and could not continue. I put no flashbacks in that scene. I built it that way on purpose. The game does not remind you of anything. Your own head does all of it, unprompted, every conversation you had with her, in order, and there is nothing you can do about it. He told an interviewer 8 months later that it was the first time in his life that a made-up story made him cry, and that he had refused to let it and had finished the game out of spite. The ending. The villain goes down. Something that is unmistakably her hand comes up out of the light to help, and the meteor falls anyway. And then the life of the planet itself comes up out of the ground, everywhere, all over the world at once, green oceans across the sky. And the music that has been horror for 20 minutes turns over into something that is not horror, a flash, her face, for less than a second. And at that point, Liam stopped fighting it. Then the epilogue. 500 years later, everyone you played as is long dead, except the one who is never going to die, and he is standing on a rock looking at that city with the whole of it green. I can't accept it, Liam wrote that morning, in a post that got quoted for a decade. I will never accept it, but it was genuinely beautiful. I was standing behind my community moderator when the first posts came in. Let them go. Open it up. People arguing about the ending is the best advertisement we will ever have. What? She dies? I don't believe you. Stop making things up, you liar. I'm going to go and check myself. And every single one of them went and checked themselves. In an office in Shinjuku, a section chief in his late 30s shouted at his staff to stop discussing my video game and get back to work, and then could not work for the rest of the day because he had heard the words, "somebody dies," and he refused on principle to look it up. That man had gotten into that game for a reason he could not have articulated, which is that it gave him back a specific feeling from his early 20s, when the country was rich and everything was about to happen. He also liked both of the women in it, and had a whole theory about it. One who understands you, and one who is strong, which he explained to a colleague at length as the two things a man wants. He was out of that building at 9 at night at a jog. He got home and ejected his son from the television. Bed, school tomorrow. Dad, I'm at a decisive moment, and it's Friday. His mother took the boy into the kitchen and consoled him, and he looked up at her with total sincerity. Mum, you're just like Alara, so understanding. When I grow up, I'm going to marry someone like Alara. His mother, who had no idea who that was, said thank you, and started getting out the ingredients for a genuinely luxurious late supper for her husband, who had, after all, worked late. And then, from the living room, at considerable volume, Lyra, Alara, I'm coming! Her hand stopped with the ladle in it. She put the good ingredients back and decided on curry. Alara's is so understanding. What a woman. She stood very still. Lyra's good too, though. Gentle. Kind. They are game characters, she said, out loud, to a saucepan. They are not going to climb out of the television and take my husband, and if they did climb out of the television, they would not look twice at him. She put the curry away and decided on last night's broth. Ah, Ilara. My Ilara. Right, no broth. A packet of instant seaweed soup and 2 melatonin so that this shameless man will finally go to bed. The studios that had moved out of my way were fine. The ones that had not sold under 100 copies where they had projected 100,000, and several of them wrote to us, and not one of the letters was angry because they had all played it. Before that game, only 2 things had worked in 3 dimensions, driving and shooting. After it, an entire industry knew that the 3rd dimension could hold a story that made adults cry in their own living rooms, and every one of those small studios walked through the door it opened. 5,100,000 copies in the first week, and I still have the facts. And roughly 700,000 letters over the following 3 months asking me to change the ending. Some of them were from children. A number of them were from grown men who were extremely careful to explain that they were writing on behalf of a friend. I had a room for them. An actual room with the letters in it, floor to ceiling. I read a lot of those, and I refused. Not because I am hard, because the entire reason those 700,000 people were in pain is that the thing had weight, and the moment I take it back with a patch, it never had any, and everything they felt turns into a marketing decision they were talked into. You do not get to have both. You never do. But I did do one thing. There is a sequence in that game's code that is not reachable by playing it. It is encrypted. It cannot be triggered by any input, by any save file, by any combination of buttons anybody will ever press. It unlocks on a date, 15 years out. Sora wrote the encryption for it, alone, in one night, and refused to tell me what she used as a key, on the grounds that if I knew it, I would eventually tell somebody. And I let Akari read what was in it, once, in my office, because she had cried in front of 100 employees over a woman who does not exist and had asked me, honestly, why I would do that to people. She read it twice and put it down and did not say anything for a while. You're not going to tell anyone it's in there? No. They'll be furious with you for 15 years. Yes. She thought about it. Good, she said. So, 7 years earlier, I died at a desk, in an office, with an unfinished task on my screen and nobody in the building who would have noticed for 2 days. I woke up in a country I had never been to, in a body that had a mountain of debt attached to it, and got hired off the street by a man who asked if I wanted to change the world, and paid 10,000 yen a day in cash at the end of every day, because I did not trust him and he did not blame me. Last month, I spent $500,000 a second on 3 minutes of film so that a man in Michigan would sit forward on his sofa and $100 million on a story. And I got back an entire hemisphere of grown adults weeping over a girl selling flowers in an alley. The company has 100 million machines out there. It has a tower going up in Minato. It has a government that gives it land and another government that tried to legislate it out of existence and got slapped. And there is exactly one loose thread. His name is Edward Vance, and I have never met him, and I have never spoken his name inside my own building. I destroyed that man without knowing he existed. I took a company he had built with his own hands out from under him, from an office in Tokyo, as an accounting side effect, while I was thinking about something else entirely. And he got on a plane and flew across an ocean and stood in a queue in the cold for 3 days to look at what had done it to him. He bought 2 consoles and 10 games, and he did not enjoy a single one of them. He took them apart like a machine in a hotel room, and he understood every one of them perfectly, and none of them reached him. The only game that ever got in was a free one, about 4 squares, that I gave away in a box to make a handheld cell. He is somewhere over the Pacific right now, at 30,000 feet, stuck on level 15, trying it again. And I have Blake Cooper out there, with 300 people who work for him for nothing, in a market I decided was a side theater. I have made 2 mistakes in 7 years, and both of them are men I did not bother to learn the names of. They are coming. Both of them. Together, eventually, because people like that always find each other. And when they get here, they are going to find out the same thing everyone else did, which is that they are dealing with a man who does not actually care about the market share, or the tower, or the 100 million machines. On my business card, I'm the president of a game company. In my head, I'm a game developer. But in my heart, I'm just a player. And I've got about 900 years of homework and only 1 life to spend it in. So if you'll excuse me, Sora's game gets its green light meeting in the morning. She has been building it alone for 4 years, and I have not seen a single line of it. I have absolutely no idea what it is. I cannot wait.